Yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better wake them up, get them going. Wednesday on B&E, midweek Wednesday, drag you up over the hump and into another tremendous weekend here in early to mid-December. 7 December 20 and 22. That would make it Pearl Harbor Day.
That it would.
That for those who know their history and history books, a day that will live in infamy. This day and every day as we move forward with a lot to do. Big college basketball game last night in the Big Apple. MSG Longhorns find the loss column for the first time in 2022 and 23. Frustrating loss. Longhorns led by 5 with a minute to go. Couldn't close it out, and they lose in overtime. We'll get you details on that and talk about it. The Illinois Fighting Illini, a very long team, a very physical team. Longhorns could not close it out. We'll talk plenty of college basketball. Big upset in the Big Ten. Also, the NFL, the Odell Beckham Jr. to the Cowboys conversation has hit a pause. We'll get you details there. Also looks like Baker Mayfield has found a home and may be playing tomorrow night as the NFL opens up Week 14. We've got college football, and we've got a lot to do. It's going to be a fun Wednesday, 7 December, here on the Show of the People. Appreciate you being there. It's not a show without you. That's right. That's why it's a Show of the People. Whether you find us on 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260, and we're always streaming for you live and local and digital on your Horn app, on your smart speaker, and always Mr. Godbolt at hornfm.com.
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for your for what you do for us. It is appreciated, and thank you to your families for lending you to us. We do appreciate it, and happy holidays to all as we get ready, and it's going to be 80 degrees again today.
80 degrees, unseasonably warm. What is going on? We had unseasonably cold throughout the middle to end November and into December, and now here we are with 80s as we approach the Christmas holidays.
Feels good.
Hey, and thanks to all of you who have sent us Christmas carols in B&E's Christmas Carol Contest. We came off our big all-flex finalist day. Need to get those sent over to the production team, and TY in there and Dave and the crew need to start putting those together as they're coming in. Well, we need those Christmas carols. That will really get us into the season because,
yes,
tis the season. Even though it's going to be 80-some degrees today, tis the season. So we've got some Christmas carols rolling in. We've got basketball to talk about. And if, at the end of the show previous to ours and then the start of ours, TY, did you fall asleep in there? Is that what happened?
Almost.
TY's in there asleep.
That's all right.
That's good. I can't fall asleep that fast. What happened? You okay? You good?
I wasn't asleep. I was just completely zoned out. I've learned from Bucky.
Yeah.
Daydreaming.
Because he can look over here and see me just like out.
Were you asleep too?
No, I'm good today.
Okay, good. Well, I was like, hey, you good? There's like that 10 seconds of pause. I'm like, we good? We good? TY, what's up? Let's go. And here we go. We're off and running. It's going to be a fun Wednesday as we get this thing cranked up. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, man. How was your birthday?
It was great.
Did you have a good
Thank you to everyone for the well wishes. Got so much outpouring on, maybe it's turning 50. People, I don't know, they're just so nice. And 50th birthday.
That's a milestone.
It is a milestone. It's a big number, but so many folks on social media and on the text line and throughout the day wishing happy birthday. And, yeah, we just, worked here until lunch hour, went home, and then had a nice little dinner last night with some friends out at Hayes City Store, watched the basketball game. And crashed out, and here we go. We're off to 50 years
up
in
to
one
Wednesday.
day. 50 years in one day, and off we go. Yeah, it's Pearl Harbor Day, Buck. Pearl Harbor Day, you know that.
That it is.
1941, December the 7th, and as we were forced into World War II way back when, one of those all-time days and days that everyone will remember where they were. But December the 7th, as we get this thing cranked up. Let's get going with the headlines, trending topics. Frustrating night for the Burnt Orange and the Big Apple. Let's hit it. UBEO Business Services brings it to you. Start with the college basketball. Yeah, frustrating first loss of the season for the second-ranked Texas Longhorns last night in the Big Apple as they fell to 16th-ranked Illinois, 85-78 in overtime at the Jimmy V Classic. Tough back-and-forth physical game. Longhorns seemingly took control at MSG. They built a 10-point lead in the second half, just over 8 minutes to play. They held a 5-point advantage with a minute to go at 63-58 in regulation, but could not close out the contest. A couple of missed free throws, front ends of 1-and-1s, and costly foul call late. Fighting Illini crawl back and send the game to overtime at 68, tied. That's where the former Texas Tech Red Raider, Terrence Shannon Jr., who Texas had held in check all night, erupted for 12 of his 16 points. Illini outscored Texas 17-10 in the overtime session as they get the victory. Texas falls for the first time. They're now 6-1 for head coach Chris Beard.
It's a hurt locker room right now, but it's a long season now, but it's season. We got some veteran players. November was great to us. We hadn't lost since the Purdue game. So disappointing thing from our point of view is this is a game that we had under control, and you got to go win the game. So great learning lessons. We've actually gotten better through victories the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season. Now we'll have to try to get better through a night where we ran out of time.
Yeah, Longhorns got their best night from the senior Timmy Allen. He had his best game of the year, 21 points, 8 assists, 7 rebounds, but off night for Marcus Carr and couldn't close it out late. Chris Beard's team now 6-1. They're back in action this Saturday at Moody Center. They're going to host Arkansas Pine Bluff. Also in college hoops last night, easy wins for top-ranked Houston. They crushed also 9th-ranked Arkansas, 12th-ranked Baylor. Winners last night. 24th-ranked TCU got a win. Upset in Big Ten play. That's where 13th-ranked Maryland lost at Wisconsin 64-59. In the NBA, back-to-back wins for the Dallas Mavericks. They followed up their beatdown of Phoenix on Tuesday night with a win in Denver last night. 116-115. Dorian Finney-Smith nailed a go-ahead three-pointer late. Luka Doncic posted another triple-double. NFL, according to ESPN's Ed Werder, the Dallas Cowboys and their medical team have concerns after Odell Beckham Jr.'s physical. They performed on him earlier this week. They're concerned his recovery from his torn ACL that he suffered in the Super Bowl last February has not progressed enough to ensure that he would be able to play before mid-January. Possibly exists him signing, would he be able to play this year has become a question now for the Dallas Cowboys. Surprising move in Tennessee, where the first-place Titans in the AFC South have fired their general manager, John Robinson, during his 7th season at the helm. And after he was released by the Carolina Panthers earlier this week, the LA Rams have claimed Baker Mayfield, the former Lake Travis Cavalier, off of waivers. They will inherit the remaining $1.35 million on his contract. The Rams are quarterback starved at this point. He is expected to fly to Los Angeles today. Could play as soon as tomorrow night when the Rams open up Week 14 against the Vegas Raiders.
Boy, that's a quick turnaround for Baker. Get off the bus, Gus, and let's go.
They apparently sent him a playbook. Emailed him a playbook and said, "Hey, start studying on the
plane.
On the plane,
yeah, let's go."
Because if there's
you want a job, here we go.
The defending Super Bowl champions are, safe to say, injury ravaged at this point with Matt Stafford down, and they're begging for quarterbacks. And Baker Mayfield comes available. We thought maybe the 49ers would jump on that, and because they're a Super Bowl caliber team this year, but it looks like they're going to go with Brock Purdy, the former Iowa State star at quarterback. They're going to run with their 7th-round draft pick. Baker Mayfield going to go to L.A. and get an opportunity. And L.A. is where Odell Beckham Jr. helped the Rams win a Super Bowl. Sounds like that physical didn't go well.
No. See, Jerry doesn't want him in January. Jerry wants him now.
Yeah, Jerry would like to see him on the field here to get him primed for January.
Right.
If he's not going to be able to go full speed until mid-January, that probably derails the Odell Beckham Jr. to Dallas conversation, which is probably, just as well. The thing the Cowboys are not dealing with right now is any off-field drama or any issues in their locker room. No. Everything is smooth and easy. So, why mess with a good thing now?
I would agree.
If he's, and we know Odell Beckham Jr. trying to make some money, trying to cash in, and the fact that the physical was not positive would probably indicate that's not going to happen. He took in the Mavericks game on Tuesday night. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
show him around.
Yeah, if he's not healthy enough to help them, then that's not going to work for the following year. It's going to work. Jerry wants this to happen this week. He wants him to be in uniform. He wants him running routes, and if his leg's not ready to go, if he can't help you, not worried about next year. Jerry's not worried about next year.
No, you know what though? Leave no stone unturned if you're Jerry Jones.
Well,
if you have an opportunity to help your ball club and put them in a better position in a wide open NFC conference, do it and kick the tires on the deal. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. But listen to your medical team and probably move on. Cowboys will play the horrible Houston Texans this weekend. That will not be a close game.
No,
it will not be a close game.
As 17 a Texans may not follower, be enough.
And yes, I'm a fan of the Houston Texans, but certainly follow them more than most. That will not be a close game.
No, I'm not. That's one line that I'm really not worried about.
I have to give credit to our guys in the afternoon, Rod and Harge. I was listening yesterday. I did not know this until Harge said it. That I watched the game last week when they played the Cleveland Browns, and it certainly appeared to be the case. But he pointed out that Kyle Allen, the starting quarterback now for the Texans, had a quarterback rating or QBR of 3. 3.
Yeah, that won't work against the Cowboys.
Like I didn't think that was possible. Like a 3. I watched the game, and I guess okay, that makes sense. I get you know. I didn't know that
break
was
it down
even...
in your mind, and you'll see.
Oh yeah,
it'll come
3,
up. Yeah,
3.
come up 3.
Oh man, I mean, just clean house down in Houston. You wonder, and that's going to be the question for Houston at the end of the year. Cowboys have high aspirations. They feel like the NFC is right there, and Houston, you know, they fired David Culley after last year. They're going to have the number 1 pick this year. You wonder if Lovie Smith, who was promoted to the head coaching job after David Culley was let go, if he's going to be house cleaned as well. Pep Hamilton, their offensive coordinator. You kind of feel like, yes, they're not supposed to be in contention, but you shouldn't be this bad with a quarterback.
No, because it's more than just the quarterback. There's no doubt.
It's all everything. Well, he's got no one to throw to.
Yeah.
They were running the ball pretty good with the rookie Dameon Pierce, but that has been squashed.
Yeah, because that's what they know you're going to do.
Got another soap opera with Brandon Cooks, the wide receiver who wanted to be traded before the deadline, and that didn't happen. So either way, Cowboys have a slump buster, mulligan, gimme, whatever you want this weekend. They will crush the Texans because Texans are not talented and they're not playing real hard, or smart, or they're not well prepared. Any of those things.
They're ready for vacation.
And it's in Arlington. If it was on the road, maybe, but no, not going to happen. Okay, so we got the Longhorns last night at Madison Square Garden. Watching this game over a birthday dinner last night, and just a frustrating game. It was safe to say for the Illinois side of things, Brad Underwood, who's doing a really good job at Illinois, to hit the transfer portal and bring in guys like Matthew Mayer, who was red hot last night. He likes playing Texas. He scored 21 points and made his first 8 shots.
Or they didn't have the answer for that guy.
And the length of Illinois, this is what we talked about going in. The length of Illinois certainly affected Texas. The block shots were, I think they had 10 or 12 block shots last night. It affected the Longhorns when they tried to go to the paint. Marcus Carr had an off night, but in the end of the day, Longhorns had a 5-point lead with 60 seconds to play.
Yeah, around less than 2 minutes to go. They missed that one. That one-on-one was a huge miss for a 90% free throw shooter.
Tyrese Hunter.
I thought if they got that, I thought they were going to win that game.
Agreed. I think they probably do win that game. If Tyrese makes 2 free throws there, you go up 7 points and have your opportunity, and that's a frustrating loss right there because at that point you start to break down what didn't go right and who Marcus Carr had a rough night. The thing I would be worried about with Tyrese Hunter, I think he'll be fine. He cramped up again. That's like the 3rd time or 4th time this year that we've seen Tyrese Hunter leave the game with cramps.
I can see that in his leg. You can see it in his calf muscle.
I was at the Gonzaga game when they carried him off and he had to go get fluids. You got to wonder what's going on with them. And that also I was at the Creighton game, and he also had a cramp issue against Gonzaga. And I'm sure coaches and medical staff are aware of this. They have to be hydrating the young guy and trying to figure out what's going on. But they're going to have to get that fixed. But that front end miss, and then the foul on Jabari Rice, and where he kind of stumbled to put them at the line to tie the game was big.
Yeah, I thought Timmy Allen played a really, really good game
Timmy was great last
because
night.
The length of that team, it affected him on a couple shots, but more than anything, for most of the night, he was getting what he wanted to get. I thought he played fantastic last night, but they'll have some trouble with teams that are long like Illinois like that. I mean, they've got some long players. They had good players too.
Well, and Texas, of course, has had the benefit of home court. I mean, they played at home to beat Gonzaga and ran them off the floor. They beat Creighton on home court. This was their first big spot away from home, and
they had it right there. The 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it was
it's a free throw.
It was a big spot right there for Texas, and they did a nice job on T.J. Shannon most of the night, and then they get to overtime and. It was Shannon takes off for 12 points and Dane got away. I mean, you figure 85 points is where it ended, at the end for Illinois, but they were sitting there with a minute to play. They had 59 points. Texas was in control of the game, and they had 62 points, and they end up with 85. So obviously they caught fire in the overtime and get the victory. They improved to 7-2, and that's a good team.
And Shannon was quiet the most of the night. Then all of a sudden, bang,
bang, yeah. Here he is. It was Matthew Mayer.
He was taking his shots, though.
I mean, Illinois led by 3 at the break, and that's where in the second half you felt like, okay, Texas is going to take back control of this game.
They got up by 10.
Yeah, they're up 10 with about 8 minutes to go because Timmy Allen, Timmy Allen has kind of taken a back seat in the start of this year as the Longhorns have risen to number 2 in the country. He had 21 points. He had 8 assists. He was the Longhorns' best player last night. Marcus Carr, though, 3 for 14. I thought he took some bad shots down the stretch, too, and then into overtime. They're going to get, but again, it's a long season. Chris Beard talked about learning experiences. This is one that I think they can get better from. The length of Illinois was certainly there. That's a team, Illinois, that'll, will be a contender in the Big Ten. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Indiana, by the way, is a surprise team in the Big Ten. The Hoosiers are undefeated. Obviously, really, conference play has not begun in earnest in the Big Ten or any conference, but they're a team to watch. But Illinois has a couple of tough losses themselves. They lost to Maryland their last time out, but that's a good team.
And they play pretty good defense, too. They can defend with their length.
Yes.
They really do. They did a good job last night. That really was a good basketball game. It was a really good basketball game, I thought.
Yeah, if you're watching from the Longhorn side, you're frustrated because you feel like you had the game.
If you're just watching as a basketball fan, that was pretty good. That was pretty good basketball.
Sure. I mean, a game that it was like a March kind of game or one of those. That's what you're going to deal with in Big 12 play on a night in, night out basis.
You're right.
And, the talent level, obviously, with a couple former Big 12 players, and Matthew Mayer and Terrence Shannon Jr., plus the bigs down low. Coleman Hawkins, big number 33 down low. He only had 9 points, but, man, he was a rim protector with 3 blocked shots.
Yeah, but, Texas bigs don't really add much to, what we call bigs.
Well, look, if you want to take something from it outside of Texas blew the game, is that you don't have. Dylan Dessou was a no-show last night.
Yeah,
and it's almost like he is. I don't know what to make of Dylan Dessou. He's your supposed big. He starts for Texas. He played 9 minutes, had 1 point, had no rebounds. He just looked over physical.
What did Bishop end up with too? Those guys underneath. It didn't seem like they were
Christian
a part
Bishop
of that.
had 7 points and 2 boards in 17 minutes. And those are your two bigs. I thought the most effective big they had was the freshman Dylan Mitchell. He played 24 minutes. He had 4 points. He had 2 boards. And he looked like he was impactful. But when you're playing a team that big on the interior and you get really nothing out of Bishop and Dessou,
that hurts. You're going to have to do something. Those guys had to get involved.
Everything's on the perimeter, and you don't get it. Second straight night out, we saw them against Creighton.
Because they weren't going to be there blocking shots because that team was so long. They were going to go over the top of it.
Anything in the lane was being rejected. You don't shoot the 3-ball well again. That's back-to-back games where that was the issue, 7 of 22 from 3. And, the block shots became a major problem for 12.
Yeah, those are games when you have opportunities to win. You got to win that one. But they're going to play in a lot of games like that, I believe.
T.Y., your guy, Matthew Mayer, did you go to school with him at Westlake?
I did.
Heck, why did he transfer to Illinois? Do we know this story? Does anybody know the reason? He was playing at Baylor. He's part of the rotation. He still had eligibility. What did he head off to Champaign for?
I think he wanted to prove that he could play a little hard-nosed defense up in the Big Ten.
Is that right?
I think so.
Well, look, he was a problem last night. He had all 5 of the 3-pointers he shot. Went 5 for 5. He blocked 3 shots.
Yeah, there were times when they left him alone and said, "You're not going to make this." And guess what he did? He knocked it down.
Yeah, he was the problem. Terrence Shannon was the reason that they won in overtime, but they don't get to overtime without Matthew Mayer. And he was really good on both ends. And then he was the best player on the floor. He and Timmy Allen last night. So Matthew Mayer cutting the hair. The lettuce is gone. The mullet.
Mm-hmm.
He went short.
He's got a little mustache going.
Yeah, he's got a little
porn stash going there.
You coached in Champaign-Urbana. There's some porn stashes happening.
There you go. There's some there for sure.
Didn't Jeff George?
Oh, he
your
did.
Quarterback back then had
he had
a little
one.
Porno mustache going.
He had the same little do going.
The same little do. 28 minutes, Matthew. How about 21 points in 28 minutes for Matthew Mayer?
Did he miss a 3?
He didn't. He went 5 for 5.
Man.
5 for 5. He was 8 for 10. I think he was like 8 for his first 8.
No, just sticking a hand up in front of him won't work. You got to be up in his jock because he's tall enough to get over the top of you, and he's got a sharp eye, man. That was some good shooting last night by him.
Well, it's crazy to see 2 local guys that played together, and him and Brock out there, guarding each other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been happening for 5 years now. They've both been playing college basketball. Seems like forever.
I know.
Yeah, Brock played 21 minutes and had 8 points.
Did a nice 3 at a good time.
Yeah, I thought he played really. He likes to have that Big Ten style, that aggressive. But that becomes the question for Texas because this is what happens, right? You don't close out the game, you don't make a free throw down the stretch, and you to miss the front end of a 1-and-1 is like a turnover in that moment. You need to at least get a point.
You'd go up by 5, or you up at 5 at that time.
That happens every game. I feel like
I just
Texas basketball. It doesn't matter what year.
I know,
at the Creighton game they made the free throws down the stretch.
Well, they missed a few.
Well, that's always
Timmy Allen missed.
But I'm talking about the ones that when the kid was draining threes for Creighton, the Longhorns knocked down threes.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy who shoots 90%. Those are supposed to be free points right there. Free throws, free points right there.
Well, again, the Creighton game, Brock Cunningham and Marcus Carr both stepped to the line and made big free throws when you needed them. In this game, if Tyrese Hunter, as you said, 90% free throw shooter, steps to the line and knocks down even one of 2, you're feeling pretty good about where you're at.
You're going to put you up 6.
He missed the front end of a 1-on-1, which means that's a turnover. You don't get anything out of that possession.
That's less than 2 minutes. That
which
was
is actually what,
like a minute 50 to go.
Right, that's exactly what Brad Underwood's trying to steal is a possession, right? The clock's your problem and the score is your problem. How can you get the ball back without the clock running and not give up any points? And that's exactly what that does to you. And Tyrese Hunter missing those. And so again, we'll overanalyze who played well, who didn't play well, because you couldn't close out the last minute of the game. But the biggest concern for me, big picture coming out of this game, was the interior. And that's a question for Texas, big picture, right? Who is the big? Who is going to bring the muscle? We know their guard play is elite. We know they can go with anybody when they're playing well with Hunter Carr and Jabari Rice and then Arterial Morris.
Coach Beard got pretty far at Texas Tech with long guys, but they were long and athletic. You know what I'm saying? These guys are tall, but they don't. There's nothing going on down there. Dylan Dessou and those guys, they need to score some points. You need to have points from those guys, or they got to be incredible shot blockers, which they're neither. They're bodies.
Yeah. Well,
right now, it seems like.
Well, Dylan Dessou disappointing last night because he really was a non-factor in the basketball game. And he's your tallest player. I mean, if you're looking for length, he's 6'9".
Well, Bishop generally scores a couple points. What did he score last night?
7.
7?
7. And he missed some gimmies down low. It felt like Longhorns missed some opportunities. But
you get intimidated with those shot blockers all around.
You do.
Yeah.
And that's a this whatever we think of Creighton and Gonzaga, this was the most physical, most athletic team they've played. And it showed. Yeah. The Longhorns will learn from that because they're going to see really physical and athletic teams in the Big 12 as they move forward. They play Arkansas Pine Bluff on Saturday. They'll play Rice on Monday. Longhorns have a chance to get right and before a game with Stanford, and then Big 12 play coming after Christmas.
Well, I like it. I like the way this is starting out anyway.
A couple of quality wins. This was a nice neutral site game that, again, up 10 with 8 to go, up 6, up 5 with a minute to play. Game you probably should close out in the end. Give to Illinois credit. They were the more desperate team because, remember, they've already lost 2 games, Illinois. They needed one of these kind of wins for Brad Underwood, whose team I think is these are two – kind of like the Creighton team, I think, long haul. You'll see them come March,
you see them at the end of the year, for sure.
See them come March. Both, all rosters very talented. It's come down to who executes in the clutch. Texas basketball 6-1 now. We'll certainly talk about it throughout the morning. Craig Way, we'll have more coming up with the Craig Way report. Of course, he was at Madison Square last night, had the call. We'll hear from Craig. We'll also reset the all-flex day we had yesterday. We'll also get into the Cowboys. And maybe a major pause on the pursuit of Odell Beckham Jr. Does that matter? We'll get to the NFL as it's a Wednesday, dragging you up over the hump, which means let's start looking forward to the big games of the upcoming weekend. What is to come? We'll get to all of it. It's B&E with you, just getting warmed up on 104.9, 101.9 AM, 1260, streaming always on the Horn app, on your smart speaker, and always at hornfm.com. Callahan's General Store, folks. Listen, visit their online store at Callahan's. You get in there for sure. They're right there where they've always been since 1978. They're a Central Texas legend. 501 Bastrop Highway is the address, but it's right there at 183, the new tollway, right between the airport and downtown. Easy to find, great to get to. But if you don't have time to get out there, you can visit their online store because everything they have in-house, they have online with great gift ideas for the holidays, whether it's from the Western wear department where they've got the boots and the hats and the gear, the great-looking lines of shirts and blue jeans, and looking for a new hat, cowboy hat for you. They've got that for you. They've also got the hardware and the housewares, and the feed and the supplies you need to make your yard golf course ready by the spring. Callahan's has all of it, and check it out online at callahansgeneralstore.com. Great people, and that's really why I would suggest getting in there and talking to the folks at Callahan's. If you want to get your yard ready for the spring, if you've got a pet and you're looking for a higher brand of dog food and pet food that you're looking for, or feed of any kind, get in there and talk to the people at Callahan's. It really is what separates Callahan's from anybody else. They've got everything you can find at the box stores or any of the other stores around town, but they've got the people, all from Central Texas, worked there a long time. Callahan's still family-owned and operated, and that will be what you discover when you get in there. It does have a general store feel. It's just the right place, the right people, everything you need for any need at Callahan's General Store. Also helping us with our tour of Central Texas golf, which we appreciate the heck out of, and our partnership with Callahan's. It's Callahan's General Store, still here after all these years, 1978. Find them online at callahansgeneralstore.com and make it a Callahan's Day.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
B&E with you on a Wednesday. Here it is. Text coming in. Overrated. Longhorns. Overrated. Well, or couldn't close out a game against the Illini last night. Texas Falls at Madison Square Garden. After the game, Brad Underwood, the head coach of the Illinois Fighting Illini, said, we've had a Matthew Mayer sighting. It's good to see.
Wow,
You want to know the difference in this game? Going into the game, Matthew Mayer just needed to see some burnt orange, I guess, in his coffee because he was averaging 5 points a game, Matthew Mayer. His last 4 games, Matthew Mayer, the transfer from Baylor, 2, 5, 8, 4, his point totals. Last night, 21, and he couldn't miss. He liked seeing Chris Beard and the Longhorns.
I was just wondering when was the time when they were really going to get up in his face because I thought some of those were really faint efforts at stopping his jumper. I know he wasn't missing no matter what, but you got to get more than just that little hand up from distance.
Well, it's almost. I think they were going to let him keep shooting.
Oh, really?
Well,
because of his numbers.
Yeah, he's been such a shooting slump. I mean, he hadn't been scoring. I mean, just let him go. And obviously, last night he made the shots and he 21 points even.
Well, I like it because I thought it was a standoff because I thought Timmy Allen was going to have a tough time with the length, and he used his body well enough throughout. There was only a couple of times that the length really bothered him.
I felt like Matthew Mayer had played his best game as a member of that team.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing some old Big 12 flavor maybe woke him up a little bit, getting to the Big Apple and the big lights. And Timmy Allen played his best game of the season.
Offset each other kind of. The rest of the guys, I mean, Marcus Carr had to have, he has to have a good night every night that he plays that kind of minutes.
Talking about, length affecting Texas, he more than anyone, because Marcus is a scorer. He likes to get to the basket. And
him trying to get to the hoop.
His shots either blocked or redirected were a part of that, and he was 3 for 14 last night. But again, if you got a 5-point lead with a minute to play, you should close that game out and get a win, and the Longhorns could not, and you give Illinois credit.
And I was wrong. When they were at the free throw line, someone says they were only up 2 at that time. Okay. Make 2 of them, you're up 4 with less than 2 minutes.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, but you had a 5-point lead with 60 seconds to go.
Yes.
You should be able to close that game out. You didn't, and a little bit of shades of last year for the Longhorns. I do think they got to figure out.
And yes, you can learn. Those are lessons you can learn right there as a basketball because you play so many basketball games.
But you lose, and you're going to nitpick everything. If you win the game, we're not talking about Dylan DeSue not being a factor in the game. We're not talking about I think I am. Once I saw, I think I just don't. That's a problem.
That's going to be a problem.
Big picture, that's a problem.
Yeah, in years to come, you're going to have to get a real live big man eventually in there.
You're not changing that this year.
No,
so you got to figure out what's going on with Dylan. He's a starter. He starts for you, but he only played 9 minutes. He was ineffective in his start, and then he started both halves, and he had to come out before the first time out both times because he really was not doing much.
Yeah, between he and Bishop. Somebody's got to do something.
Somebody's got to bring some muscle.
Absolutely.
And some length and that kind of stuff in the paint because you can't be that guard-driven. And then they got to figure out Tyrese Hunter and the cramps. I think, to me, the loss, the win, whatever it was last night, that's the bigger thing. He's cramped up in 3 or 4 games already.
Has it always happened late in the second?
Yeah, late in the second half. He's had to leave the ball game, and they've got to figure out what that is.
Did he ever come back? Did he come back in?
I don't think he played in overtime.
Really?
I got to go back and we were out for the birthday dinner, so I was watching, and I don't think he was able to get back in that set because I was at the Creighton game when they carried him off the court, and I was like, oh man, is that a bad injury? They took him right to the locker room, got him some fluids, and he came back in the Creighton game. And this game, he's there at the end of the day. Marcus Carr is their most experienced player. Tyrese Hunter's their best player. He is going to be there as we move forward into January and March or February and March. It's going to be Tyrese Hunter's team, in my opinion. And he's going to have to be the engine, so that needs to be figured out. Dylan DeSue needs to be figured out as far as what impact he can have on this team. Mm-hmm. Other than that, I just think it was a game that, December college basketball game that you had control of. You let him get away. Illinois was probably a little more desperate, and a guy that they're going to rely on who had been struggling, Matthew Mayer, steps up, really became the difference in the basketball game. Hadn't been shooting the ball well, so the Longhorns let him shoot his way out of the slump, and he did. In that game last night. Leave it to the Westlake guy because
as you said, though, make sure you win those games at home. These big games, the key games you have at home.
Yeah,
you got to win them.
Well, that's a big resume win for Brad Underwood's team. They're going to just like Texas with Gonzaga and Creighton. Those are come March. You start putting teams on seed lines and filling out brackets. Those are the kind of wins you're looking for. to post in the non-conference. So Texas Falls, they're back in action on Saturday as we get you into some college hoops on this Wednesday morning. We've also got plenty of NFL football and college football coming your way. The College Football Awards show is tomorrow night, Buck. I actually saw yesterday that Bijan Robinson was trending on Twitter yesterday because, I mean, not just here locally, I don't believe, because I was looking at some of the trend, the tweets. People frustrated that Bijan didn't get the invite to New York. And I think that stems from the fact that there are 4 quarterbacks there and Stetson Bennett. People don't think Stetson Bennett belongs in the Heisman Trophy conversation. And that Bijan Robinson, even with 4 losses, is one of the best 4 players in the country, and he's not going to be there. I thought that was interesting that Bijan has not just a Texas following, but I think fans of college football or football in general enjoy tuning in and watching Bijan Robinson and wonder how is he not in that conversation over some of the guys that are there. But I think Bijan's going to be the winner of the Doak Walker tomorrow night.
For sure.
There. And where's your percentage hope on him returning for a senior season?
They're starting to wane a little bit.
To dissipate.
Yes. Yeah. When you start saying the national people are starting to talk about why he's not there, he's got to be in his mind, and his group has got to be thinking,
well,
dude.
Look, I mean, Bijan's one of those guys, and he's just got a flair to him to watch him play, and you tune in to watch him, and players like him, right? He's must-see TV because you never know what's going to happen on the next highlight reel run, and you want to see him play. But obviously the wins and losses are important, and as you said, do better in that TCU game, and you're probably in New York. That's just the way
get yourself 120 yards or so. You're probably there.
Probably so. Hey, so did you see the scene? So I mentioned this because Aaron Judge, big Aaron Judge, you saw him at the Monday Night Football game
without his shoulder pads on,
and you're saying he should be playing.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was a conversation between one Tom Brady, and one Aaron Judge ahead of the game. Yeah, there are a lot of people think that they're both going to end up in the Bay Area eventually. The Bay Area. Are you feeling this as the baseball winter meetings?
Kind of young there, aren't you? There, Aaron Judge to be hanging out there and
he's
Boca del Vista.
No, he's in Tampa.
I know.
Checking in some Monday Night Football.
Same thing.
But now the grumblings out of the baseball winter meetings that Aaron Judge has been offered. Remember, the Giants have kind of said openly, we're not going to be outbid. If we don't get Aaron Judge into San Francisco to play for the Giants,
won't be because of money.
Won't be because we didn't offer the most. That's kind of what they're saying.
Does he want to stay in the American League? Is that his deal?
But I think he's from the Bay Area, right? He's from grew up a couple hours south of San Francisco, and this has been the favorite. And point being, whatever happens in Tampa this year, the Buccaneers are 6-6. Tom Brady has said, now that he's divorced, that he's wanting to play another year. Could you see the San Francisco 49ers bringing Tom Brady to San Fran and Aaron Judge ending up with the San Francisco Giants with Steph Curry there?
I know he's been in the warm weather for a while, but no, he'll be back in New England.
No.
Yeah. Going back to Boston.
Where are you pulling that from?
Come on, man. Tom Brady.
Where planet is that coming from?
Why, you think he's too warm?
Have you seen that offense?
His old bones need it?
You think Tom Brady's going to go back and play for Matt Patricia?
He doesn't need those guys. It's just he and Belichick. What do they need with those other mugs for?
Do you remember the last year?
Do you know he still has his boys in Southie waiting for him?
He's going to Frisco.
Come on, man.
Frisco. Now, he's still going to play out this year with Tampa. Obviously, that can't change right now. And they've still got a month and a half, or 5 games of football to be played into the playoffs.
Oh, that's right. He's got no family things going on, so he can play another year, huh?
Well, look, his wife's now. They're
what about those PTA meetings? What about those PTA meetings?
I'm just saying.
It's a jiu-jitsu guy going to the PTA meetings.
Point of that was less about Tom Brady, more about your guy Aaron Judge. Is he going to sign with the San Francisco Giants in the coming days? That is the growing rumor.
He's not going to be any place but New York. New York.
See ya. T.Y., where are you? You're settling this bet. Is he going to play in San Francisco, where the Giants are looking for star power? With, of course, they've had Barry Bonds and great players in San Francisco for a long, long time. Is this Aaron Judge's landing spot?
I think so. I saw yesterday that I got an update that said it was going there for sure, and then 10 minutes later, I got another update that he had a conversation with Cashman. So
there you go. Look out.
We'll see where that leads.
Well, let's just say Aaron Judge has put himself in the
Cashman's got a new deal. Aaron Judge will get a new deal.
And can we just mention that the Texas Rangers are throwing money around like they're printing it out of Arlington?
Let's go.
I mean, they are
finally
they are throwing some cash. I mean, they signed Jacob deGrom. Now they signed Andrew Heaney coming in, the left-hander. They are printing money there with the Texas Rangers, and obviously they got that new ballpark. They haven't been competitive. Chris Young, their general manager, they understand that last year they went out and signed in the middle of their infield with Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, and they need to put some pitching in there and try to compete with Houston in that division. But Rangers are doing some things at the winter meeting. So we got some baseball, we got some football for sure as we get to the College Football Award Show tomorrow night.
What about the portal? We got some people in the portal.
People in the portal.
People staying. People going.
So far, the Longhorns, I've seen Logan Parr into the portal. We know Hudson Card and the group we've already talked about are into the portal. I guess at this point, once the portal opens, you're just kind of exploring your options and kind of wait and see. We'll get into that. We'll also get into our Coach's Corner in our next hour, including Deion Sanders building his first coaching staff at Colorado, and it does include some known names in these parts. We'll get you details on that coming up. We'll also take your thoughts. And yeah, Baker Mayfield already picked up by the Rams, released by the Panthers, picked up and could, if you're watching Thursday Night Football tomorrow night on the Amazon stream, he could be the starting quarterback of your LA Rams.
Who are they playing so I can get a...
They're playing the Vegas Raiders.
Who are 2 in a row or 3 in a row?
Who suddenly won 3 in a row.
Oh.
Remember Derek Carr gave that impassioned, tears in his eyes speech about who cares and who doesn't.
Yep.
It's frustrating that some of the folks don't.
And they're actually not letting him throw. They're actually giving the ball to their running back.
Well, since he's done that, since he went to the podium and in the post game and had tears in his eyes and talked about who's committed and who's not, they haven't lost. They beat the Chargers last week. And the Raiders, who were careening.
Nothing like a great inspirational speech. There you go.
Well, Derek Carr was the guy that kept that thing all together last year when John Gruden had to, step aside, and they had the Henry Ruggs car wreck and all the things that went on, that tragedy in Vegas. It was Derek Carr that, taped it together and got them to the playoffs, and where they lost to the Bengals. Kind of feels like Derek Carr is doing that again. So it's going to be Derek Carr and the Raiders against Baker Mayfield and the Rams. Can you get the start when you just get 48 hours later, you're starting? I guess you can.
I'm already tilted towards the Raiders.
No, it feels like it. Well, the Rams are a match unit. I mean, they don't have.
Well, Aaron Donald's not playing.
I know. I mean, they're a banged up team coming off that Super Bowl, but they're a shell of that team that was there, including Odell Beckham Jr. Gets the latest. Looks like there's a major speed bump on the conversation of Odell Beckham Jr. to the Cowboys. We'll get you details on that. But first, let's get to Craig Way. Pluckers, folks, listen, we're talking about games starting up tomorrow night. You also have the College Football Awards Show, all the games of the weekend. Do it at Pluckers. Get out there and enjoy the televisions. They're everywhere. You will not find a bad seat when you wherever you're sitting to have your wings and your food at Pluckers. You'll have great views of all the big games going on into the college and pro football weekend. Get in there and check them out. They're the great wings that voted by USA Today as one of the top 10 wing restaurants in America, and you'll love them too, I promise you. And as we always tell you, Pluckers tends, the 7 locations around town tend to be very crowded because that's the place everybody wants to be, watching their favorite games, eating their favorite wings. But sometimes you got to wait a little bit. Don't do that. Get the Pluckers Club app. Go to the phone, your app store. Get that Pluckers Club app. Become a member of the Pluckers Club, and you can save your spot virtually. So you're ready to roll. Roll on in there. You save your table. You roll right in. Don't miss a play. Don't miss any part of the game, and you get those wings going. Also, if you like to eat at home and enjoy your man cave, you can order your Pluckers as well. They'll deliver through DoorDash, or you can pick it up in store at Pluckers.com. At Pluckers, folks, if you don't like their wings, they'll give you the bird.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
B&E with you. Good stuff on a Wednesday morning, getting you up over the hump into a weekend. I will say it does feel a little bit hollow that we, as we get up over the hump and look forward to the weekend, there is no college football outside of the great Army-Navy tradition and that game.
Go Navy.
What?
That's right. Go Navy.
Go Army, beat Navy.
No, go Navy, beat Army this week.
Is that your bet?
First time in a long time, yes.
I know we'll start getting some matriculation of bowl games coming, but man, it's been we eagerly anticipate the start of the college football season, and then here we are, the first Saturday without a slate of big college football games. That is a bit hollow. There's NFL for sure, Cowboys, Texans, and that game won't be close.
And this is a tough NFL line weekend when you look at them. They're just pretty shaky right now.
Well, you and the gambler in there got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. You don't have to bet every game. You know what I'm saying?
What's that? What
you
did
don't
you just
have
say?
To. You just
How
don't
can you
have
win
to.
every game if you don't play every game? I don't get that.
Exactly.
And by the way, the aspiring professional gambler Ty that he is.
What did he throw out last night?
He gave us. What'd you give us last night?
Texas minus 2.5.
Oh, that stings.
That was a homer pick.
That was a homer pick, and you were feeling good about it with a minute to go, up 5. I mean, you're right there on the make some foul shots, and of course the kid for Illinois hit a big 3-pointer.
You can only be
a big moment
93% better at the free throw line or 99% better.
Well, but the 3 was big when it was 68-62, and he 68. Yeah, he hit the 3 to make it a 2-point game, and that's when Tyrese Hunter missed the front end of the 1-and-1. Frustrating for sure for the Longhorns.
When you watched that game a little bit, did you think Rice should have been in there a little bit more? Boy, he throws up some
Jabari.
Jabari throws up some funky stuff that goes in the hoop.
I mean, I like his game. I mean, he's a defensive player. I mean, he's a veteran player.
They're just working him in a little bit slowly. But I mean, you can only have so many guards or that type of player in a game. Eventually, you're going to have a big. But boy, he doesn't mind the length of others. I mean, he'll go in there and get after you.
Last night. I mean, 30 to the 4. Well, he played it in overtime. He played 30 minutes. I like Jabari Rice. I mean, it just you got to execute down the stretch, and obviously that game's bigger than a game. It's about Jimmy V and the battle against cancer. Obviously, they tell the story of Timmy Allen and his mom, who died of breast cancer when he was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to watch a basketball game and you got tears in your eyes. You're like, come on now, I'm trying to watch some hoops here. But obviously, it's for a bigger cause. And maybe for this game for Texas was a little bit of humble pie that they needed, because I heard what I just heard in the Craig Way report. I hadn't heard Chris Beard sound that audio. I think he said it spot on. He's frustrated about the last minute, but he was actually frustrated about the last 8 minutes, because when you're up 10, as he said, victory finds the aggressor.
Yes.
And the aggressor in that moment became Illinois. Illinois showed desperation down 10. They realized they were about to lose for the third time this year, and they played with a desperation that Texas did not. And that's the learning experience. When maybe Texas is feeling pretty good about themselves, they're all of a sudden you're not playing that great, yet you're up 10 points with about 8 minutes to go. That's when you got to seize that game. That's when you got to seize that opportunity.
You got to seize the fact that Brock Cunningham can't cover his buddy from Westlake. He can't cover him. No. Well, he can dive on the floor and do all kinds of things, but he can't cover that dude.
I will just say I didn't think it was about the defensive end. I thought, as he said, it was about some one possession where they didn't, just quick shots early in a shot clock situation, not working the offense. I thought hurt them. I mean, you had held a team to, under 60 points into the final minute of the ball game. I mean, you're playing a good defensive game at this point, even though Matthew Mayer, who had been in a shooting slump, broke out of it. That's frustrating. And I thought, Beard said it right, that you guys got a little cocky on yourselves there in Madison Square Garden. The one team got desperate and you got complacent, and it ended up costing you in the end. And that's an opportunity to learn right there if you're Texas, because Illinois, played with that sense of desperation. They're about to suffer back-to-back losses. They're about to get beat. They could sense it, and Brad Underwood's team rose to
You'll
that.
have to do something with your bigs, because those other guys aren't going to get any taller.
I get you.
You know what I mean? They're not going to get – those guys aren't going to be able to be the guys do rebounding, run fast breaks, and do all the guard play too. You got a lot of guard types.
For sure, no question. But you're looking for positives. Arterio Morris, the freshman, that's something to build on. I thought he played a great game last night. He had 9 points and a couple of rebounds, had a couple of assists.
I was happy with Timmy Allen to see him with the length that they had still get 21 points, and There was just a couple shots that bothered him. Everything else, he was using his body the way he can. I mean, he looked really kind of free last night, I thought. Even amongst the trees in there last night, I thought he did.
Amongst the trees. Amongst the trees. Hey, listen, congratulations to everybody that we have spotlighted now. We had 70 student athletes yesterday in our all-flex finalist teams across the positions, across the board. I thought that was a lot of fun yesterday, listening, and a lot of social media activity with the young guys finding out that they've made their position as one of the all-flex finalists. That was pretty cool. Nice job by our digital team and by the flex team yesterday. We're from quarterback all the way to the defensive side of the ball, the specialists all day long. Good stuff yesterday. If you missed any of that, find out who was our all-flex finalist, because, of course, next Tuesday we'll announce our first and reveal our first ever all-flex team. But the finalists are up and running. Go to all the Flex ATX social media, whether it's Twitter or Instagram. Also, just go to Flex ATX, FLXATX.com, to find out who has made those teams. 70 student athletes who performed at the highest level. And obviously the high school football playoffs this weekend, Buck, into the semifinal round, and some mega games with Westlake and Galena Park North Shore from Rice Stadium. I still haven't gotten a good answer on why, because, you do the coin flip of where you're going to play those games. And so each team puts a stadium up that's going to be where their home field will be, or the field will be. I still don't understand why North Shore.
Texans Stadium.
I know. I still don't understand why North Shore didn't put. Why did they choose Rice Stadium? That cavernous, humongous old Rice Stadium. I don't know. That seemed odd, but either way, that's where they're going to play that game if you're headed down. Also, Vandergrift, the Vipers, are going to play Mighty Katy down there in the Alamo Dome. Wimberley Texans with a tough matchup this weekend, as well as they are undefeated. So good luck to all those teams, and go to flexatx.com for all the details on our all-flex finalist teams. That was a lot of fun yesterday. We'll be back. What do we do? We'll reset those headlines. Longhorns' frustrating loss last night. We will dive into our coach's corner, talking Longhorns in the portal. Also, coaching carousel in college football. Deion Sanders, Buck, building his first coaching staff in Colorado. And Deion Sanders also taking some criticism from some folks who aren't happy the way he left Jackson State. We'll get you details on that coming up as well. It's a busy Wednesday, getting you up over the hump on 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260, streaming always on your Horn app, on your smart speaker, and at hornfm.com.
Folks, Jaguar Land Rover of Austin, that unique car buying experience that you deserve. And, of course, they believe this. It is a privilege to be the provider of all of your automotive needs. And that is due to the Snell Motor Company and their family. And Don Snell Sr. since 1973. While you're there, do say hello to the group over there, Cheyenne and Poppy, as you enter the door there. 6 service advisors, of course, are there for you. And the greatest GM in the world, that would be Damon Spears, folks. They are the 9-time Pinnacle Award winners for overall performance in the automotive industry, top 20 in the nation. And while you're there, at no obligations to you, how about this? Test drive the Discovery Sports, the Range Rover, the F-Pace Jaguar, and the Defender, the 2021 SUV of the year. And if you're thinking about employment, they have at every level opportunities for you. Give them a call today at 512-236-0000. Come experience the team at Jaguar Land Rover of Austin. Jaguar, no ordinary cat, no ordinary car. And Land Rover, above and beyond, 1515 5th Street, Austin, Texas.
Wednesday on B&E, show of the people rolls forward. Lot to do, talking Texas hoops. Frustrating loss last night in the Big Apple. Also dive into our Coach's Corner coming up. It's Longhorn football conversation, bowl practice beginning later in the week. Also college football awards tomorrow night. And how about our guy Deion Sanders starting to build his first staff in CU in Boulder, including, Buck, I saw a tweet from a former neighbor of yours down in Circle C. The mercenary himself.
Are the mercenaries out again?
Tim Brewster.
There you go.
Tim Brewster is going to be joining Deion Sanders' first staff. Of course, Tim,
Recruiting excellence.
Recruiting for Mack Brown, helping to land that. I mean, the greatest class in Texas football history was the class that was, spearheaded by Vince Young, and Tim Brewster was a big part of that. He was at Texas from 98 to 01. I think he recruited so he was not here for the Vince Young class. He was here for the Rod Babers, big Rod Babers class. A
whole bunch of those guys.
A whole bunch of those guys. But he went off to the NFL after that. And then, but man, think about this. He was at A&M, then went to North Carolina when Mack Brown came back. He was at Florida, and he was at Jackson State most recently with Deion Sanders.
Yeah, they up and moved a lot.
And now he's headed to Colorado to coach with Deion Sanders. Tim Brewster.
You'll be in this state, believe me.
That's right? And that's why you bring in a Tim Brewster, because he can recruit. If Mack Brown, as you famously said for a long time, could talk a hungry dog off a meat wagon,
yes,
Tim Brewster was the hungriest dog.
Oh, man, that guy's unbelievable.
Recruiting, so he's going to go with Deion. It's interesting that there are some that are criticizing Deion Sanders for his move from the historic Black College of Jackson State and moving on to the Power Five. We'll get you details on that coming up. Also talking Texas hoops and big stuff on a Wednesday.
What are they on him for?
I'll let you hear. You hear. It's an interesting conversation. Obviously, I think Deion is, following his path, but at the same time, there are those who are saying
it's not like he's been there for a year. I mean, he's been there for a couple of years. He's not. That wasn't a quick flash, and I'm out of here.
Yeah, he was there for 2-3 years, and I think he donated a bunch of his salary to Jackson State to help build the program.
Well, the guy wants to move up. He wants to be an NFL coach eventually, and he's doing the things you have to do to keep moving up.
We'll
correct?
Let you hear at least one piece of criticism for Deion Sanders, whether it's valid or not. We'll debate. Yeah. Hit that coming up. We're also talking the Cowboys. Let's get to the headlines. That includes the Cowboys and their potential pursuit of Odell Beckham Jr. being derailed. First, the news. UBL Business Services brings it to you. Start with the college hoops. And, frustrating first loss of the season last night for second-ranked Texas. Longhorns were in the Big Apple, and they fell to the 16th-ranked Illinois, 85-78 in overtime at the Jimmy V Classic at Madison Square Garden. It was a tough back-and-forth game. Longhorns trailed by 3 at the half, but took control of the game first part of the second half and actually built a 10-point lead. About 8 minutes to play. They held a 5-point advantage at 63-58 with a minute left in regulation, but could not close out the contest as the Fighting Illini clawed back, sent the game to overtime, tied at 68. That's when the former Texas Tech Red Raider Terrence Shannon Jr., who the Longhorns had held in check for most of the night, erupted, scored 12 of his 16 points in that overtime session as the Illini outscored Texas 17-10 in the OT to get the win for a frustrated Chris Beard.
It's a hurt locker room right now, but it's a long season. We got some veteran players. November was great to us. We hadn't lost since the Purdue game, so disappointing thing from our point of view is this is a game that we had under control, and you got to go win the game. So great learning lessons. We've actually gotten better through victories the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season. Now we'll have to try to get better through a night where we ran out of time.
Senior Timmy Allen led Texas with his best game of the year, 21 points, 8 assists, 7 rebounds. But it was the former Baylor Bear and Westlake chaperone Matthew Mayer, who'd been in a shooting slump the last 3 or 4 games. He stepped up with 21 points last night, hit 5 for 5 from three-point land. Really the difference in the game to get them into overtime. Longhorns next in action Saturday night. They're going to play Arkansas Pine Bluff at Moody Center. They'll play Rice on Monday night. Also in college hoops last night, easy wins for top-ranked Houston, 9th-ranked Arkansas, 12th-ranked Baylor, 24th-ranked TCU, also a winner. Upset in Big Ten play. That's where 13th-ranked Maryland lost at Wisconsin, 64-59. NBA, how about the Dallas Mavericks? Back-to-back wins on back-to-back nights. They followed up their beatdown of Phoenix on Tuesday night in Dallas with a win in Denver last night, 116-115. Dorian Finney-Smith nailed a go-ahead three-pointer late. Luka Doncic posted another triple-double. Now to the NFL, and according to ESPN's Ed Werder, the Dallas Cowboys and their medical team have concerns after Odell Beckham's physical performed earlier this week. They're concerned his recovery from his torn left ACL that he suffered in the Super Bowl has not progressed enough to ensure that he would play before mid-January. Possibility exists that he would have no benefit for this season, and the regular season might derail the Cowboys' pursuit of OBJ. Surprising move in Tennessee yesterday. The first-place Titans have fired their general manager, John Robinson. He's been on the helm 7 years there and fired here in December. Also, after he was released by the Carolina Panthers earlier in the week, L.A. Rams have claimed Baker Mayfield off of waivers. They'll inherit the remaining $1.35 million of his contract. Mayfield expected to fly to L.A., could be playing and starting the game on Thursday night for the quarterback-starved Rams. All right, so the we'll get to the Deion Sanders thing. The Odell Beckham Jr. deal, which felt like it was going to be inevitable, is maybe not going to be inevitable. I mean, we had the debate. Ty is a big Cowboys fan. There's a lot of Cowboys fans listening, and even the most ardent Cowboy fan were like, really? Do we need to go here? Do we need to go Odell Beckham? Do we need that distraction if it could be one? Jerry trying to really go all in for a run at the Super Bowl. And obviously, if the physical that he was performed on Monday doesn't check, then it's just not going to happen.
Because you have enough guys on your team that can run and do those things.
Yeah, I mean, this was, if healthy, and I think this, we know that Odell Beckham Jr. is looking for money, right? He's looking for a payday here. And maybe because of the knee and the physical is why this thing got slow played. We've been talking about Odell Beckham for a month now as a possibility. And,
yeah, it's different than just kept playing catch and running down and running a couple routes.
Well, and you know, Michael Gallup, the Cowboys receiver, suffered a very similar injury to what Odell Beckham suffered.
And you still see him trying to hustle through his.
And he suffered his in Week 17, right, end of the year. So Odell Beckham Jr.'s was a month later. And I believe he's injured that same knee a couple of times. So, the Cowboys evaluate that and say, okay, if he is going to get ready this year, it won't be until mid-January. Well, mid-January is a couple round deep into the playoffs. If that's the first time he can actually get on the field, does this do you any good? I think this is I think this ends the conversation, because if he can't get on the field now,
Jerry's not looking towards next year.
Assimilate himself into the offense and the team to help with that stretch run. Because as I've said, I believe the Cowboys' playoff run begins on Christmas Eve. If you're going to be a team that runs to the Super Bowl, they're going to beat Houston this week, ugly. They're going to beat Jacksonville, I believe, in Jacksonville.
Are you reporting they're going to beat them ugly? Because I need to know that. How ugly can it get? Can it get as ugly as it was last week? Can they put a 50 burger on this group?
Can they? Yes.
Will they?
Yes. So the question is, will Houston even fight it?
Or fight the 50 burger?
Well, look, I mean, they in a game at home last week in which they had Deshaun Watson playing for the other team, and the crowd showed up to boo Deshaun Watson and show their disfavor.
Yeah.
You actually had a home crowd for once. They were as lame as you could possibly be. Their quarterback had a 3 QBR. The Browns didn't score an offensive touchdown, yet scored 20.
This is a money stat game for some of these guys on the Cowboys defense.
I think so.
For sacks and other interceptions and things like that. This is where you start padding that bank account.
Well, it's December. Christmas is coming. You're 1-10-1 or whatever
but
the
how
Texans
long
are
does
now.
Mike the Hamburger play those guys?
Well, the only question in Houston is, do they go back to Davis Mills at some point? It doesn't sound like they will, but not only are they not talented, they're not playing hard, and they're not prepared when the game begins. I mean, it's just,
in the NFL, if you're not playing hard, you're going to get smothered.
Well, and they're not playing smart. They're not playing. I mean, there's guys like Jalen Petrie, the rookie out of Baylor. He balled out against the Browns. There are some guys playing hard. I'm just talking about as a team. They're completely lousy. Meanwhile, the Cowboys, that's one thing you can say about them. They especially on defense, they don't play down. They play at high speed all the time. I don't see that being close. But point being, you win this game Sunday. You play Jacksonville the following week, that stretch of AFC South teams, Colts, Texans, Jaguars, to get you ready, because then you're playing Philadelphia in a huge game on Christmas Eve, and then you're playing at Tennessee, and then you're playing at Washington. Those are your last 3 games. 2 of them are on the road. To me, that's when the playoffs begin. That's when you want to start playing playoff caliber football.
Or you'll know if you're going to be a wild card team. You'll know one thing or the other real quick.
But either way, I mean, you can't. If you can't chase Philly down, you can't.
Right.
You need to be rooting like hell this weekend for the New York Giants to beat Philadelphia to give you an opportunity to go get the division. But at the end of the day, that's out of your control right now. You're 2 games back of that team. You get to play them one time. But when I say playoffs, you got to start playing that caliber of football. And if Odell Beckham Jr. can't even show up to be on the field until January, what's the point?
No, you got to get your other guys ready to go.
You're just wasting time at that point and wasting money potentially. I don't think that's going to happen now. But, Maybe in the offseason, maybe because of the relationship he built with Dak and Micah Parsons. They went to the Mavericks game, that whole thing. But, that was, I think, fun while it lasted. But if the physical's not right, the medicals don't clear, there's no really no point in
somebody
moving
else
forward.
could come available by that time. Anything could happen, once you get past all of that, if it doesn't happen.
Come on, for the offseason?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, at that point, he's got 32 teams that can get after him, and he's going to go to where they're going to pay him the most money. But that may be the Cowboys. We'll see. That could be the possibility, but we'll see where the Cowboys.
And there's some people
goes.
thinking that Bijan Robinson is going to end up with the Dallas Cowboys. Do they still realize that Jerry Jones and Zeke are connected at the hip by any chance?
Well, the Cowboys are. I don't think they're going to be in a position to draft
No.
Bijan Robinson. But he's a Cowboy fan. Apparently, went to the game on Sunday night and then toured the facility. But you're going to have to draft Bijan when he comes out. And
What are you going to get? What would you give up there? Everything you could.
yeah, but is that a draft pick the Cowboys need? With their bigger issue. Well, if you
What
let
are they
Tony,
going to do with Tony Pollard?
well, if you let Tony Pollard walk as a free agent, then potentially they could be in the market for running back. All right, let's get into your coach's corner at 7:15 on a Wednesday morning. Let's brought to you by Audio Visual Consultations. Somebody said the Texans will play like the Aggies against the Longhorns. It'll be their Super Bowl. Well, I don't know. I've watched the Texans all year. I don't know if I believe that. One thing bad will happen and they'll shrink up like they'll just shrivel.
And the Cowboys will get on some roll, and that'll be it. They'll just keep on rolling.
They'll shrivel up.
17, even Vegas even thinking that is just, man.
17's a big. What's the largest NFL spread there's ever been? Like 20?
What did I think? I thought I saw
21?
22 or something at one time.
What's the biggest NFL spread you've ever seen, Ty Henderson?
Probably like 18 or 19.
Yeah, we're getting
Yeah, I
there.
think we saw 22 one time.
I think we've seen
on
like a
this
20.
show. Yeah.
That's one of my rules, though. If it's double digits, you usually stay away.
And he's a professional.
Or you're
E.
betting on the points there.
You hear that? That guy's a pro.
He is a pro.
That's a free tip.
There's a
That's a free tip. Eventually, you're going
gonna
to start
cost you
paying for
anything.
that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Eventually, you're going to have to pay good money to get
Yeah.
those kind of tips. It's just not going to be thrown out there to you.
But we are talking about the Texans here.
Boy, are they bad. Let's dive in. We got your coach's corner coming. I wanted to play this. Now, this is the conversation around Deion Sanders, okay? Deion Sanders bolts for Colorado. He played out the team. They won the championship in their conference. Jackson State went undefeated. He raised the trophy and then took off to Colorado. Now, this was a conversation on, I believe, CNN yesterday. Bomani Jones, former ESPN commentator. He's now got a podcast. And here was his conversation about why it's fair to criticize Deion Sanders for leaving Jackson State and the historically black college to go to Colorado to try his hand at the Power Five.
Step into
Deion
other
Sanders has
HBCUs.
spent the last 35 years telling us there ain't but one Deion Sanders. And now he's telling us go find somebody else to do what Deion Sanders does. You can't have this both ways. I don't judge him for taking the job at Colorado. They probably increased his salary by something like 15 times, right? I totally get that. It all makes sense. But what he did was something that college coaches do all the time, which is you have to sell people 4-year, 10-year plans when your plan is always 1 year at a time. That's the only way that you could really pull that off. And so he came in and he sold a long-term vision for what was going on at Jackson State, but his goals and ambitions were always to be a Power 5 head coach. My take has always been he went to Jackson State primarily because he wanted to be a head coach, but didn't want to ever be anybody's assistant coach. So he had to find somebody that would give him a job and make him a head coach, and so he could have that on his resume, and then he could take that to try to get the job that he actually wanted. Jackson State was the place that could do it, and he did a lot of good work while he was at Jackson State. But all the bigger, grandiose notions of what he was doing for somebody else, no, it was what it always is. He did it for Deion, and that's fine if you don't tell us that you're trying to do this for somebody else.
But can
All right,
he do
there's,
both?
There's Bomani Jones with his
Yeah,
thoughts. And he,
I mean,
he went in with the idea of bringing attention to the historic black colleges.
Which he did.
And
For 3 years.
And here's where I will agree with him. He was not going to get a head coaching job like he has now without being a coach. And he didn't want to go somewhere as an assistant coach and climb the ladder like most people have to do. So this was an opportunity. And he did go in selling it as, I'm doing this for the good of the historic black colleges. I want to bring exposure to it. And he did talk about, he wants to be here for the long haul. He wants to help this thing grow because he thinks those schools are under spotlighted. Those players, are good players. The coaches are good coaches. But then again, that's Bomani Jones' thought. He gave him all the credit for
Right.
what he did. But, was that an ends to a mean for Deion Sanders to get to where he wanted to by using that track? And did he leave Jackson State? Because now Jackson State, they're not going to hire another Deion Sanders. Give me your thoughts, Bob.
Well, I just think that, he aspired to be a college football coach, and I still think he wants to be an NFL football coach, and that was his route to take. There's nothing wrong with going there. For 3 years he was there, and he's done a lot for Jackson State. But he's not inclined to have to stay there 10 or 15 years to say, oh, I fulfill my obligation. He fulfilled his obligation in 3 years of what he was trying to do. Why does he have to give somebody an explanation? I understand what Bomani's saying in a way, but he doesn't. There's no timetable that you have to be at a certain place. If you have aspirations of going somewhere else, or doing something bigger, you didn't. It's not like you left behind. You didn't drag them through the mud or left Jackson State. You didn't leave them humbled. No, you did some good things there. You brought your kids there. They played well. You won a championship. All right, now it's time for you, you feel like here's an opportunity to move on. Colorado's not going to be his last stay.
No. Well, I guess the only the way he went in,
and everybody say, well, it's fair to criticize. Well, everybody can point out something in somebody.
Right. Again, the criticism is this: he went in with a 10-year plan of this is where I want to get back to us focusing on traditional.
And he got it done in 3.
Well, did he get it done? That would be the question.
I
did
think
he
so.
Just start the process and then took off because someone offered him a job and he showed he could coach. That's really the point. Whether
I've got parents that went to black colleges, Tennessee State and North Carolina A&T.
Correct, and a lot of folks, and that to me, that's Bomani's points, and that's some other people's points, is that you went there with this mission, not to be a head coach, but to bring spotlight and favor to the historic black colleges and grow them. He built a tremendous staff. He recruited the number 1 recruit in the nation and showed that you could recruit to that. And
now it's time for somebody else to take the mantle on and what he's done and how he's prepared that.
I don't think anybody's going to have that influence or power. But either way, Deion's off to his next spot, and as you're right, I do think his goal is to be an NFL head coach.
I do.
This is his path to it. But there are those, and mostly in the black community, Buck. This isn't.
I understand.
That are saying, well, did he mislead us on this? Because we were all buying in. We kind of like this idea.
Well, he could have not even been there and see where you would have been.
Right.
He could have chose to try another different
You're
path.
right about that, but he wouldn't be the coach of Colorado at that point.
Believe me, I know a little bit of that feeling when I got a chance to talk to Eddie Robinson, the great Eddie Robinson from Grambling. When I had lunch with him, and he said, I talked about where I was from in Greensboro, North Carolina. I talked about my dad playing at North Carolina A&T. He said, don't you desire to go back to where your father went to school and
Eddie
play?
Robinson tried to talk you to come coach in the
North
HBC,
Carolina A&T.
right?
And I said, wait a minute. First of all, they don't need a head coach. And he said, what about it as assistant coach? And I said, Coach, I've already I have a path on what I want to do. I know where I'm looking to go. It doesn't matter if I'm going back to an all-black college. It's not a color that I'm looking for. It's where my opportunities. I had already been at Boston College. I'd been at Illinois. I was going to come to Texas. I'm like, am I going to go back to North Carolina A&T as assistant coach and not come to the University of Texas? I'm like, that's not going to work for me, Coach. That's not where my path is.
And it needs to be said that.
And I had a family to think about. There's a lot of issues to think about if you're an assistant coach.
Correct. And remember, Deion Sanders donated half his salary back to the school.
Right.
He was helping to pay for a lot of the travel and the upgrades, and he brought in.
I had not been to the pinnacle. Deion Sanders he's been to the pinnacle of the game of football. He is the pinnacle.
Right. But the things he did, he got his buddy Michael Strahan to help outfit the whole team so they could travel with. They could all wear like suits and not be wearing scraggly clothes when they were getting on the bus to go travel. All these things, but when he leaves, that goes away, right? Because they're not going to. The next coach is not going to be able to do that. Should that matter? I don't know. I just think there are some who are pointing that out to Deion that this is what you went in with the mission. A couple of years in, you jump and now you're off to the Power 5, which
3 years in a
Is
championship.
that what you were trying to achieve in the first place? Even though you expressed that you were trying to build something here and do it for the long haul. That can be judged by each of us. You can have your own opinion. He is building his first coaching staff, though. You mentioned he did bring in Tim Brewster to be one of his top, recruiters, and he'll be on the staff there. And he hired the Kent State offensive coordinator. Apparently, he's a riser. Also, Willie Taggart, who was just let go where Tom Herman took over at Florida International. He's going to be joining that staff as well. So he's going to build a Power 5 staff. And this will be something to watch, whether you agree or would disagree with what Deion Sanders did or didn't. watch this, because Deion Sanders had a tweet yesterday where he said, I gotta find this, because he's talking about how I keep reading that people are blessed to get an offer from Colorado. How about be blessed to commit to Colorado? He basically is saying, is he's trying to bring in as many of these portal kids as he can, and he basically said, get in while there's room. Now, I'll read that exact tweet to you coming up from Deion Sanders at Colorado. That will make Colorado at least an interesting team, and how high can Deion take it will become a big question there.
Yeah, I mean, can he do it? Can he do it at this next level? Because once again, he left a situation where we always talk about leave it better than when you came in. Well, he did that at Jackson State.
He left it better than it was.
That's right.
But how quickly does it fall back to where it was? Becomes the question. And
it's time for somebody else to take up the mantle. He prepared somebody else. You don't stop. Whoever's the next coach there shouldn't stop fighting for what they believe that they need to have done there.
Sean Lewis is the Kent State offensive coordinator who's going to become the offensive coordinator there. We mentioned Tim Brewster joining as the tight ends coach. Andre Hart will be the linebackers coach there. Willie Taggart is going to roll with it to be determined. So we'll follow Deion's progress. We've also got Army-Navy this weekend, college football awards tomorrow night. We mentioned Bijan Robinson was trending yesterday because people frustrated. Several people pointed out that Stetson Bennett didn't make first or second team All-American, yet he's one of the 4 finalists for the Heisman Trophy. How did Bijan Robinson not get that invite?
Is he even the SEC quarterback? I mean, is he the first team SEC quarterback?
I will check that. I mean,
Bryce Young was probably, even though Bryce Young is not going, going to win.
Look, if you're not first or second team All-American, can you really be going for at first or second team? You're one of the 4 finalists for the Heisman. As I said, I think he's representing Georgia there, because there's really, you want to honor what Georgia has done, but at the same time, that's not what the Heisman Trophy is supposed to be for. We'll talk about it with you when we come back. Those are some controversial conversations. Also, the hot or not for the end of the hour. It's B&E on the Horn. Wednesday on B&E. Mentioned on the way to the timeout, I'll check on the All-SEC team. Stetson Bennett was second team. The second team All-SEC quarterback, Hendon Hooker,
Was
quarterback
first.
in
Okay.
Tennessee, was first team. Obviously, Bryce Young won the Heisman Trophy last year. He had some injuries this year, but he did not get first or second. But Stetson Bennett to New York is still people questioning that decision by the Heisman voters. But that is the conversation. Also on the Deion Sanders situation, I mentioned the tweet that he put out yesterday at his Twitter account, because that's where you tweet things, is at Coach Prime at Deion Sanders. I keep seeing I'm blessed to receive an offer from at CU Buffs Football. I'm cool with that, but if you know what I wanted to know, you start saying I'm blessed to commit to CU Buffs Football because they're coming, baby. Get in now before it's too late, Coach Prime. I ain't hard to find, he said. I ain't hard to find. And it looks like, you remember your former coach at the Minnesota Vikings, Mike Zimmer,
Mhm.
maybe following him to be the defensive coordinator.
Oh, no, he's going to have some young guys and some old timers now.
How about Mike Zimmer?
I'm waiting for him to get a couple of those old time, when he was playing, some old time coaches in there to coach. He'll have a nice.
Mike Zimmer can coach some ball now.
Got some news for y'all.
You got some breaking
Got some
news?
breaking news. Uh-oh.
Breaking news from the headline desk, and that is our guy Ty. What do we have? Is this baseball related?
Yes, Aaron Judge staying with the Yankees.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought someone said that earlier today.
9-year, $360 million contract.
9 years.
Oh,
300.
wasn't ever going anywhere. Come on,
Look how he leveraged those San Francisco Giants to his
Tampa. Oh,
favor.
I'll see you, Tom Brady in Tampa. Yeah, no, I won't.
Is that a done deal? Is that according to Buster Olney? Who we got?
We have multiple reports.
Multiple
that's not good
reports
enough.
now.
I need a certain guy.
Dang it.
I need E to report that.
No, I don't have it yet.
Come on, I need
don't
you to
have
have
it.
to report
I got
that
Deion
one.
Sanders. I don't have that. But, we're talking about the Giants earlier. There it is right there. There's Buster Olney right there on the ESPNs talking about it. 9 years, 360. Multiple reports confirmed by Buster Olney of ESPN. Judge back to the Yankees. I was hoping to see him go to the National League, I'll be honest. Even though, the Astros didn't have much trouble with him. We could knock him down. Well, a couple games early in July, Dusty Baker kept pitching to him in clutch situations.
Well, everybody kept pitching to him saying, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Then they start pitching around him and deal with the rest of that weak Yankees lineup that they had going into the postseason.
I think for Deion Sanders, he really hasn't done anything any different than any other coach that moves on in college football does. I'm going to be here forever. I'm here. Hey, son, guess what? I'll be here for your 5 years. And let me talk to your parents, as a matter of fact. Let me tell them how long I'm going to be at a place. He's there for 2 championships, 3 years. I don't think he owes anybody an explanation about him wanting to move up. Can he be successful? Like you said, will he gather a good enough staff, and can Colorado win?
Yeah, and you said it. Is Jackson State, whether he came in with this grand idea of a 10-year plan and where it was going to go, are they better off because he came?
Of course.
Yes.
How have you heard of any of those colleges really before
No.
Deion Sanders went there? Not really.
And is it
Last
is
time
it
I
all-
heard of it was
but
Earl to Pearl Monroe at Winston-Salem State playing hoops.
is it fair to say that he had an ends to a mean personally? He used them to get to where he really wanted to be, which was coaching in the Power 5, and he wasn't going to get there.
Like people doing business, yes.
Yes, and he did come in with this. I'm going to help save the historic black colleges and bring them back to relevance and things that are at least shine
That
a spotlight.
particular college he did.
Correct, and for their opponents because they were on TV when they wouldn't have been on TV before, and that's fair. But yes, like all professionals do. Was there an ends to a mean?
Yeah, just like, yeah.
Because if he was true to that, he would have just stayed there and that's where he would have been, and he would have continued to help build historic black colleges. And again, it's not you don't criticize him, but what you criticize. Did he say things to get the job ahead of time so that he could get to where he wanted to be?
No,
That's
that dude
all.
was going to get that job. There was nobody else that was going to get that job
sure.
in front of Deion.
Right, because but that if you want to criticize Bomani Jones, that was his point. He didn't want to go be an assistant coach somewhere and climb the ladder, Deion Sanders. He went under this method to get to where he could just be the head coach from the beginning. That was the only place that was going to be allowed.
And his past has got him that opportunity to do that because he's a great football player.
And it also is fair to say that he did a lot of good for that university, and they're better off for it at the end of the day.
Now somebody else's time to take the mantle. I hope that Jackson State has taken the people and the sponsors and people that are around Deion Sanders, that he introduced them to the people at Jackson State. I hope they continue their relationships with those people so they can continue to go on.
All right. So there's the Deion Sanders conversation, building the staff. I also saw where he's bringing a Texas A&M assistant with him, defensive line coach. He's building an all-star staff at Colorado. That led us into a conversation yesterday that I still think, even though the conversation has died down about conference realignment and teams moving, I still think there's going to be, before we get to 2024, because we now know the college football playoff expands to 12 teams in 2024 under the current TV package. That's going to happen. It's a rubber stamp deal. There will be another round of this whole Pac-12 thing has to be settled. I still don't think the Pac-12 is strong enough yet with USC and UCLA leaving. Of course, Texas and Oklahoma are leaving as well.
They won't be if Washington and Stanford leave.
Well, and I think the Big Ten has a big picture plan. They don't want their only two West Coast schools. They don't want to have only two West Coast schools, I think, is the big picture for the Big Ten. They would like to have several teams on the West Coast so that they can have, regions of their conference, because they span from coast to coast at this point. You don't want to just have UCLA and USC traveling to the Midwest and to the East Coast all the time. You'd like to have maybe Stanford, maybe Washington, maybe Oregon as part of that. Would Colorado be a part of that? Does Deion Sanders make Colorado a conversation if he grows that program? There was a time when Colorado was an it program under Gary Barnett, and before that, Bill McCartney, where they were a national championship contender and playing some great football. Does Deion Sanders bring it back to relevance to where, the Big Ten would like to consider that for their growth? Big state school like that, which kind of fits their model.
That's interesting.
And would the Big 12 jump in and say, you know what, we really do want to grow with Texas and Oklahoma leaving. We like the brands we have, but hey, if we could add the Arizona schools, add Utah to go with BYU and jump in with Colorado, we'd be in on that. Or one of the Arizona schools. I don't know. I still think that those moves.
He does draw conversation now.
I know that is, and that's the thing. If as we said with Brett Yormark, the new commissioner of the Big 12, you're looking for brands. Your two biggest brands are leaving, so you're looking 10 years down the road. Okay, we're right now we have TCU playing in the 14 playoff. We had Cincinnati, who's joining our conference. They were in it a year ago. We like where we stand, but long term, we need bigger brands, big picture, big markets, and big brands.
Oh yeah, well we need Baylor to stay good.
Yeah. But, in the city of Waco, I don't know that Baylor can be a good football team. I'm talking about brands, right? Can Colorado with primetime, if he stays and sticks, that could be a brand, big picture, that you can build around. Obviously, the growth.
I mean, my opinion is he's not going to stick very long, because one of these NFL jobs is going to come open, and he's going to dash for cash. He's dashing for cash right now, but I think if he got an opportunity to go coach in the NFL at its highest level of football, he would do that.
Well,
but guess what? He has to win. He can't go to Colorado and lose.
Well, guess what? What wins? Good coaching staff and talent. I think he's going to acquire both there pretty quickly. We're already talking about the all-star staff he's building, and that's going to lead to players. And if you get players, you start to win. We saw, USC was struggling.
And as you said, what conference are they? What are they going to be in?
USC was a 4-win team a year ago. Lincoln Riley brings in 20 through the portal, brings talent, brings a coaching staff, and they're a game away from the 14 playoffs. So it can happen pretty quickly. We'll see with Deion. But you're right about the long term. But even does Deion Sanders bring enough that it can be, just like we said with Jackson State, he raises it to a level where even if Deion jumps to the NFL in 5 years, it's still a great job. And now the next coach comes in and he's building on, and this is what the Big 12.
Well, you're right. How will he leave it if that were the time when he's there, for as long as he's there? If it's 3 years, 2 years, 8 years, what will he be like if he's gone?
Well, and that's right. Since Gary Barnett left, they haven't had the football program has just waned. Does this bring it back to where Colorado is again a relevant brand that the Big 10 or the Big 12 would want to invest in? Hey, we got some other breaking news. Aaron Judge back to the Yankees. And our annual right of the transfer portal, West Virginia quarterback J.T. Daniels.
Come on, he's done. He's got to be done.
West Virginia quarterback J.T.
There's no way
Daniels.
he can't go anywhere else.
Come on. Can we give me some breaking news on that? That is so great.
No way.
Yeah. If you don't remember the exploits of one J.T. Daniels, he was a 5-star recruit out of wasn't he the Mater Dei out of Southern California?
Yes.
Went to USC, started as a freshman, transferred to Georgia, didn't get to start, transferred to West Virginia, started a season, and now here in 2022 into 2023 Yes, sir. JT Daniels back into the transfer portal, wherever he land next.
A&M. There's only one other place he could
Where
go.
can he go? I mean, come on, JT. Stick and stay
Can end
somewhere.
up with the Aggies.
I mean, what's the deal? Didn't he play pretty good this year for them?
They were. I mean, well,
How much eligibility does he have, and how many times can he transfer?
they still have the same coach. Is Coach still there?
Yeah,
Coach
Neil
Brown
Brown's staying.
He's staying. Why would you just stay another year with Neil Brown?
I don't know. The guy just likes to move. He's on the move all the time.
I mean, he's got a girl in every port.
Well, he got benched like week 10.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
But at the end of the season, he didn't play. At the end, I thought he was
No.
playing at the end of the season.
No, he got benched.
Listen, it's like the tale of Tate Martell. Remember Tate Martell, the hotshot recruit that was going A&M? Then
This
he was
dude's like a sailor. He's got one at every port, every college. Man, go down to Texas A&M. Come on.
What do you think his transcript looks like? Because they do still play school, right? You still have to keep yourself eligible.
I'm going to say this. Most of the quarterbacks are playing school.
Well, I mean, what classes transfer?
Running backs, wide receivers, maybe not so much school.
He was at USC, then he went to Georgia, then he went to West Virginia. Now he's going to end up somewhere else. The
Degrees,
heck?
I got degrees from every place.
That is crazy. Oh man, welcome. That is JT Daniels will become the poster child for the modern day college football transfer portal system. There you go. The portal is open, and JT Daniels is in it. Geez, Louise.
Quarterback for hire for a year, unless he's got 3 more years left.
Well, doesn't his level of commitment kind of concern you that he's not?
No, I don't care. I need a quarterback for a year.
I need a quarterback.
He's going to be gone anyway. They all know that he's just there for a year.
Oh boy,
He's
Hey.
committed for a year.
All right, coming back, we're going to hit up the hot or not topics of the morning with TY. Also, get you more on this Aaron Judge signing. Aaron Judge is going back to New York. And how about the Texas Rangers? They're throwing money around like they're printing it in Arlington. Details coming on B&E. QC Kinetics, folks. Listen, 'tis the season to give gifts and gift giving. How about for that special someone who is stubborn in your family that's got chronic pain? Maybe it's in their knees and their hips, their lower back, and you watch them and you see them daily just suffering with it, taking pain pills. Occasionally they get in and get a steroid shot. They're talking about surgery and a long-term operation. How about for the holidays, you make the phone call for them and give them the gift of relief from QC Kinetics, as that's what they can give you at QC. It really is. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. Their unique protocols use healing agents from your own body to target aching joints and repair and restore the damaged tissue. Those are the key words there: repair and restore. That's not masking. That's actually getting to the solution. So they can that person or you can move again, and it won't be after surgery. There won't be any more drugs or downtime or steroid injections. Wherever that pain is because of arthritis, old sports injuries, or just wear and tear, QC Kinetics can use their life-changing all-natural treatments to get you living your best life again in the new year. I'm telling you, people raving about these treatments once they've been through them. It is the future of joint pain management. Appointments are available as soon as next week, early next week, at one of their 2 locations, Austin and Round Rock. So make that phone call for that special someone who just won't make it for themselves. 512-593-4303 and learn more about the relief that is out there. 512-593-4303 at QC Kinetics. That's 512-593-4303 at QC Kinetics.
This segment brought to you by Altstead Beers, brewed right here in the heart of the Hill Country. Check out their state-of-the-art brewery, tap room, and restaurant next time you're in Fredericksburg. Altstead Beers, no impurities, no regrets.
No regrets. And again, thanks to everybody for the kind birthday wishes yesterday. It was a pretty nice outpouring. Appreciate that very, very much. Also, quick big night tonight, by the way. You want to get out? Yesterday we did our all-flex finalist teams that were announced. Across the board, 70 student athletes over the course of our shows all day long, including here on this one with running backs and quarterbacks. Tonight, we're going to celebrate that with a big event out at the Waterloo Ice House on 2222 and 360, right up here from our radio station here in West Austin. 2222 and 360, kind of a central location coming from the south or the north or the east or the west. And it's going to be an all-day event starting at 3 o'clock today. The Flex crew is going to be on hand at Waterloo handing out the certificates, like the nice frame certificate for our team, our players and student athletes that have made the All-Flex finalist list. Those will be handed out. And then 5 to 7 today, Snoop and the crew will be out there checking in with the afternoon guys, Rod and Harge. And then they'll have some interviews with some of our Flex finalists, which is pretty cool. And then 7 to 9 tonight, after Ball Don't Lie wraps up at 7, they're going to have a 2-hour live broadcast of Flex ATX Live with special guests and obviously members of that All-Flex watch list team there, or all-flex finalist team. So that'll be at the Waterloo Ice House, 2222 and 360. If you're a parent or a student or a player, fan, you just want to come on out, enjoy at Waterloo Ice House. Our buddies there are just doing a great job helping us support the Flex cause and supporting high school athletics here with Clayton and the team at Waterloo Ice House. So that's tonight, 2222 and 360. Also, Buck, we've got Longhorn basketball. We'll get back to that in the top of the hour. Longhorns' frustrating loss at Madison Square Garden last night. They fall to Illinois in a game they led by 5 points with a minute to play. Could not close it out. We'll get into the autopsy of the Longhorns' first loss of the season. And, yes, the breaking news this morning, a couple of pieces. Baker Mayfield has signed with the Rams. He may start tomorrow night when they play the Vegas Raiders on Thursday Night Football. And Aaron Judge has re-upped with the New York Yankees. 9 years, $360 million.
Wow.
Booyah. Booyah. That's a big number. That is a big number. He talk about athletes that bet on themselves, right? He didn't agree to a deal ahead of his free agency. He went to arbitration this summer and played for like $19 million this year. Bet on his opportunity, and all he did is go out and hit 62 home runs. He chased the Triple Crown, American League MVP, runaway, and that has paid off with a 9-year, $360 million deal. The last negotiation ploy was that he was at Monday Night Football Monday night watching Tom Brady, and the rumor started to circulate that they were talking about landing together in San Francisco. Like, hey, I'm going to sign with the Giants. When you're done in Tampa, why don't you come and finish up your career with the 49ers? They need a quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo's hurt again, like you're talking about for next year, right? And Garoppolo's a free agent.
Hell, they could have been talking about Giselle.
Ooh. Well, what do you know? When you talk to Brady on Monday night, by Tuesday, Wednesday, you're done. 360.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're not letting this guy get away. They were never letting him get away. Sam Fran could have talked and talked and talked, but the Steinbrenners and the Cash Man, they weren't letting Aaron Judge. They were willing to go as high as you could get to get him to stay in New York. The money and I mean, it's not like the Yankees need notoriety, but what he brought to them last year, and just that race alone for home runs, kind of.
Oh man, with Brian Cashman getting a new 4-year contract as GM, I mean, you can't let your first thing be you lose. You let Aaron Judge walk.
Oh, that's right. There you go.
You let Aaron Judge walk.
Oh, there's some guarantees that he didn't have in there. You're absolutely right. When you got your deal, he got his deal.
Had to get that done. This says, is E geographically challenged? Waterloo Ice House definitely not centrally located. Well, no, it's central to the high schools we cover. If you're coming from Leander, Round Rock, Pflugerville to get to 360, if you're coming from the south, from the west, to, over Lake Travis, Vandergrift Way, it is pretty central to the high school teams we cover most. Obviously, it's not perfectly in the middle, but it's easy to get to from all quarters if you're coming to Waterloo. I mean, we could have put it and done it down in Circle C. That would have been closer to the south.
That's south.
Right. I mean, yes, they have one, but this is their largest location. So, yes. Is he geographically challenged? No. We're talking about for the high schools and the players and the students that are going to come out there. It's about as central as we could get for as far as a Waterloo Ice House location would be. So that was the point.
Or you want him to be on Burnett Road?
We could have, but that one's not as big. It's a great spot on Burnett Road.
Absolutely. They're all great spots.
But this is a good spot. Hey, how about T.Y., our aspiring professional gambler who is rolling? He gave you Longhorns -2.5 last night. That was looking good with a minute to play, and it didn't close. How we doing, Ty? You got any World Cup bets today?
No World Cup today, actually.
None.
We're off till Friday.
Oh, so there's no games. That's why there are no bets.
Yes. There would be bets.
How about Ronaldo? He's not happy. He didn't start the other day, did he? Is he coming off the bench now?
He came off the bench yesterday.
Scored, didn't he?
And the guy, I don't think he scored. The guy that
Had 3
started
goals?
over him had 3, 2
Wow.
or 3. Yeah.
Hey, Ronaldo, there comes a time.
I mean, he's 37 years old. He's getting up there. And he
He doesn't look 37,
He
though.
hasn't officially. This isn't my hot or not topic, but there were some reports that came out about him accepting a $200 million deal to play 1 season in Saudi Arabia.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yes.
So that would be, with their schedule, that'd be $900,000 per game, $90,000 per minute.
He's the live guy.
Yeah, well.
Hey.
But those reports,
1
he hasn't
year.
officially accepted that. But my story for today.
Hot or not? What have we missed? What do you got, Ty?
It's Nia Long and Ime Udoka have officially separated after the
13
scandal.
years, 13, 14 years with those two, huh?
They have an 11-year-old son. But my question to y'all is, do you think he will get another chance in the next year?
Ime Udoka, who coached the Celtics to the NBA Finals, the Eastern Conference Championship
Pretty
a year
toxic
ago.
right now. I would say it's going to be more than a year.
I think he'll be back in a few years.
Yeah, I definitely think he'll be back. But I don't think it's.
Did you see that
it's going to
Nia-
be next season?
I think it was some article in some magazine. Nia Long, maybe she was on a podcast. Nia Long was frustrated with the Celtics because no one in the organization has reached out to her to check on her after her partner of a long time apparently was Ime poking everybody in the organization. It appears
You may be poking everybody. Wow,
Ime
Ime.
Udoka. Hey, no one even called me. No one even called to check on me.
Nobody told me what was going on. You all had to know.
Come on, Brad Stevens, reach out.
Come on, man.
Check on. Well, then is that our deal? Your guys over here like laying half the organization. What are we doing?
We're going to call you, let you know.
Owners' wives and things. Like, what's going on? All right, there you go. There's some hot or not. Thank you, Ty. Appreciate that. We'll come back. We'll get to the headlines, including that Longhorn basketball game last night. Frustrating end to a game that looked like the Longhorns had at hand with 8 minutes to play. Certainly with a minute to go. Couldn't close it. They end up losing in overtime. And there's a couple of familiar faces, one from Texas Tech and one from Baylor and Westlake that did them in last night. Details coming here on B&E.
Folks, never did I think there would be a time when I wouldn't be able to play golf, that my back would be so bad, but it did happen. But thank goodness I met Dr. Dan Peterson at Austin Neurosurgeons. He's an expert on specializing in spine health. Now, Dr. Dan is 100% invested in careful, safe, effective, non-invasive procedures focusing on spine health and management of nerve pain due to spinal stenosis and other neurological conditions, which I do have spinal stenosis, as a matter of fact. Now, it's worked for me, and it's got me back into the swing of things, and he can do the same for you. He's been doing it for over 28 years in this area. He's my spine doctor. He's a good friend of mine, experienced, personable, and he knows how to get you feeling better. And as I said, right back into the swing. Now, it hadn't really helped my golf game because I stink. So if you're suffering from nerve pain due to spinal stenosis and other types of neurological conditions, go see Dr. Dan Peterson at Austin Neurosurgeons. You'll find them at the wonderful Arise Austin Medical Center right there, 3003 B Caves Road, right there in Westlake and Rollingwood. Now, they take all commercial insurances plus Medicare and TRICARE. Get more information about Dr. Dan at Austin Neurosurgeons at the austenneurosurgeons.com.
Put them together for Wednesday on B&E. That is right, drag you up over the hump, and looking forward to a busy week on the other side that does not include a slate of major college football. There is the always tremendous Army-Navy game coming up this weekend, plus the Heisman Trophy will be handed out. College Football Awards show is tomorrow night, but kind of a hollow Wednesday without major college football coming your way. We'll get some bowl games beginning beyond that, but got NFL, got big baseball news that's dropping, but man, the college football, like a big Cheerio, Ty, without no games to chew on, no Longhorn game and Big 12 games to get ready for.
No Maction.
No Maction going on. What's going on? What are we going to do? Where'd our college football go? But, we can look forward to 2024 when they'll start playing a 12-team playoff, and we'll have quarterfinal games, starting in 12 days after the conference championships, but not this year. We got to get ready for bowl games. Longhorns will start their bowl prep for the Alamo Bowl on Friday. Still no word from the Longhorn side of things on guys who will play and won't play. We'll certainly keep our ears to the rail on that situation. We do have a major story developing out of Major League Baseball. Also, the Longhorns with a frustrating loss last night. Let's start the 8 o'clock hour as we start each, and that'll be with the headlines. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you the news, and we'll get to the Longhorns in a moment. Let's start with baseball. Aaron Judge this morning inking a new deal, agreeing to return to the New York Yankees on a landmark 9-year, $360 million contract. There were plenty of rumors last night that maybe the Giants or Padres were going to swoop in for the free agent slugger, but in the end, he is back in New York on a 9-year deal. That deal done today. He is it's the highest average annual value for a positional player in Major League history. It shatters Mike Trout's previous mark of $35.5 million by almost $5 million. Aaron Judge going back to New York. To the college basketball, and a frustrating first loss of the season last night for the second-ranked Longhorns. They went to the Big Apple, played in the Jimmy V Classic, and lost to 16th-ranked Illinois in overtime, 85-78. Longhorns, it was a tough physical back-and-forth game. Longhorns were down 3 at the half, but took control of the game in the first part of the second half and actually built a 10-point lead with about 8 minutes to go. They couldn't extend it. That's when Illinois got desperate, played with more aggression down the stretch. Longhorns actually had a 5-point advantage at 63-58 with a minute left in regulation, but could not close it out. Tyrese Hunter missed the front end of a 1-and-1. And the Fighting Illini crawled back and sent the game to overtime at 68. That's where the former Texas Tech Red Raider, Terrence Shannon Jr., went to work. The Longhorns held him in check most of the night, but he erupted for 12 of his 16 points in that overtime session as Illinois outscored Texas 17-10. In OT to get the victory. Senior Timmy Allen played his best game for Texas last night. He led the Longhorns with 21 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds. But on the other side was the former Baylor Bear and Westlake Chaparral, Matthew Mayer, who had been in a shooting slump the last few games for Illinois. He broke out of it, went 5 for 5 from three-point land, scored 21 points last night in the Illinois victory. Longhorns will be back in action Saturday at Moody Center when they host Arkansas Pine Bluff. Also in college hoops last night, an easy win for top-ranked Houston. They roll also 9th-ranked Arkansas, 12th-ranked Baylor, 24th-ranked TCU with easy wins last night. 13th-ranked Maryland lost at Wisconsin 64-59. NBA make it back-to-back wins now for the Dallas Mavericks. They followed up their beatdown of Phoenix on Tuesday night with a win in Denver last night. Another triple-double for Luka Doncic, and Dorian Finney-Smith nailed a go-ahead three-pointer late in that game. NFL, according to ESPN's Ed Werder in a report yesterday, the Dallas Cowboys and their medical team have concerns after Odell Beckham's physical that they performed on Monday. The concern is that his recovery from the torn ACL he suffered in the Super Bowl last year has not progressed enough to ensure that he would play before mid-January, which certainly puts a cap on the extent to which the Cowboys want to proceed on that. Surprising move in Tennessee yesterday. First-place Tennessee Titans have fired general manager John Robinson. And he's in the middle of his 7th season at the helm. They're sitting in first place. He is out. Also, after he was released by the Carolina Panthers earlier in the week, the LA Rams have claimed Baker Mayfield off of waivers. They will inherit the remaining $1.35 million on his contract. Mayfield is expected to fly into LA and may be able to play tomorrow night when they open up Week 14 against the Vegas Raiders. All right, there you go. Aaron Judge is in. Longhorns frustrated. We'll hear from Chris Beard coming up, his post-game conversation with Craig and Eddie after the game at Madison Square Garden, kind of a learning experience game for the Longhorns. But as for the Aaron Judge signing, interesting to read this morning from Ken Rosenthal. You know, the baseball winter meetings are happening out in San Diego, and we've seen a lot of money thrown around. We got a mega deal for Trey Turner earlier in the week. Of course, going into the weekend, the Texas Rangers signed Jacob deGrom. Justin Verlander gets the deal from the New York Mets. But the way Ken Rosenthal reports it, that last night there was just this, about a 15-minute span where it felt like the San Francisco Giants were going to land the deal. The rumor started to float that the Giants were going to get the deal done. And then, according to Rosenthal, a surprise entrant to the sweepstakes were the San Diego Padres, which, the Padres, T.Y., already have two $300 million players in Juan Soto and Manny Machado, right? They already got two $300 million guys.
Not to mention Tatis.
And Tatis. No, they already have the two. They haven't signed Soto yet. But they traded for Soto. Tatis and Machado are already $300 million players. You're wondering where the Padres are getting all this money. But their names surfaced. But in the end, it's the Yankees to get it back. That's obviously his agent doing a good job of creating buzz and getting the Yankees to where he wanted them to be. 9 years, $360 million. And you're a Texas Rangers fan. The Rangers now have a starting rotation that's going to make about $100 million next year. $100 million. I mean, they're paying to try to chase down the Astros. But they signed Andrew Heaney, the left-hander. He gets a new deal on top of Jacob deGrom. They also traded for Jake Odorizzi, the former Astro, right as the offseason was beginning. So that's they've got John Gray, they've got Martin Perez, and that's your five-man rotation now in Arlington.
Did he come from the Phillies?
Padres, I believe.
Padres.
Yeah, the left-hander. But yeah, I mean that's their rotation now. Jacob deGrom, John Gray, Martin Perez, Jake Odorizzi, and now Andrew Heaney rolling in there. Plus, they've got some other candidates. That's a deep staff. Chris Young, the general manager in Arlington, knowing they've got to build some pitching. Last year, they invested in their new ballpark in that middle of their infield with Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. Now they need to get to address the pitching, which they're trying to do. And again, the Astros, of course, still with the best pitching staff in the division and the American League, even while letting Justin Verlander walk out the door. So that's the big story this morning. Aaron Judge, back to the Yankees, 9-year deal. That is in the books. As for the Longhorns last night, before we hear from Chris Beard, T.Y., what were your thoughts watching this game? Longhorns seemed to take control of that ball game. As I mentioned in the headlines, about 8 minutes to go, they were up 10 points. And you felt like, okay, they got control of this game. This is what this team does. Their depth kind of wears on teams over the course of time. They're not always pretty, but they're finding a way. And then I thought it was at that point that Illinois became the more desperate team. They've already taken 2 losses this year. Brad Underwood's team, they played with more aggression in the final 8 minutes of that game. And even saying that, Texas had a 5-point lead with a minute to go, and they couldn't close this deal. Couldn't close the deal. Tyrese Hunter missed the front end of a 1-and-1. The kid for Illinois hit a big 3-pointer to cut it back to 2, and then Tyrese missed the front end and just didn't execute well. And then in the overtime, it was all about T.J. Shannon, who went crazy for them.
Yeah, and Marcus Carr, I felt like he was taking some ill-advised shots towards the end. He was getting in that paint, kind of
little
getting
hero
stuck.
ball, yeah. And the block shot. I mean, the length of Illinois absolutely affected Texas last night. The length and the size. I mean, Texas. We also know that Dylan DeSue, who's the Longhorns' tallest player, he was almost a non-factor. Played 9 minutes, didn't score a point, didn't have a rebound. That's not going to work. I mean, Christian Bishop had a bit of an off night, even off the bench, had 7 points. So they were getting muscled around down low. And you're right, Marcus Carr trying to get to the paint and had his shots redirected. And I thought he took some bad shots in that stretch down the line. And this is the first time we've seen the Longhorns not be able to close the game. They closed against Creighton. Obviously, they blew Gonzaga out of the water. This was their first test though outside of the Irwin or the Moody Center, and some shades of last year not being able to close a basketball game.
Yeah, and Coach Beard, he was saying this could be used as a learning experience, and it will be. And it reminded me of our guy Sark, a lot of the same language that he uses in his post-game interviews. But the difference is you have games so you can lose in college basketball. There's a lot of the season left. You got all Big 12 play in front of you. So, yeah, I don't think this loss is the worst thing in the world. Yeah,
with the veterans they have. I mean, you have a night in which Tyrese Hunter and Marcus Carr combined to go 7 for 25. So they had off-shooting nights. The length of Illinois was certainly impactful. And here's the real frustrating part. If you're Texas, you went into this game saying, you know what? If Matthew Mayer, who we know very well from Baylor, his last few games, Matthew Mayer had scored 2 points, 4 points, 4 points. I mean, he had been a non-factor for Illinois, and he'd been in a shooting slump. And what do you know? Here comes Texas, and he shoots the lights out, 5 for 5 from 3. And the Longhorns kind of let him shoot, kind of thinking, well, he's been in a slump. And he shot himself right out of that slump, and his 21 points became critical. And then in the overtime, T.J. Shannon took over. This says Carr was reckless. Yeah, I thought Marcus Carr kind of reverted. When I talk about reverting to last year, Marcus Carr kind of reverted to the old hero ball kind of thing. And when you say learning experience, the last 8 minutes, the more aggressive team. Well, let's hear from Chris Beard with Eddie Orrin and Craig Way after the game. And I think he echoes a lot of these sentiments that Illinois was the team that went after it when the Longhorns had their opportunities. Here's Craig Way, Eddie Orrin with Chris Beard after the game at Madison Square Garden.
It's a hurt locker room right now, but it's a
with head coach Chris Beard. I know this probably hurts your guys and the coaches as well. What, from your perspective, did you see was the difference in how things changed down the stretch and into overtime?
Yeah, it's a hurt locker room right now, but it's a long season. We got some veteran players. Look, November was great to us. We hadn't lost since the Purdue game. So, last team that went undefeated in college basketball was coached by Coach Knight. I think it was 1976. So I was 3. How old were you, Craig?
No, I was, I'm almost embarrassed to tell you I was 15.
Yeah. So I think, you're not going to win them all, but the disappointing thing from our point of view is this is a game that we had under control, and you got to go win the game. So great learning lessons. We've actually gotten better through victories the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season. Now we'll have to try to get better through a night where we ran out of time. But so many ways to kind of cut up a basketball game. But I think, shooting. We make a couple free throws, we feel totally different right now. Or if we make a couple more 3-point shots. So, Matthew Mayer goes 5 for 5 and Marcus Carr goes 0 for 5. And they're both great shooters. So this is basketball. Sometimes a shot or here, will be the difference between winning and losing.
Does that also go to something like, and it may have been a small thing that to the untrained eye they might not have noticed, but I know coaches notice things like this. You were up 8 at 58-50 and had 5 consecutive empty possessions. They didn't score either, but there was an opportunity certainly to, like you say, had it in the grasp. Those are the kinds of things I guess coaches notice about an opportunity that could have put the thing on the shelf even before it got tight.
Yeah, really disappointing in those times. We call that winning time. There's a way to go win the game. Sometimes it's on offense, sometimes it's on defense. But I think tonight down the stretch, our offense didn't help our defense, and then our defense didn't help our offense. So some untimely kind of one pass, jump shot possessions. Pretty much I think the difference in the game, Illinois gets to the line 31 times. We get to the line 19 times. So, victory is going to favor the more aggressive team. I thought for lots of the game we were more aggressive, but when it mattered most, they were.
Chris, a class act on your part after the game to take time to say hello to Shannon's parents. I know he was a big part of your success in Lubbock, but you took the time to say hello to both.
Yeah, we got a championship culture, and the scoreboard's not going to dictate how we act. And so TJ's a guy that I really enjoy coaching, that I pull for. I don't like coaching against former players, but it's the way the game is set up now. But we're going to beat Texas regardless of what the scoreboard says.
Final thing here, Chris, how about the timetable for what your guys do here on finishing this academic week, and then you got a ball game on Saturday against Pine Bluff?
Yeah, we got a couple guys that are still finishing up some academic stuff, some finals this week and some papers due. We'll get back and take a much-needed day off tomorrow, especially physically. I think our team might need a day off mentally as well. Look, it was a grind of a summer putting this team together. November was great to us to get all the way up to one of the highest ranked teams in the country. Now the next challenge is to keep chipping away. Nothing changes. Keep being us, learn from this, and try to get better. We didn't come to Texas to win the 2nd game in December. We came to Texas to win the 6th game in the NCAA tournament. So tonight's a great learning experience for our team.
Okay, appreciate the time. Thanks. That's Longhorns head coach Chris Beard.
There you go, Chris Beard with the big picture view. A lot of basketball left, and this can be one to learn from because even though they, were their own worst enemy at times, with that Craig Way with the great question of the empty possessions from 58-50, where they, Marcus Carr took a quick 3 and it didn't go. They had 5 straight possessions where they could have extended that lead and really seized control and did not. And I thought Chris Beard said it right that. The aggressive team gets rewarded in that case, and I just thought Illinois played more desperately. Longhorns had 14 turnovers. That was also a factor, and the 0 for 5 from Marcus Carr for 3 were certainly big, and the missed free throws down the stretch. Because that's the thing, Ty, if you win this game, if Tyrese Hunter makes the front of that 1-on-1, makes 2 free throws there to put you back up 4, you're probably going to win the game at that point. And we're not nitpicking every little thing, and he didn't do this and he didn't do that. You'd be talking about another win, and it would be a completely different conversation. We'd talk about the Longhorns with 3 huge quality wins already in November and December. Instead, it's going to put the microscope on some things that, as your Coach Beard say, that we can really get fixed for the long haul into Big 12 play.
Yeah, because not being able to score off as many turnovers as Illinois had last night.
17
How
Illinois
many
turnovers.
points do they have off turnovers? You have that number?
Points off of turnovers. I'll find that for you.
But I feel like they weren't taking advantage, playing as fast as they could have on some of those breaks. I'd like to see a guy like Dylan Mitchell, get more playing time when
I agree with you. on that.
Dylan DeSue's struggling, especially on the offensive boards and defensive boards, because that's the tallest guy on our team besides DeSue.
6'9", yeah. Well, you talking about Dylan Mitchell?
Yeah.
Yeah, he and Christian Bishop are about the same height, but Dylan Mitchell is so athletic, and you're right. I thought the freshman Arterial Morris. I thought his 9 points last night in 14 minutes. And these are the kind of guys that what does the rotation look like as they get closer to Big 12 play? And Arterial Morris as a freshman can be a guy that we see. And to me, what you need to figure out is two things. Most importantly, for the big picture, why Tyrese Hunter keeps cramping up. I think that's 3 games now that I've seen him leave the ball game with cramps. I was at the Creighton game when they had to carry him off and go get some fluids in the second half. Gonzaga, he had an issue with it, and last night he had an issue with it. So clearly something's going on. I mean, I know the medical team are aware of this, so something's happening. They got to figure that out for the big. That can't continue to happen. And then the local product from Pflugerville, Dylan DeSue, if he's going to be your starting big and be in that starting 5 in both halves, he's got to give you more. I mean, he can't be a non-factor in a game where you're playing a very big team at Illinois. You needed some muscle, and I didn't see him provide much of that last night. That needs to be a factor. As for the rest of December, here's the deal: the Longhorns are 6-1. They're likely to be 11-1. Their next 5 games: Arkansas Pine Bluff on Saturday, Rice on Monday night. They'll play Stanford in a game up at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on December the 18th. That's a game the Longhorns will be heavily favored in. Then they play Louisiana, and then they play Texas A&M Commerce. One of the December 21st for the Louisiana game before Christmas, and then right after on the 27th play A&M Commerce. That's it for the non-conference. So they're likely to be TY. I mean, Texas is number 2 in the country right now. They may slide back to 4 or 5 after this loss, but with the quality wins, they'll still say a top 5 team. If they take care of their business, continue to do what they're doing, they're likely to be 11-1 when they open conference play with quality wins. Obviously, they open conference play on December the 31st, New Year's Eve, at Oklahoma, and that's where the grind begins. So that's got to be the goal over the next 3 weeks for Texas, is to continue to improve, figure out what's going on with the cramps for your starting point guard. Because I think big picture, I'll be honest, I think seeing this team now for 7 games, their ceiling is as far as Tyrese Hunter will go with them, because I think he's going to end up being he needs to be their best player. Marcus Carr, I know, has been the most assertive guy, and I just think that as they move forward, if they can figure out what's going on with his cramping, Tyrese Hunter can be a guy that they have the ball in his hands in big moments. And I know he didn't make the free throws last night. That empty possession, that's the critical moment of the game. You're up 2, you got a 1-1, and it's like a turnover. I mean, you don't get any points in a possession, and no time goes off the clock. I mean, that is the best case scenario for Brad Underwood's team. You almost call that a turnover in a huge spot, and then they come back, get it to overtime, and win that ball game. So a lot to build on. Same time, a lot of winnable games coming. And I think if you told Chris Beard you'd be 11-1 headed into conference play, which they have an opportunity to be, I think he'd take that, Ty. I think he would take that.
Yeah, I agree. This team, the limit, the potential of this team is Final Four, I think, at this point, from what we've seen this season so far.
Yeah, a lot of basketball left for sure. And the conference will be the typical Big 12. I mean, the Big 12 conference is ridiculous at this point. When you crank that thing up with Oklahoma on the 31st, and then we know what's coming there. So there's some basketball from last night. The Aaron Judge signing is in the books. Done deal. He's going back to New York. And was there ever a doubt, I guess? I know Yankee fans felt like they were going to get him back, but you never know. Giants and Padres came hard, and he's going to stick and stay. What do you think of a 31-year-old getting a 9-year deal? Are they going to regret that contract when he's 37, 38, 39? The back end, he's a big person, big dude.
I mean, that's nothing new, right?
No, it's nothing new.
That's kind of the deal in baseball. If you want those big stars, you gotta pay the retirement fees.
The retirement fees. Yeah, he'll now be a Yankee and tied to the Yankees through his 40th birthday, essentially, as he's 31. But couldn't let him walk. That's not going to happen. Also got the big story from the NFL. If you're getting ready for Week 14 in the National Football League, literally, this is. I read this morning. Baker Mayfield not only picked up by the Rams on waivers, he could start their game tomorrow night. Like they sent him a playbook, like they emailed him a playbook on his, so he could study on the plane and start diving in. That Baker Mayfield, who fell out of favor in Carolina, could be starting for the quarterback-starved Rams tomorrow night when they play the Vegas Raiders.
What is the reasoning behind the signing? I mean, this is a 3-9 football team. Is he just trying to? I know Kyle Shanahan came out and said it's not very likely that they signed him, but they needed to take a quicker or harder look. Wait till he cleared waivers, and the Rams have snatched him up. Is it just because they wanted to take him away from a division rival?
I don't know. No other teams put in a claim. I just think then they're going to pay $1.35 million or $1.4 million the rest of his deal. Matthew Stafford's on IR. Their quarterback John Wolford is hurt. He's their backup. I just think they didn't have a quarterback.
Bryce Perkins.
Yeah, they just did not have a quarterback, and this came available. And yeah, they're 3-9, but you're still in LA and you're still the Super Bowl champs, and this gives you an opportunity to be competitive. I will say one thing that I noticed last week when their game. Cam Akers has come alive. They're running back. Sean McVay is not going to wave the white flag. They're not going to try to not win games and just concede. I think with Baker Mayfield being available, they claim him, and he could be starting and will likely be starting for them on Thursday night when they play the suddenly resurgent Vegas Raiders, because the Vegas Raiders have won 3 in a row. Remember when Derek Carr went to the podium and had tears in his eyes and was talking about some people aren't given their, all in kind of saying.
Modern day Tim Tebow.
Yeah, he went all in, said, it's frustrating that some of us are putting it all on the line and some aren't, essentially, and calling out his teammates. And since then, they've won 3 straight, and they'll play this is my guy, our guy, Jeff Bezos, not getting his money worth again on a Thursday night. You're going to get the Rams beat up as they are against the Vegas Raiders. Will you be streaming this and gambling on this game?
Oh, you know it. You know it. Probably won't. I got to take a look at what the line is. I bet it's changed a little bit with this Baker news.
How about Baker Mayfield? A lease on life.
It's safe to say that OBJ is not going back to the Rams now.
The Rams?
I mean, that was always a possibility.
Well,
they were keeping the locker open for him. There was reports of that earlier in the year.
Well, the OBJ thing I think will die out now. I mean, this fire's over, because if the Cowboys, who have had plenty of opportunities to assess medical injuries. I mean, Michael Gallup had a very similar injury, so they kind of know the timeline with an ACL, and they did a physical on Odell Beckham and say he's not going to be ready to go until mid-January at least. That's going to end it. I mean, Jerry Jones he wants to turn over every stone, but if he can't even help you until middle of the playoffs to get on the field, what's the point?
No,
right? Yeah,
there's no reason.
If you could get him on the field now.
Sure.
If he could play in these games here with Houston or at least Jacksonville for the following week and be ready for the stretch that includes Philadelphia and Tennessee and Washington and the regular season, maybe. But if it's not till mid-January, I think the Odell Beckham thing will be off until the off season. And if that's out, I don't know if anybody's going to try to sign him, moving forward. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll take your thoughts on the Longhorn Hoops. Good stuff coming in on the text line. We'll read some of those. Also, we'll reset our all flex finalist teams that were announced yesterday. We'll hit our flex segment. We'll also hear from Craig Way coming up in his Craig Way report. Gossip in the Blitz for the end of the hour on a busy Wednesday.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
Wednesday on the Horn, dragging you up over the hump, and a busy week going on. Just had the breaking news with Aaron Judge. He's headed back to New York on a 9-year deal. Amid reports, there was a lot of buzz last night that it was going to be the Giants that were going to finish that deal, and that's what we'll be talking about this morning. Not the case. The Yankees make the final offer and get the deal done in New York. So Aaron Judge going back. Also, Longhorn basketball scuffles at the end and cough up a game that felt like they had in control. Someone said, I said, missing the front of that 1-and-1 for Tyrese Hunter with a 2-point lead. I said, it's kind of like a turnover. He says, worse than a turnover. It's like a turnover in your red zone in football. You gave up an easy score with the free throw. That's right. You needed to get those points. Points are a premium, obviously, and without the clock moving, that was big. But I think you'll run with Tyrese Hunter moving forward. I think that's fair to say. He'll have better nights than he did last night. Also, the Baker Mayfield to the Rams conversation was hot. The other big story in college football, TY, is Deion Sanders, and we read earlier from Deion's Twitter account, Coach Prime, that I hear a lot of people saying they're blessed to receive an offer from Colorado. He said, I want to start hearing some people saying I'm blessed to commit to Colorado. It's time to get on board, he said. And this is going to be really interesting, Ty, because, by the way, do you know that the first 2 games that Colorado plays next year with Deion Sanders, their head coach, their first game is at Amon Carter Stadium in Fort Worth, Texas, playing the TCU Horned Frogs. Remember, TCU played at Colorado early this year, back in September. The return the favor, September 2nd in Fort Worth. Get your tickets now. Didn't Deion Sanders interview for the TCU job last year when Sonny Dykes? He did. TCU fans will remember that, and reportedly the interview went well, that they brought him in and had a conversation when Gary Patterson, this was when they were in search of the next coach to replace Gary Patterson. Obviously, they made a good decision on Sonny Dykes, but they did interview Deion.
Well, he knows that area really well.
He does. Of course, started with the Cowboys and still makes his home there. So TCU is their first game. Their second game is Nebraska with Matt Rule.
That could be an easy win.
Now in Lincoln, yeah. So we're coming off a 1-win thing. But I was reading this story from Yahoo about how he could shake up college football, the 55-year-old coach. And we've already seen him with the videos, and he's bringing his Louis Vuittons, and I brought my luggage, and trying to let the current roster know that those seats might not be too safe right now. And in it, Dan Wetzel from Yahoo has a story in which he talked to a Pac-12 coach who said, "How about this? This is what they're worried about in college football right now." He talked to an assistant in the Pac-12. He said, I think half our roster would consider joining Coach Prime if the opportunity was there. Half our roster. And then Adam Gorney, who is the main recruiting analyst for Rivals, says Deion just connects with kids in a way that no other coach can. And that's where we're going to have to see if through the portal and between now and National Signing Day, which is the 21st, what Deion Sanders is actually able to bring to the table. It is interesting to hear the conversations from inside that people are concerned what a shakeup he could bring, which makes you wonder, why did Auburn hire Hugh Freeze instead of hiring Deion Sanders? If he can have this kind of impact at Colorado, why didn't you hire him at Auburn or someplace in the SEC?
And it's not like Hugh Freeze is a safer hire.
Right. Well, he brings all kinds of baggage.
Yeah.
I mean, Deion's talking about bringing his Louis Vuittons and his luggage. I mean, come on. If that's the case, Deion went 27-5 and 12-0 this season. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see. We've got a couple of weeks, 21st, 2.5 weeks until the opening of the signing, early window of the signing period. All right, so Coach Deion Sanders. We'll talk more about that coming up. Take your thoughts. But right now, just after 8:30, every morning here on the Show of the People, it's Flex 30.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
All right, Flex, what a day we had yesterday. It was a lot of fun, a lot of interaction on social media, a lot of student athletes and parents and everybody being excited that they were on our All-Flex finalist teams, and then those who didn't get on it were, come on, where's my guy, which I think was really a cool thing. We want you to advocate for your young player as well. By the way, TY, the actual, I couldn't find the quote from the Pac-12 assistant, Here's from Dan Wetzel's column this morning about Deion. One Pac-12 assistant watching the excitement from afar noted and surmised that, quote, half of our roster would probably leave if Deion reached out to them.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of knew this from the start.
I know. Well, and gosh, the number of names into the portal is so interesting. And, as we say, just because you get in the portal doesn't mean you're leaving. But remember, once you're into the portal, coaches can legally reach out to you. They're not allowed to. It's tampering if you don't. So a lot of guys, 4- and 5-star players, we just kind of want to see what's out there, test the waters. This will be interesting. Deion Sanders, the impact he'll have at Colorado. Okay, so we've got high school football on the brain for sure. If you missed it yesterday, get over to FLXATX.com. All day long yesterday, we announced our Flex finalists. At 7:30, we had all the quarterbacks, all 5 of them. At 8:30, we had running backs. We had the kickers, punters in the 10:30 hour. Then it was the offensive linemen and centers. At 11:30, a great list of players there up front. Then we went to the defensive side of the ball with linebackers. If you missed that, defensive linemen with the guys in the afternoon show. We even have a long snapper finalist, T.Y. Did you help with this? Because you were a deep snapper when you were at Westlake.
I was going to say, I should be watching the film on these guys.
By the way, our all-flex long snappers, if you missed it, Jacob Wisely from Lake Travis, Westlake's Jake Helms, who replaced you at one point there at Westlake, and Gary Seidenberger is on our list.
Jake Helms, he's my guy.
He's your guy? You've been training him?
Well, family friend. So
there you go.
But I'm not picking.
All the way down to the return specialist. So go on over there to FLXATX.com. And as we know, we'll be out at Waterloo Ice House 2222 and 360 tonight. As many of those student athletes who can come out are going to come and get their certificate, and we'll have some fun. And remember, special broadcast tonight, 7 to 9, with Snoop and the Flex crew. All kinds of guests from our Flex teams, and that'll be a lot of fun. And those guys will be out there starting at 3 o'clock today with the Flex crew handing out those certificates. So big day at FLXATX.com. And the games themselves, T.Y., man, this is down to the brass tacks in the state high school football playoffs. We know that coming up on Saturday at 3 o'clock down in Houston, Rice Stadium, Westlake will play mighty Galena Park North Shore. Westlake has held their opponents to 9.7 points per game this year, under 10 points per game. Meanwhile, we know what North Shore is all about.
It's going to be tough against the Houston boys.
And we know last year in this game, and Snoop pointed this out yesterday, they were trailing against North Shore, and it was Cade Klubnik, who, his right arm and his ability as an elite, D1 prospect brought them back. This year, I don't know that they have the quarterback play to that level, obviously, with Paxton Land. But we'll see. This Westlake defense has just stood on its head all year long, but this North Shore team is a different animal. We also know Vandergrift, after their thrilling win over Dripping Springs, they're going to face Katy, 1 o'clock on Saturday in the Alamo Dome. This is Vandergrift's second all-time trip to the semifinal round. Katy's 20th trip to the state semifinals under head coach Gary Joseph. This will be a huge challenge, and I have to imagine a lot of black of the Vipers will be headed down to the Alamo Dome, because a lot of red is going to be cruising up I-10 to check that out from the.
So why are they playing there, and Westlake has to go to Houston?
I think
how did that work out?
Doesn't each team? They do a coin flip, right? And each team puts a facility, and that's where they play if they win the flip. And I guess, somebody will tell me on this, because Craig Way or somebody will text, or Snoop, because it feels like Vandergrift and Katy, I guess you could agree to a neutral site kind of thing, or you want to get a home field advantage, you do a coin flip, and that's the way that plays out. But I am not sure.
So
on
the coaches
details.
are gambling on this.
Yeah, the coaches roll the dice. You know what I'm saying? Also on Friday night, in Katy, matter of fact, Liberty Hill is going to play PNG, Port Neches Grove. And as we found out yesterday, a former defensive coordinator at Westlake is the head coach at PNG.
Coached me.
And coached you, Coach Joseph, right? Gary Joseph, the coach at Katy. His son, Jeff, is the coach at PNG, who knocked off LBJ earlier in the playoffs. Now they're going to get mighty Liberty Hill, who, as we said, rushed for 564 yards on the ground last week in their win. 63 points there. Didn't throw a single pass. Something tells me they have to put the ball in the air a little bit in that game. Also, Wimberley playing Cuero, 3 o'clock in the Alamo Dome. That's after the Vandergrift game. Wimberley and it's actually Friday in the Alamo Dome, I should say. Wimberley and Cuero, the Gobblers, as Wimberley's got that 14-0 season. So good luck to all those teams into the semifinal round of the playoffs. Good stuff. Good stuff. Says that was actually 2 seasons ago. Last year, Westlake was D2. Okay, thanks for that on the North Shore conversation. They've run into each other a few times.
They defeated me. And
North Shore
our
did?
team in the state championship with Sammy Ellinger. Yep.
Who was the best player on that North Shore team that year? Do you remember?
Clavion Chason.
Ooh, yeah, the defensive end.
And then Holton Hill's little brother was a corner on that team. Their quarterback actually played defensive tackle for like a semester at Kansas. Went from
Okay.
quarterback to defensive tackle. He's a big guy.
Oh, man. Galena Park, man, the North Shore kids look like a college team when they're walking in. I remember watching that classic state championship game with Duncanville and North Shore a couple years ago, and you would have sworn you were watching a college game. But just by the size of the players, you're like, this is a college football
yeah,
game.
Jatavion Sanders in that one.
Oh, my.
Right? Yeah.
Well, no, Sanders was at Denton, right?
Did he?
Jatavion's at
I
Denton.
thought he went to
Denton
Duncanville.
Ryan.
Oh, okay. Wrong on that.
There we go. But we'll take your thoughts on the high school football playoffs. All of our flex teams are out at flxatx.com, and we got a lot to do. Load up the Blitz on a Wednesday, 447-3776. Have some gossip ahead of it. First, here's Craig. No games, just the gossip ahead of the Blitz. That means it's time to load it up. 447-3776. Do it. Gossip brought to you by Bud Light, of course, the official domestic beer partner of the Texas Longhorns, the Texas X's. Hope you had a couple of Bud Lights last night. I certainly did, watching the Longhorns game, celebrating my birthday with a lot of great folks out at Hayes City Store and Ice House. Appreciate everybody that sent along notes and messages yesterday. Very, very nice, and it was good to get together with some friends and family last night and enjoy the 50th. People come out for that one time. People come out for your 50th. Just know that, my friend.
I've been to a few really, really fun 50th birthday parties.
I was like on a Tuesday night, but appreciate all my good friends and my family that came out for that last night. It was kind of cool. I was thinking, no one's going to come out on a Tuesday night. But Longhorn game was on, so it was good. Got an early start, got to watch the Horns. And that 6 o'clock tip, unfortunately, it ended poorly in overtime. Longhorns lose it. But hopefully you're doing it with an ice cold Bud Light, being safe and smart. And remember, through the holiday season, make a plan. Decide to ride. Do not drink and drive when you're enjoying and being festive and merry and having fun with your ice-cold Bud Lights, which is brewed deep in the heart. Brewed by Texans for Texans, the number one selling light beer in the state of Texas, in this country, and all over the world. And certainly with Texas Longhorn fans, it is an ice-cold Bud Light. All right, so T.Y., the Time Magazine has announced its entertainer, its athlete, and its icon of the year for 20 and 22. And this will tell you how out of touch I am and see where you are on this. The entertainer of the year is something called Blackpink. Blackpink. Do anything for you?
No idea who or what that is.
Blackpink is an all-female K-pop group. They're the most subscribed artists on YouTube with 83.1 million.
Jeez.
Their latest album, Born Pink, is the best-selling female K-pop album of all time. So there you go. Blackpink.
Congratulations,
Thank you, Time Magazine. And here we go. The icon of the year is someone named Michelle Yeoh. Y-E-O-H. Did I do anything for you?
Nope.
Me either. She was in a film called Everything, Everywhere, All at Once this year.
Didn't see that.
The athlete of the year, you probably know him. Just cashed in 9-year deal. Aaron Judge, as voted by Time Magazine. Time Magazine. So there you go. At least I know that one. Hey, how about this? A sword swallower from San Diego, 59-year-old Scott Nelson, goes by the name Murugan the Mystic. Well, it turns out as a sword swallower, he had a mishap. And 5 swords scissored out his abdominal cavity and pierced the lobe of his liver. He's not doing well. He has set up a GoFundMe page. Of all the things to give money to, are you going to help fund the hospital bills of a sword swallower who went wrong?
No, that makes me sick to my stomach even thinking about that.
Your stomach? How about that guy's stomach? I don't know. That's probably not something I'm going to donate to. I don't know. I mean, if that's your profession, I get you. You're at apparently he's like at Six Flags. Why didn't Six Flags have some insurance for the poor guy?
Yeah, something. You better have some medical insurance if you're swallowing swords for a living.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. That's not one I feel bad for the guy, but I'll donate elsewhere. I will donate elsewhere with my hard-earned dollars. That's the way that's going to go. And I hope for the best for him, though. I really do. Hey, scientists have figured out why we get sick more in the winter. Did you know this? That scientists think they've figured it out. It has to do with cold weather. It says here that viruses typically come through your nose and billions of immune cells. Apparently, in the cold weather, some of those immune cells start to they dissipate with the cold temperature.
Yeah, that's why in Russia, newborns, they leave them out in the cold to sleep to build up their immune systems. Yes.
Is this true?
They wrap them up and they sleep out in the snow.
I like this. Here we go. See, we're learning. All right, how about the farmers out there? They're mad over in New Zealand over a proposed fart tax. Fart tax. They're not liking this. There might be a protest going. It's going to force farmers to pay taxes over the methane release when their animals release, right? They're gonna do that. They're animals. Farmers aren't happy about it. Should they be paying that, T.Y.? I don't know. I think it's just part of the deal.
Yeah, I mean, depends on how much money they're having to pay. But yeah, there is a lot of methane emissions.
And how about
I
this?
think it's more than cars.
This will make you think again next time you go to a hotel, not a hospital, a hotel. A police officer from Chicago, 30-year-old guy, was vacationing in Florida with his girlfriend when he was viewed peeing in an ice machine. Peeing in the ice machine.
Was he inebriated?
It would appear that he was. Looked like he'd been drinking, obviously. I'm just going to say that can't be the only time. When you just stick your thing in there, get that ice out, put it in your bucket.
I peed in my dresser in the middle of the night before.
At the hotel?
No,
Or
in
at your
my house.
Oh.
Just thinking I had made it to the bathroom half asleep.
Okay. Ooh, this says Michelle Yeoh is a legend martial arts film. She's been in a lot recently. Okay. Appreciate that. All right, there we go. All right, there's some salacious gossip. It's brought to you by Bud Light. Enjoy your ice-cold Bud Lights this week and into the weekend. The official domestic beer partner of your Texas Longhorns. Let's get to the Blitz.
The Bucky and E Blitz.
My man Marvin Zindler down in Houston used to be famous for saying, slime in the ice machine. This guy was peeing in the ice machine. That is high-level gross. First Blitzer, you are up, my friend.
You know, I was going to call with an actual sports take, but now I'm just going to go Blitzer. But does Vince Young know that he can work at the Horn for like 2 hours, 3 hours a day, go home, feed the dog, let the dog out, and go to doctor appointments whenever he wants? Dang, guys.
Yeah. Next Blitzer, you're up.
E.
Yes.
Hey, I got an idea for a Thursday show. Every Thursday you should have Geriatric Thursday, and then you can have Jurassic Monty. You, since you're now 50, and Buck, and just talk about old man radio.
Old man radio. Kids today. You know these kids today. I don't know who K-pop is either. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Yeah, it's a shame Bijan is not going to New York. This is all on the SID. They need to better promote the players, okay? I mean, Stetson Bennett, are you kidding me? The only reason why he's there is the SID at Georgia wouldn't stop talking about him.
Is that right? Is that how that went? Well, I would say if you're not even first team all-conference, I have a hard time believing that you're one of the 4 Heisman finalists, but that's the way that went. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Yeah, this is Bev Kearney. Yeah, hey, put me down for some of that black pink.
Next Blitzer, you're up. Knew that was coming. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Yes, I need to start a GoFundMe page for my girlfriend. She's apparently been a sword swallower.
Oh, no. Sword swallower. By the way, Ty, why'd you pee in your dresser?
Just half asleep, a little inebriated.
That's something that happened?
That's happened to not just me, many of my friends.
No. What? The dresser. Next Blitzer, you're up.
I gave thanks this Thanksgiving for a lot of things, but I did not thank my Native American ancestors for what they did with the buffaloes that produced Digger.
Yeah, thank you very much. The Buffaloes. Somebody on the text line points out that Stetson Bennett is the same age as Lamar Jackson. That is true. Lamar Jackson is 25, Stetson Bennett, 25, born in the same year.
I could be playing quarterback right now.
Your age, Ty. Half of me. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I made the argument yesterday that Stetson Bennett kind of represents Georgia, but it is bogus that he wasn't even first team all conference. I went to Hendon Hooker. Invite Hendon Hooker. If you're not even the best quarterback in your own conference, how are you?
You can't invite a guy that's hurt.
Well, you can. Well, you can't invite a guy that didn't even. I don't know, man. That's just more and more unnerving. Whether it's Bijan Robinson or whoever, it can't be Stetson Bennett because people are now voting for him. I mean, he's going to take votes away from the Max Duggans and the C.J. Strouds of the world. Obviously, the fact that he is there means he got a bunch of votes, and that's a shame on these Heisman voters, for crying out loud. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we will continue that conversation. We've got our live music update coming up in the next hour, and we're talking Texas basketball. Frustrating loss last night, up 5 with a minute to play. Couldn't close it, ended up in overtime and lost their first time this year. We'll get you details. Let's hear from Chris Beard. It's B&E on the Horn. Data Savior, folks. My buddy Brian and his team over there at Data Savior, 20 years strong, is a great local company here in Central Texas and great people. You know, our Flex efforts this year as we've launched those. Data Savior has been one of our big partners on that, getting behind the high school sports and the high school students, and that's what Data Savior is all about. But they're really about being your business technology specialist, and that's what they are. They're based right here in Austin, locally owned, and they got 35 years of experience in data protection. You know, what is data? What is IT, right? That's your information technology. It's the lifeblood of your business. And 95% of businesses out there are small businesses, and so many that Brian works with, do not have a dedicated IT professional on staff. They kind of ham and egg it and piecemeal it together. And what does that mean? Well, in this day and age of ransomware and hacking and theft of your data, that's a valuable commodity for the bad guys out there. You have to have it locked up and protected, and that's what Data Savior is all about. They give you that peace of mind by joining your team. They don't come in as a vendor. They come in and they give you a complimentary assessment of what's going on with your data, where the backup is, where you're vulnerable, where the holes could be, and they shore them up with their HIPAA-compliant, encrypted service. It's tremendous. And then they're there for you every day. They have 24-hour monitoring. They give you and provide you daily updates, so you know every single day that your data is backed up, and if something does happen, they handle it. They clean up the mess before it even gets noticed. That's what they're all about at Data Savior, and you continue to run your business. Don't call them after the fact. A lot of people have called Brian, and it's kind of too late. He can try to retrieve as much of it as he can or try to help you, but get ahead of it by calling 707-0026. That's 512-707-0026, or just go to the website. You'll learn everything you need to know and how to contact them at datasavior.com. That's datasavior.com. They are your business technology specialist, and they'll have your back. Wednesday on the Horn, B&E with you. Appreciate you being there wherever you find us. Maybe it's 104.9, maybe on 101.9 FM, AM 1260. You know we're always streaming for you. So as you get out of the car, get into the office, make sure you're fired up on your smart speaker there at hornfm.com, or at home if you're still working from home, whatever you're doing. Or just take us on that Horn app wherever you go. Get texts all the time from people all over the world listening to the Horn, keeping up with our all-flex teams, keeping up with the Longhorns, who suffered their first loss of the men's basketball season last night. Frustrating loss, to say the least. Also, people are frustrated with us, TY, because we didn't know who Michelle Yeoh is. Apparently we should. She's a legend in the world of martial arts, and she was a Bond girl. And she was Time Magazine's Icon of the Year. Icon of the Year. We didn't know that.
How long ago was she a Bond girl?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't see a lot of the martial arts movies. I have not seen that. But you know what else is interesting? That this is how far out of touch you and I are, TY. Because, TikTok, do you ever get on TikTok? I get on there sometimes, right? Look at some videos, kill a little bit of time.
That's my podcast. Our biggest following is on TikTok, so I spend a lot of time editing and posting TikToks, actually.
Is that true?
Yes.
How is your podcast going? And tell us again what that is called.
The Lone Star Lowdown.
Lone Star Lowdown. And more people find you through TikTok than any other medium?
Yeah. I mean, we have a TikTok and Instagram and Twitter and all that, but TikTok, it's like 12,000 followers, which is
pretty good.
Good for a small podcast,
That's pretty good. Well, and then is it a gambling podcast? Do you sell picks on there or something?
I'm just now starting today. Lone Star Sports Bets.
Oh no!
So you can find the link to that and that page on if you look up the Lone Star Lowdown or Lone Star Sports Bets.
Well, here's an interesting thing. If you're not on TikTok, and that's okay, not everybody is, and I know there's some fears that that company is based in China. They're holding on to your info.
Hey, they're paying me, so I'm good.
That's right. Well, the top, according to this, the top food trend on TikTok this year was something called cloud bread. Have you heard of cloud bread? Or seen a TikTok about cloud bread?
I have not.
It's 3 ingredients: eggs, cream cheese, and cream of tartar. And apparently, how about this? You think, well, what does that mean? The video of how to make cloud bread has racked up this year a collective 3.4 billion views. Billion.
So it must be pretty good, huh?
I guess. I mean, that's impactful. 3.4 billion people viewed that video. That's we got to get you on TikTok. Get us on TikTok more. That's got to happen. We got the Longhorns last night. Frustrating loss in college hoops. Longhorns had their opportunities. It felt like. I mean, this is one of those games, Ty, that I don't want to say you kick yourself. You just you're frustrated because you didn't play great. Marcus Carr had a 3 for 14 night. Tyrese Hunter, was only hit 4 of his shots. You didn't get much from Dylan Dessou. You didn't get much from Christian Bishop last night. Timmy Allen, who had been kind of a non-factor so far, played his best game of the year by far with 21 points and 8 assists. But all that said, you were still up 10 with 8 minutes to play and up 5 with a minute to play. And you couldn't close this game. And I thought Chris Beard said it right in the Craig Way report. The victory usually finds the aggressor, right? Victory rewards the aggressor, as he put it. And that's true. I thought with the last 8 minutes to go, it was Illinois that played with more desperation. They played with more physicality. The Matthew Mayer stuff. Matthew Mayer was great. He scored 21 points and hit big shots. But down the stretch, it was just about who wanted it more. And that's going to be the learning lesson for Texas, is they didn't close the deal. And on a night where they probably played about a C-level game, they still had a 5-point lead against a quality basketball team with a minute to go and became their own worst enemy. And give Illinois credit. The kid hit a big 3. They played some good defense. They forced that foul on Jabari Rice. And then when they got to overtime, it was almost like a new lease on life for them. You could tell they saw the light. They were about to lose their 3rd game of the year. They got that thing to overtime, and T.J. Shannon took over the basketball game. And Longhorns did a nice job on their leading scorer, Shannon, for most of the night. And then he just turned it on. It was tremendous. That's a frustrating loss. That's one that, because it's a long season and you're only 7 games into a 30-game season, you can put it behind you. But on national television, that was a chance to really put another quality win on your resume.
Yeah, definitely. Because I don't think everyone caught that Gonzaga game on TV just because it was such a late tip, 8 p.m.
8:30.
8:30, yeah. But this was, like you said, a great opportunity to show the entire college basketball world what we were about. And I think we did to some extent on defense with forcing all those turnovers.
17.
But it's just everybody knows this about Texas. That we have issue closing games, and it doesn't matter who's our coach or who's playing on the team. That just seems to be the issue for it seems like forever.
It's a narrative that continues to pop up, and I thought Marcus Carr took some bad shots late, and not to disappoint one individual, but the whole team. But this team had close games. I was at the Creighton game, and kid for Creighton started knocking down threes, and they got it back into a couple score game, and Longhorns marched to the line and made free throws. Marched to the line and knocked them down. Marcus Carr and Brock Cunningham. In this case, one of your best players, if not your best player across the board, Tyrese Hunter, missed the front end of a 1-and-1, which was critical in a 2-point ball game. And in the end, that really came back to get you, and you lose this ball game. But so I still think this is a really high quality team. I think they'll close games better than they did last night, but you're right, that becomes the issue. And as we've kind of mapped out the schedule, the Longhorns have winnable games in their next 5. Toughest game of the next 5 is Stanford on a neutral site in Dallas. They win those 5 games, they're going to be sitting at 11-1 opening conference play, and that's when the real season will begin. I was looking at this. Have you ever been to a Twitter account that is called TY? Let me get this right so you know you can find it. It's called InPredict. InPredict. Have you seen this?
I have not.
It is, if you like sports analytics and the metrics that go into sports, this is a guy named Mike Boy. He has this Twitter account, InPredict, and I bring that up because according to InPredict and his computer simulations and his metrics, he's got this the ultimate NFL power ranking, market derived team tiers. Okay. So you've got the tiers. You got Super Bowl or bust. You've got other contenders. You got possibly frisky, NFL middle class, and it goes on down, right? The Houston Texans are at the dead end at number 32 under the category. Is it 2023 yet? And that would include the Bears, the Panthers, the Rams, and the Houston Texans. Thank you very much. There's not looking good. Well, I bring this up because under the category Super Bowl or bust, meaning the best odds to win the Super Bowl, Super Bowl or bust. Number 1 on his market-derived metric, the Buffalo Bills, 7.3. Buffalo Bills, still through a little bit of a doldrum, even without Von Miller, 7.3 Buffalo Bills. Number 2, who you guess? Number 2.
Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs is accurate, 6.4 on the market-derived metric, the analytics. Number 3?
Dallas Cowboys.
Nope.
Oh.
The San Francisco 49ers
Still?
by an eyelash. Now, again, this is all computer data, so it doesn't take – Brock Purdy doesn't count yet. I think – but your Dallas Cowboys tie are next at 5.3, ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles, who the market says are a 4.5. They're into the category of other contenders, along with the Ravens, Bengals, and Dolphins. I don't know if that's true. We're going to find out because the Dallas Cowboys will play the Eagles in a few weeks on Christmas Eve. But there it is. And you know what? With the number, that essentially means because Brock Purdy will begin to impact the 49ers. He has to. That doesn't go into this metric yet. I mean, this is all what's happened on the field to this point. So 1 Buffalo, 2 Kansas City, 3 San Francisco, 4 Dallas. But I think you could put Dallas ahead of them. It's only a fraction behind. So are you in agreement that according to this metric that the Dallas Cowboys are the 3rd best team in pro football?
I think so.
In the power rankings, 3rd best.
I think their defense is definitely better than the Eagles, and having a rushing attack beyond Jalen Hurts seems to be an issue for the Eagles, and the Cowboys. That's their number 1 strength, right?
Yes. So the Cowboys 3rd, and now as we told you throughout the morning, the Odell Beckham Jr. situation looks like it's going away. If Ed Werder's report is accurate, and Ed Werder's usually pretty darn accurate and locked in, he says that the Cowboys performed a physical on Odell Beckham Jr. on Monday. And the results were not ideal. Their medical team is believing that he won't be able to go full speed and 100% until mid-January at this point on that surgically repaired ACL injury in his left knee. If that's the case, you got to feel like this is cancels Christmas for Jerry Jones. There's no reason to go here. If you can't get him on the field here by mid-December so he could be ready to go by mid-January and 100%, why even mess with it at this point? Do you feel like this ends the Odell Beckham Jr. conversation?
Yeah, I think so. I think as a Cowboys fan, I'm hopping on the let's get James Washington healthy, see what he's got. But I'm happy with Noah Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, what they've been doing. A little Kevontae Turpin sprinkled in every once in a while to get some flair going on the offense. But if he's hurt and he's not going to be playing until the playoffs, I don't think it's necessary for this season.
I don't either. I think that's what did I read yesterday? That the Cowboys have a lot going for them. One thing they don't have right now is a lot of drama going on in their locker room. And I'm not saying Odell Beckham Jr. would have brought drama, but there's a chance, right? There's a chance that
someone's going to be irked that they're getting their touches taken away. Someone has to come off the field.
And right now there's just this is the best thing about the Cowboys argument right now is there's no soap opera going on. There really isn't. I mean, I guess you could worry that, or you could have worried that Zeke Elliott might be a little frustrated with Tony Pollard, but it seems like those two guys are each other's biggest cheerleader. Neither one minds if the other's getting carries that they're not. CeeDee Lamb has really emerged as that go-to wide receiver. I think early in the year there were some struggles with some drops and looking inconsistent, but man, he has really risen up. And since Dak Prescott has come back, this offense has risen to join the defense, which makes them as complete a team as there are. Their special teams are outstanding. I mean, obviously the blueprint of what you want in a football team they've put together now, and it's all about keeping your pedal to the metal. The pedal to the metal. That's what you got to keep doing. And I'm not saying Odell Beckham couldn't have helped, but at the same time, it could have created a distraction that you just don't need right now. You just don't need the one thing you don't have is any drama, and Odell has had that before, and this probably ends that conversation, which means the Cowboys are what they are at this point. What's your biggest concern with the Cowboys right now? You watch them play-by-play every single weekend. What concerns you when you watch them play?
Dak. And his overall ability, because he's still 2 to 3 times a game missing his spots, either throwing an interception or throwing a ball that should be intercepted. And once it comes down to the playoffs and you're playing a team like the 49ers
their defense is wicked.
And who are going to stop you more than probably 50% of the time, you can't be making those mistakes.
I think that's well said. And I think, I, at least this week, if I don't want to say dismiss the 49ers, I just lower the 49ers down a peck or two based on their quarterback. But I did watch last week once Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt in the first quarter of that game with like 11 minutes to go in the first quarter. So Brock Purdy played the entire game, and they beat a good Miami Dolphins team 33-17. And they did it. And by the way, remember in that game, the Miami Dolphins scored on the first play of the game, 75-yard touchdown drive. From that point on, even without their starting quarterback, they outscored a good Miami team 33-10. And they did it by forcing 2 interceptions, 3 fumbles. I mean, their defense is everywhere right now. And then Christian McCaffrey just becomes what they had hoped for when they acquired him from the Carolina Panthers. 17 carries, 66 yards, 10 catches for 80 yards. He's all over the place. You got Deebo Samuel with 6 catches for 58 yards. The thing that was scary about that, even with Brock Purdy, who threw for 210 yards and 2 touchdowns, I think the Dolphins are a good team. I think the Dolphins are a really quality team. And minus the first play of the game that went 75 yards, they dominated the Miami Dolphins, 33-17, 33-10 from that point. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, if it weren't for a few 4th down conversions in their own territory, I think that score would have been a lot more lopsided than it was.
Yeah. Well, but like the Dolphins scored that touchdown on the first play, and then they hit Tyreek Hill on a 45-yard touchdown late in the game. Other than that, it was 33-3. I mean, it was just a complete wipeout. And that was with the backup quarterback the whole game. And I know Brock Purdy was thrust into the game, and the Dolphins don't know much about him, and now teams will be able to prepare for Brock Purdy and put in game plans to confuse a young quarterback. I get all that. But, man, don't sleep on the Niners, and I think your point is right about Dak. Can Dak, even at home, deal with a defense of that caliber and deal with a team of that caliber? Because Kyle Shanahan will game plan and get McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel the ball, George Kittle at tight end. We would forget about Brandon Ayuk. He's a really good player too. And obviously we haven't even talked about the Philadelphia Eagles yet, who I don't know about that metric, but I think the Eagles are a really good team. Their 11-1 record would speak to that. And you're right. Is Dak ready to take that next step? Because let's say this for Dak. Since coming back from the injury, he struggled a little bit early, but has been really good. But you're right. Early in games, he forces some balls, and those interceptions he threw against Green Bay were critical. The interception against the Colts in the first half, allowed that game to be a 21-19 game in going into the fourth quarter. I know the Cowboys scored 33 points in the fourth quarter, and you can't take that away, but that was a 2-point ball game going into the final frame. So I think your question of Dak is right. I think that's a fair point.
Yeah, and in his entire career, we're yet to see him elevate to that next level in those big games, those playoff games, those end-of-season games. And I know he got paid, and so he got paid like a guy that you expect to elevate to that next level, but I just don't know if he's going to ever do it.
Yeah.
And the more I watch him, the less confidence I have in his ability.
By the way, San Francisco this week plays Tampa Brady, who had that horrible 55 minutes and then great 5 minutes and beat the Saints on Monday Night Football. Now they're going to be hosting Tom Brady in the big afternoon game on Fox at 3:25 on Sunday as we start looking forward to those big games. Cowboys, of course, have a gimme with the Texans this weekend. Philadelphia Eagles, if you're a Cowboys fan, you are rooting big time for the New York Football Giants this week. The Cowboys need the Eagles to take another loss, and if you look at their schedule, there aren't many likely places where they will take a loss. This could be one, going into New Jersey to play a Giants team who played to a tie last week. See if you can catch it. But to your point about Dak Prescott is not elevated yet, I think this is kind of the conversation in the NFC. Jalen Hurts hasn't done that. Jalen Hurts has played in one playoff game, lost to Tom Brady last year in the playoffs. Kirk Cousins, is he a guy that typically rises to big moments in big playoff games? No. And the only guy that's in the conversation that has is that guy Tom Brady. Who, their team looks to be a mess, but you leave Tom Brady, let him hang around, he'll beat you in the end, as he showed the Saints again on Monday night. That will be the conversation. And that's why, if you're looking for the compelling storyline with the Cowboys, if they can't chase down the Eagles and win the division, they're going to be a wild card team, which means right now they set up to play the Buccaneers in Tampa as the division champions of the really bad AFC South. And that's kind of not what you want, Tom. I know the Cowboys are significantly better than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but that would be kind of a fearful situation, because you saw it again on Monday night. Their defense is good enough to keep them in it. Tom Brady is still Tom Brady, and if it's close in the fourth quarter, who do you like, Dak or Tom Brady? See?
I still, the Bucs are not a good team. I know they beat the Cowboys week 1, and I guess the scariest stat about potentially facing the Bucs is Tom Brady's never lost to the Cowboys.
That's right. And it'd be in their building. It'd be the big pirate ship and the whole bit, It's just one of those. It's the quirk of the NFL, and I think it's right. I think a division champion, should be honored. If you win your division, you get that home playoff game, and you're not a wild card team. But at the same time, Cowboys could be sitting there one game back of Philadelphia with 13 wins, and they've got to go play a 7-win Buccaneer team on the road. And oh wait, they just happen to have that guy 12, who will be without a doubt the most experienced and best quarterback in the NFC playoffs as far as big-time playoff performances go when you're up against the Brock Purdy's, Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott, and Jalen Hurts, because, again, Jalen Hurts has played all of one playoff game in his career.
Yeah, and what level do you think Tyron Smith, will he be healthy? Will he be up to the standards that he usually sets for himself and that we've seen his whole career?
You know what? I kind of feel like it doesn't matter. Well, if he does, that'd be awesome, right? If he walks back in, he's in good shape, and he's Tyron Smith, and you slide Tyler Smith, the rookie, to guard, and all of a sudden you're just mowing people, that would be great. But if he doesn't, if he comes back, if he's rusty, you just kind of stick with what you're doing. Stick with what you're doing.
Connor McGovern, he's
kind of. You think you have time to find out where that is. But that's because look, the Cowboys do a lot that works in January. They can run the ball with 2 really good running backs, and their offensive line has gotten better and better. And you're right, Tyron Smith comes back, and they play great defense. And what do teams do that win Super Bowls these days? They rush the passer. And nobody has a better pass rush than the Dallas Cowboys. They're number 1 in defense against the pass. They're number 1 in sacks. They harass quarterbacks. It is a recipe you have to have. If you're going to win the Super Bowl these days and play for it, you got to have that pass rush. Cowboys have the best pass rush in all of pro football right now. Better than the Chiefs and better than the Bills, who lost Von Miller and they put him on IR. So you got to like that, right? I mean, I still think, having watched the Eagles quite a bit, the Eagles have a pass rush that's not as good as the Cowboys, but it's really good. It's really good. And right now the offense in Philadelphia is more consistent and better than the Cowboys, but those two are even. I think the Chiefs and Bills are very even. And the team I would put out there to watch for are the Cincinnati Bengals that we're not talking about. The Cincinnati Bengals. I watched them beat the Chiefs last week. I think a lot of us did. I saw them beat Tennessee and Tennessee the week before. The Bengals seem to be getting right at the right time. And there's something about this Joe Burrow guy that's special, the it factor. I mean, you're not going to doubt him come a playoff game. You want that guy with the ball in a playoff game. He's beaten Pat Mahomes 3 times in a row now. He wouldn't be afraid to play Josh Allen in the playoffs. I think the Bengals are the team. And remember, the Cowboys played the Bengals way back in week 2. It was a game the Cowboys jumped out to a big lead, and then with Cooper Rush as their quarterback, and Bengals tried to come back and get it back, but the Cowboys won that game. So keep an eye on the Bengals. I think they're a team you got to put into that conversation for sure.
Lifetime Longhorn Joseph Osai with the sack last week against the Chiefs. He's been coming on recently.
Ooh.
Him and Trey Hendrickson.
That's exactly right. All right, put the Bengals in that conversation. We'll be back. When we do, you know what it is. It's a Wednesday, midweek. That means we not just get you up over the hump, we also get your live music roadmap. What's coming with the best live music in the live music capital of the world this week? Tom Gimbel, general manager of the Austin City Limits Television Show, will jump on with us. That's coming next. Dr. Greg, folks, Dr. Greg Eckert and his great team there doing great work always and giving you the opportunity now for a new smile in a day. I just think when I hear this and I even read it and tell you about it, I'm like, really? You can get a brand new smile in one day? You think, oh, I need to get in some new teeth, and that's going to take a while. Well, I'll spend some time without teeth, right? They're going to have to do all kinds of things and molds and all that goes with that. Could be a several-week process. Going to have to cut out the time to do that. That's not the case with Dr. Eckert, and that is revolutionary. And it's an opportunity for you. If you've been told you need new teeth because every time you chew or eat, it hurts, you're in pain all the time, or you just don't like your smile, you're not confident in public speaking situations and in public in general, taking pictures, get in and talk to Dr. Eckert and learn how his team can get you that new smile in one day with the permanently secured dental implants. It is a permanent solution, folks. This isn't for a couple years. This is for it. This is for the long haul. So if you want to consider this and learn more, set up a complimentary consultation to find out how the procedure works and how you can jump into it. That confident smile can truly change your life. And obviously, if you're eating and living in pain, this is really changes your life. 345-3166 is the phone number. Simple number, 512-345-3166 for Dr. Greg Eckert. It's Dr. Eckert with a U, remember. When you're looking for it online, that's UECKERT. Busy Wednesday on B&E. Breaking news during the show. Aaron Judge has inked a new 9-year deal to keep him in New York. Yankees, $360 million. It shatters the previous record for a record contract. Mike Trout had owned that. Aaron Judge going back to New York. Also, we're talking Texas basketball. Longhorns frustrating loss last night. Couldn't close the game up 5 with a minute left and let it get away, get it to overtime. And Illinois took over from there. The former Texas Tech Red Raider, T.J. Shannon, took over the game. It was the former Westlake Shap who played. Did you play basketball too, T.Y., in addition to all the other things you did, choir and everything else, football at Westlake? But you were there with Matthew Mayer, correct? That was your time?
Yeah, no, he was 3 years younger than me.
3 years younger than you.
He played on varsity from his freshman year on.
Did you ever go to, you didn't play basketball, did you?
I did my freshman year.
Did you go down like a little open gym?
Oh, yeah. I was a big open gym guy.
You ever get dunked on by Matthew Mayer? Did that happen? I'm sure.
No, I wasn't on that court. I was on the scrubs court.
Oh, the scrub court. I was glad to see he cut his hair. He did cut his hair, but he was red hot. And that was funny. Brad Underwood, the head coach of Illinois, afterwards said, man, there's been a Matthew Mayer sighting because he had been, his last 4 games, Longhorn fans will be frustrated to know, his previous 4 games, he did almost nothing. And their loss to Maryland on Saturday, he scored 2 points. 2 points, yeah, 21. Last night. All right. Also tonight, remember, Waterloo Ice House will be our spot, 22-22 and 360. That's where they're going to be handing out all those certificates for all Flex team, all Flex finalists. That'll be from 3 o'clock until, we have a special broadcast tonight at Waterloo Ice House, 7 o'clock with Snoop and the team talking to members of that all Flex finalists group. Excited about that. Also, it is live music time. Look who's on the line. And he is Tom Gimble, the general manager of the Austin City Limits television show. Tom, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing all right. How are you? A little frustrated by that loss last night. You got to,
close
make the front end of a 1-1 and you win the game. But you know what? You don't want to be number 1 in December. You want to be number 1 in the first week of April. And I still think this team's got unlimited upside. They're a fun bunch to watch, and maybe losing the game in December could be a good thing.
Yeah, and they didn't play a great game, and they still were up 5 with a minute to go against a quality team from Illinois. Hey, Tom, real quick before we get to the music, I want to mention, because we're going to get into events this week and music this week. Tonight, out at the HEB Center at Cedar Park, our buddy Mark Henry has passed along a note. They've got the All Elite Wrestling. The AEW will be back out there with a special show, Dynamite Rampage, they're calling it. So if you're into the wrestling and you love that, and Mark is such a big part of that, his son is a part of our all-flex finalist team on the defensive line. AEW presenting the Dynamite Rampage tonight at HEB Center at Cedar Park. Get details online for that tonight. But where is the great live music? You got, 3 shows tonight, Tom. You want to get out and see music?
Oh, yeah. We're getting into the holiday music season and a lot of good stuff coming to town. Starting at ACL Live at the Moody Theater. I'm a fan of this guy. His name is Young Gravy. He is a white rapper that combines kind of modern rap, but he digs into some really cool 50s, 60s soul and R&B oldies. This guy must have a great record collection because he really put cool stuff together. But very creative, very unique in what he does. He's going to be at ACL Live at the Moody Theater. It is a holiday tradition. They would come through town every year and play the Irwin Center. And now, of course, they're going to be playing the Moody Center. And it's the one and only Trans-Siberian Orchestra who put together the kind of symphonic metal Christmas show that they do every year. Incredible lights, incredible musicianship up on the stage. And they are not from Russia. They're from Tampa, Florida. But it's an exotic sounding name. But, a holiday tradition, people go and enjoy the holiday music performed in kind of a heavy rock style with some pretty cool lights. So that's going to be at the Moody Center tonight. And then a very special show at the Paramount Theater tonight. It's the Jazz at Lincoln Center Orchestra, and they're bringing along the jazz vocalist Diane Reeves. She's tremendous. Signed to Blue Note and to Concord Records, has a great career on her own, and then to be paired with the Jazz at Lincoln Center Orchestra, that's going to be pretty special. That's tonight at the Paramount Theater. And then Austin's own Shane Smith and the Saints. If you're a fan of Turnpike Troubadours or that type of sound, you'll be a fan of Shane Smith and the Saints. And this is a fun one. It's called the Ugly Christmas Sweater Party. I guess they're encouraging you to wear your ugly Christmas sweater and come on out to ACL Live Thursday night to see Shane Smith and the Saints. And I assume he'll be doing some originals and may also throw in some Christmas tunes as well.
Tom, if you watch Yellowstone, Shane is a local guy. He's from here in Austin. I went to one of the high schools, I think maybe Westwood. And if you watch Yellowstone, if you saw the scene where Kevin Costner has been elected the governor and they had a big governor's ball and party out at the Yellowstone Ranch, that was Shane Smith and his Saints on stage playing the live music, which was great notoriety for his band. That was really cool. It was just a scene, but playing his originals, and Shane is on the rise. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, Yellowstone. It's cool that you mentioned that. Yellowstone has really been kind of a coveted get if you are kind of in the dirt country or alt country movement. The music in that show is tremendous, and they really choose some great up and comers. So you're not just going to see, the big stuff. You're going to see some of the things that are rising. I think they do a great job with the music on that show, and I've heard from a few different managers and folks in the business that is a very coveted appearance. So good for Shane Smith to land not only a song in the show, but actually to perform live on the show. And you can see him perform live at ACL Live at the Moody Theater on Thursday. On Friday night over at Antone's, another legendary group coming to town, Southside Johnny and the Asbury Dukes, led by Southside Johnny himself. And they perform at the Stone Pony in Asbury Park, New Jersey, which is famous to be kind of the birth spot of Bruce Springsteen. And so Southside Johnny were a huge influence. A lot of the members of the E Street Band at some point have played in Southside Johnny and the Asbury Dukes, including Stephen Van Zandt. He was kind of an original member of the band before he joined Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. But a bunch of great players have been in the band. John Bon Jovi was a member of the band when he was a young singer in New Jersey. It's pretty incredible who's been in this band with these guys. John Lyon is the name of Southside Johnny, but a great lineup has come through the Asbury Dukes, and you can see them at Antone's. That'll be a fun show. Obviously, if you're a fan of Springsteen and kind of roots rock, you'll like Southside Johnny and the Asbury Dukes. American Aquarium, they're out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Another one of those kind of alt country bands, Americana bands. They're going to be at Green Hall on Friday night. You can check them out there. Graham Reynolds Ruins the Holidays is a 2-night engagement at the Long Center for the Performing Arts. Graham Reynolds, who is based here in Austin, originally from Germany, but based here in Austin, and very talented composer and performer. And I guess he's going to put his own unique take on the holidays in Graham Reynolds Ruins the Holidays at the Long Center. You can check that out Friday and Saturday night. Back at the Paramount Theater for another really tremendous show. This is really a double headliner when you've got the Punch Brothers and Bela Fleck. These are two of the most noted and accomplished progressive bluegrass musicians and bands in Punch Brothers and Bela Fleck. The musicianship on the stage at the Paramount Theater on Friday night is just going to be incredible. Both are Grammy Award winners and really the best in their field. We featured both at various times on Austin City Limits, so two ACL TV alumni taking the stage at the Paramount Theater on Friday night. One of Austin's most fun live groups is Golden Dawn Orchestra, and they have anywhere from 10 to 15, 17 people on the stage at any given time. It's a lot of fun. They're going to be at the Paramount on Saturday. Joshua Ray Walker, somebody who I've mentioned on the show numerous times, who I'm a big fan of, he's going to be at the Saxon Pub. And I just went to see John Fulbright at the Saxon Pub last week, and just want to give a shout out to Joe Abels and everybody at the Saxon. It's such a treasure, and it's so cool that a room like that is still packed, and it's a credit to Austin that people come out and they come to these listening rooms and get to see these great up and comers. Joshua Ray Walker is tremendous, and at the Saxon Pub on Saturday afternoon, that's going to be a great show. The show starts at 4:00, so it's kind of a happy hour type of event. And then we will wrap up our music week with Mariachi Sol de Mexico de Jose Hernandez. This guy is one of the all-time leaders and masters of mariachi music, internationally known composer and educator, and he will be leading the band at ACL Live at the Moody Theater Tuesday night. So if you're a fan of mariachi music, this is absolutely one of the very best that you can see coming to town. And I'm sure the week following, as we get closer to the holidays, we're going to have even more holiday shows to share. The Nutcracker is going to be back at Ballet Austin, and all sorts of cool stuff to get out and see. Trail of Lights is happening. So it doesn't feel, the weather's not very holiday-ish. It's better for golf, but the holidays are rapidly approaching, and there's going to be some great music to share.
Very cool. Very cool. You mentioned that tonight, that Young Gravy, the Moody Center with Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I saw this, Tom. It's only been open since April, but Billboard Magazine says the Moody Center here in Austin is the highest grossing venue in the world. Number one in 20 and 22 for venues between 10,000 and 15,000 capacity. How about that?
How amazing is that? Yeah.
They've hosted more than 90 events so far since opening in April.
They have been killing it. And Jeff Nickler and everybody over there, Oakview Group, the folks at C3, everybody who have helped to bring Moody Center to Austin, not just for basketball, which is a complete game changer, but for music. It is state of the art. Anybody who's been there, I've never heard anybody say anything about having a bad experience there.
Yeah.
The site, the lights, the sound is unbelievable. The sound for the basketball games is tremendous.
Yep.
So you can only imagine what the sound for the concerts is like. Congratulations to those guys. It's just an awesome new addition to the live music capital of the world.
Certainly is. And that's not like a judgment. They're not saying the best. They're saying the highest grossing. That means since April to now, they've had more ticket sales and grossed more revenue than any other venue of its size in the world. Pretty nice job over there. They've booked already 90 shows. They've had over almost 50 sold-out concerts since coming online in April. Pretty darn cool right there on the UT campus. And, of course, the Horns are playing hoops there on the men's and women's side. Tom, thanks so much. Always appreciate it, and good to hear you. And I know we'll have to get out, as you said, it's 80 degrees and play a little golf here between now and the holiday. But good to hear you, and we always appreciate it on a Wednesday.
Thanks, E. You have a great rest of your week.
Tom Gimbel. Remember, when you're out seeing your live music and taking in that Moody Center or wherever you're going to go, as he mentioned, Saxon Pub, but still a great one on there on Lamar. Do it with an ice cold Bud Light, the world's favorite light beer, the state of Texas's favorite light beer, and they're the official domestic beer partner of the Texas Longhorns. So tip them back, have fun, have a safe way home, but do it with an ice cold Bud Light. We're coming back. We'll reset those headlines, including looks like Sonny Dykes is getting a bump. We'll get you details next. Hey, it's December the 7th now, Pearl Harbor Day, which in the history books. But listen, that would tell you still have time. You still have 3 weeks here in the month of, more than 3 weeks in the month of December. If you are pulling that FSA money, right, your every paycheck, you're putting that flexible spending account money aside, and you need to use it before the end of the year, what are you going to do? Hey, call our friends at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK. That's Sharp Vision Modern LASIK, and set up your complimentary consultation to get your eyes checked, figure out what's going on with your eyes. As I tell you, when Sharp Vision does that consultation, 9 out of 10 people who get in there discover that they have a procedure that can help them correct their vision, whether it's getting out of the glasses, getting out of the contacts, nearsighted, farsighted, whatever it might be. Let them correct your vision. Use that pre-pulled money and take advantage of this opportunity. There's still time here in this month, but you need to call quickly here and get set up for your appointment at 596-2020. That's 512-596-2020 to get you in there quick for that eye test, and then go from there. Dr. Nicholas Lancaster and his team at Sharp Vision have been voted 3 years in a row the best of the best corrective eye LASIK procedure place in all of Central Texas by the Austin American Statesman readers. So we know it's the best. You're working with the best group. You also have the flexible spending opportunities, guaranteed financing. Procedures start as low as $495 per eye, and you still have time here in the month of December. 512-596-2020. Book an appointment online at sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E, -vision.com. It's Sharp Vision Modern LASIK, the official LASIK provider of Austin FC. Yeah, quick turnaround. Craig Way is in the building. Of course, he called the game last night at Madison Square Garden and obviously hopped the flight back with the team, and he's already here. He'll be on at the top of the hour, Light the Tower, with Craig and Snoop and the crew. I'm not sure if Jeff Howe is back yet, but if he is, he'll be there too. And they'll be talking about our All-Flex finalist teams, which were announced yesterday. Craig certainly will have thoughts on the basketball game last night. Longhorns let one get away. As we set up 5 with a minute to go and couldn't close it. Illinois came back out at the overtime and got the win. Longhorns are now 6-1 on the year. A lot of top stories are breaking this morning, including Aaron Judge on a 9-year deal, $360. Also, the Red Sox have signed closer Kenley Jansen on a 2-year deal. Also, as I mentioned on the way to the break, looks like Sonny Dykes getting his pay bump, getting his raise after guiding the Horned Frogs in year 1 to the college football playoff. He's agreed to a new contract, according to Pete Thamel of ESPN. They've extended his contract a year through 2028 and taken him to the top of the food chain there in the Big 12, and rightfully so. Sonny has done a great job. Came in from SMU, really hired a great coaching staff, and I think the key to the season was getting the best out of Max Duggan, figuring out a way to turn the lights on with Max and make him a more consistent player. You'd see flashes from Max Duggan. Man, that guy's a really good player, and then you'd see the inconsistency creep in. They have got him to play at a really, really high level. And as we know, coming into the year, he wasn't even the starting quarterback. Chandler Morris was going to be the starter, and Max got his shot and never let it go. Now he's going to be in New York on Saturday night for that Heisman Trophy presentation, which is pretty darn cool. And as we mentioned earlier, with Deion Sanders into Colorado, where he's trying to shake up college football and attack the transfer portal and recruiting and build a coaching staff that could include the former Minnesota Vikings head coach Mike Zimmer as his defensive coordinator. Tim Brewster, former Longhorn assistant, is going to join him as a tight ends coach and lead recruiter. So Deion Sanders trying to make quick work at Colorado. Colorado opens their season next year, TY, at Fort Worth against TCU. CU Boulder with Deion at the helm. Coach Prime against a team. We'll see where TCU goes when they play Michigan in the national semifinal in a few weeks.
Could be College game day.
We'll see. I mean,
see who Colorado gets.
Deion has, all of this hype surrounding Deion Sanders. I don't know that it's just hype. I mean, these videos that are out of him meeting with the players, his tweets about, hey, get yourself into Colorado. The seats are going to fill up soon. Other college coaches talking about, man, I think half my roster would consider it if Prime reached out to him. It just begs the why didn't Auburn hire him? I'm sure Hugh Freeze, whatever. But Hugh Freeze came with all kinds of baggage. You're not sure what you're getting with him. He'll try to win. He'll win football games, but and we said this in real time. You're looking to separate in the SEC and be different, and not be Nick Saban or Kirby Smart or Brian Kelly. Why wouldn't you try? I mean, you're banking. You know what Nick Saban's going to do as long as he's coaching there. You know what Kirby Smart has built. Obviously, in year 1, Brian Kelly has shown signs that he's going to replicate what he did at Notre Dame. I mean, if you're Auburn and you're trying to chase that, and Deion Sanders might have been the game changer you're looking for.
I think one reason is because his son's going to start at quarterback. Is he an SEC-level quarterback? He's going to play his guys. I think I think Coach Prime would probably rather go to Colorado right now just to have less pressure on him, less pressure on his son, and try to grow a program like he did at Jackson State. Instead of having to have immediately expectations so high.
Well, yeah, Colorado's 1-11. Basically told all the guys to get out. Get on out of here. I need room. I need scholarships.
Hit that portal.
Yeah, hit that portal. Yeah, I think it's a good point. Very good point. Now, what is the commercial that he does with Nick Saban? Is that Allstate commercial or Aflac?
Yeah.
Aflac? That'd be pretty cool if it was Auburn, Alabama. Now we're doing Aflac commercials with Coach Saban and Coach Prime. Hey, listen, have a great Wednesday, everybody. See you out at the 2222-360 Waterloo Ice House location today. Our crew will be out there starting at 3 o'clock handing out those certificates and the honor for being on the All-Flex finalist team. That'll be going on from 3 o'clock all the way through 9 o'clock tonight. So come on out, Waterloo Ice House, 2222 and 360 with the Horn crew. All the details at hornfm.com and also at flxatx.com. Thank you, T.Y. Great stuff. Thanks to the Buck. We'll be back on a Buck Off Thursday tomorrow morning. Have a great one. They're going to light the tower. Coming next.
Good Wednesday morning to you. Hope you're doing well. Hope your day's going well. It's a little murky and gloomy and stuff like that going on outside, out of doors, here in the greater Austin and Central Texas area. I will tell you this. Here's reason number 8,972 for preferring to live in the greater Austin, Texas area than, say, New York City. It was in the 30s and raining throughout the day yesterday, including when the basketball game was over last night, and there was a sprint from out at the loading dock area at Madison Square Garden to the team bus through driving, pouring rain. Get on the bus and you're dripping like a drowned rat. But good to be back home. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Light the Tower. On the Horn, 104.9, 101.9 AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. My name is Craig Way. Glad to have you with us. Glad to be home again. It was a late night turnaround. A little bit of a travel log thing to tell you about when we get to in fact, I could even tell you now. It doesn't even really belong in Inconceivable, so I'll tell you about that. So a turnaround that got us back in the wee hours of the morning. And Jeff Howe is on his way back from New York, so he will be out today. But our producer, of course, is here, erstwhile though he may be, and always at the switch, purveyor of all good things, Flex ATX, because after all, in the final analysis, it's Flex. He's Jonathan John Donaldson, Jay Donaldson. We know him as Snoop Daniel. How's your day going? You doing all right?
Good. Yeah, it was a crazy day yesterday, like a holiday with the All Flex finalists releases. But I closed strong and did a doubleheader of hoops, and I saw 4 really good teams last night.
Yeah? Which ones did you see?
I started with Hutto versus McNeil.
Okay.
Coach Grant Caraway. He's nobody really knows about him, but his name needs to be said. He's an incredible coach. So Hutto, there 8 wins already this season, and then I ended the night Manor versus Rouse. 2 great programs. Of course, Coach Swain is now the athletic director overall at Manor, and he hired John A. Smith away from Northeast after his 2 successful year stint with the Raiders. And he did a good job. Manor ran away with the win. And I unearthed, or I don't know if I unearthed, but a lot of people found out about it. And this is what is so exciting about Flex, because I'm hitting the ground and I'm finding out these storylines. And I had no idea Ray Jackson, the Michigan Wolverine, LBJ Austinite, he has a son, Ray Jackson III, and he's a baller. He plays for Manor. He's a junior. And they got a really good squad. But I saw his face. You could see in the facial structure, Ray, although he probably looks more like his mama. And he has like this wild, crazy – because, you know, Craig, you see cool hairdos more than anybody with the Hoopers.
Yep.
Because
you do.
They got so much swag. I mean, UT in particular, but Ray Jackson III, watch for him, son of Ray Jackson of Michigan fame. And it's getting a lot of love on social media. That was fun to find out, and I'm ready for hoops.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's cool to see some of the unique hairstyles. You want to see a unique hairstyle? Take a look at Deanna Gaston on the Texas women's team. You know what? What's his name? Bullock for the Mavericks.
Yes, Reggie Bullock.
Reggie Bullock with that hair that they goes straight out front and then some of that back.
Alfred Payton started that hairstyle.
Okay.
Orlando. But anyway.
Linda used to call him Unicorn because of the way it went out, up front and out. He largely wears it in the back now.
Yes.
Deanna doesn't have that, but she's got some other things working, and it's pretty creative to see on that.
How do they do it? I'm like, that must honestly take most of their life. Because, dude, I'm like, Arterio Morris is another one because he puts in crazy colors.
Yeah.
So anyway, I didn't mean to get off on that tangent. I don't know how I got on that tangent.
Okay.
Anyway.
You were talking
Ray
about high school basketball.
Ray Jackson III. A cool hairdo and good hooper, too.
We had our All-Flex team finalist list announced and released yesterday. You can go to flexatx.com to see the list of finalists. It'll be next Tuesday when we unveil, release, announce the All-Flex team. The one center, the one quarterback, the 2 running backs, the 4 other offensive linemen, the 4 defensive linemen. Anyway, it all will be announced, released, whatever next Tuesday. But you, my friend, you're going to be pretty busy tonight over at Waterloo Ice House right over here around the corner from us at 360 and 2222.
I will. I've been so busy and wrapped up and actually covering it that all I know is where I'm going and what we're doing.
Yeah, on that particular day. You just know where you need to be, right?
Mm-hmm. And I'm excited about that because to see the kids and to be able to tell their stories on air is going to be fun.
Sure, absolutely. So that is tonight from 7 to 9, special program, and come on out and meet a large measure of the finalists. Not all of them are able to make it because there are, after all, state semifinal games involved with some of those guys, and so they're a little bit tied up with what's going on with that. But a large measure of them will be out there tonight.
Some do have exams, so I have heard.
That's the other thing,
a couple,
too.
because school first, always.
Sure.
Family, faith, and don't get an F.
Yeah. So think about this. First of all, coming up here in just a few minutes, Snoop will have top 5 players to watch this week for the state semifinal rounds of the playoffs. That's our Whataburger top 5. This being a Wednesday, Tony Salazar, Westlake Chaparral's head coach, joins us. It's a Westlake Wednesday. So Tony will be with us in studio as he is during the course of the season. So he'll be joining us here in a little bit to talk about Westlake's Final Four matchup with Galena Park North Shore. You want to talk about a matchup of giants, those two. So we'll visit with Coach Salazar coming up. We do have a Longhorn Notebook this hour. We'll have a more extensive one next hour where we hear in detail from Chris Beard from the postgame show last night about the game that got away from Texas. That's just the best way to put it, how they let it get away from them, and he would be the first to tell you that as well. So we'll have obviously some more details on that. We have a Flex 30 update next hour, and so Snoop, are you good with some computer thoughts?
Yes, I'm emotionally prepared.
Okay, well that's good. I'm glad you're emotionally prepared for that. So we'll have that next hour as well. So all of those things still to come. But right now, why don't we jump right into it with our Whataburger Top 5?
Now it's time for the Whataburger Top 5.
Okay, prepare to receive.
Today's edition.
Here we go.
Top 5 players to watch.
Now, we're kind of dwindling in terms of players to watch because how many teams are left? Well, there's enough teams to give you players to watch this week, correct, Snoop?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
We could have one team. I would have you five, the Whataburger Top 5 with ties.
Yeah.
So just so you know, so in case we only have one team make it a state.
Okay. All right.
We could potentially have none. So I'm humble about it.
It's entirely possible.
I'm very humble about it.
All right. The top 5 players to watch this week, Snoop, are?
4-way tie at 5.
Wow. Okay.
And they all play on the same team, and they're all in the backfield for Liberty Hill.
This has got to be a first. A 4-way tie with all from the same team.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
All right. And I'm going to put
You've got a very good reason for this, by the way.
And I'm going to put it in, you know how I like to be equal, but I'm going to put it in an order that I think of importance.
Okay.
Ben Carter.
Yep.
Jackson Mixon.
Okay.
Jack Pitchford.
Yep.
Luke Miller.
Okay.
Those are the 4 running backs that are going to try to replace Noah Long and Joe Pitchford at halfback and fullback.
Yeah. So they'll kind of pick up the pace of it and try to do that for them. Okay.
But Ben Carter is the guy that I've been talking about him all year, and Jack Pitchford is a freshman. But all 4 of those guys. All right, number 4 is a junior. You've heard about Cody Stover, all flex finalist at quarterback. You heard about Johnny Ball, his 5 touchdowns. But have you heard about Noah Birdsong? He's number 9, leads the team in receiving by a full 300 yards. He's a dual sports star. He's a junior. He's going to need to have a big game against the Cuero Gobbler DBs, which have been solid this year.
Yep.
Number 3, I would name him area defensive MVP today.
Okay.
Overall. Vandegrift, DB Alex Foster.
Is that a great year?
He leads the freaking Vandegrift Vipers, which are stout on defense. Everybody knows this. 60-plus tackle margin between him and number 2 on the team.
Yeah.
This guy, he's on one. So watch for you can't help but see number 8 because he's going to make a play. Against Katy, he's going to be tough. Number 2, Westlake defensive lineman, Texas commit Colton Vosick. He's number 2 all-time on the Westlake sack list now. He's right behind Nick Morris, he was a former Katy player and had an incredible 2 years with Westlake. So incredible that he was the sack leader, Craig.
Yeah.
He's about to pass him if he can do it against North Shore, number 2. And my number 1 player, going back to Liberty Hill, quarterback Reese Vickers. Career high 240 rush yards, 3 tutties for a very unselfish guy. And he might have to be a little selfish this week to get it done against P&G.
There you
Whataburger
go.
Top 5.
All right. There it is. Our Whataburger Top 5 players to watch this week. Before we get to the break, can we have our first Longhorn Notebook of this particular hour?
Longhorn Notebook.
Longhorn Notebook brought to you by Aaron Bowersock, your Longhorn lender and your home loan expert. Check her out on the web at bowersockteam.com. That's BOWERSOCK, just like it sounds. bowersockteam.com. The game that got away from Texas last night comes down to 2 or 3 different things, and we're going to hear Chris Beard talk about it next hour. But I know folks will zero in on the missed front end of the 1-and-1 by Tyrese Hunter. That was certainly a problem. And also, they'll zero in on, say, Marcus Carr going 3 for 14 from the floor, not hitting a 3-point shot. And again, these are things that Chris Beard will get into on the show or in the postgame interview you'll hear. But for me, I saw the game in front of my own eyes slip away from me and in at about the midway mark of the second half. Texas had an 8-point lead at 58-50. There were, by my count, I'm gonna go back and really confirm this on the play-by-play sheet, but I'm pretty sure this was the case. They had 5 consecutive empty possessions where they could have expanded the lead beyond 8. On the 6th possession, they did. They got it to 10. That was the high water mark. But then Illinois made its run. And when you review and you go back, and again, that's something I asked Coach Beard about in the postgame, he feels that maybe that's where the game got away from him. Between 10 minutes to go in the game and 8 minutes to go in the game when they were up 58-50 and had 5 straight empty possessions where they could have blown the doors off and blown it up. Didn't happen, and they wind up losing. So we'll have more of that coming up next hour with our Longhorn Notebook. All right, coming up next, we visit with Tony Salazar, head coach of the Westlake Chaparrals, when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. This is Light the Tower on the Horn. Craig Way with you back in town after last night's game at Madison Square Garden. Texas basketball falling in overtime to Illinois 85-70. Well, more on that coming up. Like I said, next hour we'll hear from Longhorns head coach Chris Beard. Hey, these are good times. As we were just hearing the song there. It's good times for the Westlake Chaparrals and to be a fan of the Chaps or connected with the Chaps as well. And we're always happy to be connected to the head coach who joins us here in studio each week for our weekly conversation brought to you by Texas Truck and Trailer. Tony Salazar is not only with us, he was kind enough to join us late Saturday night on High School Scoreboard Live. I always feel a little bit, I should say, unsteady, so to speak, when we're asking coaches to join us. And they've had some six-man coaches join us like well after midnight. At least they got to you early, but I was glad you did that and glad to see you again this morning.
Yeah, great to see you guys. Thanks for having us in again. And obviously, yeah, it was a pretty cool deal to be on Scoreboard Extra. And obviously, I think I think those are easier when they're Friday night games, because it's only about an hour after you're actually playing in the game and, getting into your office or getting home. And so obviously we played in the afternoon last week. And so there was a little bit, a few hours between the end of our game and the end of that, and that show came on. But what a great experience.
What a great performance by your guys last Saturday. Obviously we're ready to go, came out of the gate and came out firing against a really good Brennan team.
Right. It was really, really good to see. Obviously, our football team, 47-7 kind of, tells you a lot about the game. And I told our kids that could happen. If we practiced right and if we played in all three phases the way we're capable of playing, I said we could beat a really, really good team, all right, convincingly. And they did that. Obviously, we started off hot early on special teams and on defense. I think our offense started with the ball on the plus side of the field probably the first 3 times of the game. And obviously, anytime you do that, they're sitting there on the front porch, ready to go score. And so we were able to get some touchdowns on the board early. And then obviously from there, defense kind of just, or bend don't break mentality. We had 5 turnovers in that game. Will Maggins had 2 interceptions in the end zone. Denham Collins had another interception. They were our 2 defensive players of the week last week. So 3 interceptions between the 2. I think Denham had about 10 tackles to go along with his interception. So out of the cornerback room, there was a big game for the Chaparrals. And then you go to offense, and obviously they did a great job of stacking the box and trying to take away Jack Kaiser. And when that happens, there should be opportunities in the passing game, and we were able to hit on those. And Brad Mays, outside senior receiver, had a tremendous game. Ended up having 2 touchdown catches. Brett Skinner ended up obviously with 3 touchdown passes on the night. Outstanding job of Brett stepping in. The ball was on target every single time he threw it. He ran the ball well with his feet. I was really pleased with his decision to pull it down and run at certain times, and he took care of the football, and that's what we got to have from our quarterback.
Quick injury update. You told media yesterday it is your thought, it is your feeling that you could, if not should, you could have Jaden Greathouse ready to go on Saturday afternoon. Is that the way I understand it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we take it day by day with Jaden, but everything is on track for him to play on Saturday. He's one of the toughest kids to ever come through our program, and he'll leave with the most starts of any Westlake High School kid to ever play at Westlake. I think he's at 59 right now.
Wow.
59 starts for a high school football player. And so, unfortunately, we broke his streak last week of 59 games started. So he never missed one to this point. And so that says a whole lot about Jaden and about his durability, about his toughness. And I think last week was more a little bit of a precaution. Had he needed to go, I think Jaden Greathouse has been the first one to jump to the front of the line and say, "Coach, put me in." But I think collectively, as with our medical staff and with our coaching staff, we decided it was best to see if we can win that football game without him.
Yeah, and found a way to do it. We've talked quite a bit about Blake Dunham and what he does for your special teams and things of that nature. What I'm curious to get from you is I've heard head coaches talk about their offensive units kind of being when they get like a well-oiled machine, it's almost kind of like they could run the whole thing themselves. And on the same thing on the defensive side. Is it like that also with special teams? And, I mean, they've got to know whether punt block is on or punt return or things like that. But guys understanding their assignments and being able to just have it be second nature without having to be coach during the course of a game.
Yeah, I mean, we take a lot of pride in our special teams at Westlake. And Coach Dunham, our special teams coordinator, does an outstanding job of having those kids prepared every single week. Our game plans are very multiple on special teams, which I think is different than most high schools. A lot of people may have one kickoff return, or they may have one punt block and one return. Well, heck, we got about 3 or 4 punt blocks every week. We got about 2 or 3 different returns. We have multiple kickoff returns. We have multiple kickoff teams coverages and layouts. Pre-snap. A lot of those things, they show up with us when we kick off the football to opponent and they fair catch. We had 9 kickoffs last week. They fair caught 8 of them, and the one they returned, we hit them and caused a fumble. So when you talk about domination on a kickoff unit, it's hard for an opponent to game plan and to prep for all those different things they see, kind of like a multiple offense or multiple defense. There's a lot of time that has to be invested in making sure you cover your bases in all those different schemes. So I think that's first and foremost. Our kids are obviously very, very smart. We meet every single day on special teams, every single day. And so we give it the attention it deserves. And I think the attention we've given it has obviously turned into a bunch of great results.
Well, you bring up a great point because coaches will tell you sometimes when you got a finite amount of practice periods and practice time and kids availability, the one end of the game that kind of gets shortchanged if they have to trim stuff off becomes special teams. But obviously you and your staff value that as much as you do your offense and defense to give it its equal opportunity.
Yeah, we just say it sets up your offense and defense, and it's obviously, one of our main goals every single week is to gain possession for our offense 3 or more times on the plus side of the field. So we want to give the ball to our offense with 49 yards to go, 40 yards to go. In our offense, that we're pretty much in 4-down territory when we start the drive. And so obviously that's puts our offense at advantage to kind of be playing downhill because the end zone's right there, not having to drive 80 yards every single series. Obviously that helps our scoring and production. Then obviously, like I mentioned to you, our kickoff team, that makes them, on the flip side of that, when they start drives, they're having to go 80 and 75 yards to go try to score touchdowns on our defense. So very, very important, very, very crucial to our success at special teams. And obviously, we've had some tremendous players along the way do some amazing things. We've had 8 or 9 block kicks. We've scored probably 8 or 9 touchdowns on special teams. So not only are we lining up and out scheming guys, we're actually getting a bunch of good results.
One thing that Steve Sarkisian has talked about is that he's got so many guys, name brand guys on offense and defense who want to be a part of special teams that are definitely interested in being on special teams, and some of them get on there. I think of a guy like Roshan Johnson. It's on just about all of them. Do you have that same kind of demand from your offensive and defensive skill guys that want to be a part of special teams?
There's no doubt. I think every one of our players want to be. I mean, you look at it, Jaden Greathouse is on 3 special teams. Keaton Quebeca is on 3 special teams. Judson Crockett might be in every single one of them. Our starting defensive end, Brett Mays and Brad Mays, twin brothers, one starter at defensive end, one starter at receiver, are on three special teams. So there's no doubt we want to put our best players on special teams. And I think the thing about special teams, it kind of combines the offensive and defensive units. A lot of time we spend a lot of time separate, defensive guys doing their thing and offensive guys doing their thing. But when we come together for special teams, it doesn't matter whether you wear a white practice jersey at Westlake or a blue practice jersey at Westlake. We're all playing that teams together. And obviously special teams is a great opportunity for role players on our team that may not be the starter. Maybe they're a backup on offense or a backup on defense. Special teams allows those guys to get in there and make some plays and build some confidence in their coaches, obviously, to give them some of those reps maybe on offense or defense.
Visiting with Tony Salazar, head coach of the Westlake Chaparrals here on Light the Tower on the Horn, Craig Way and Snoop Daniel.
Coach, I could ask you like 1,000 questions, but so did Brad Mays drop the Lee off the Bradley Mays? I'm just...
that's just one of those in-house things. We shortened it for him, probably.
Just checking.
Yeah,
okay.
We shortened it for him.
Want to make sure. Okay, Denham Collins reminds me of Prince.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that? I don't know, like his demeanor, what he talks, because he's so dominant, but also he's so well spoken.
Yeah.
Did you feel me on that?
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Can you talk about that? Like,
I mean, he's cool, calm, and collected. That's who Denham is. He's, he kind of got a little bit of a quarterback kind of mentality in him. He's never too high and he's never too low. And you got to have that at cornerback. I mean, there's times, obviously, they got great players and great quarterbacks and great receivers. There's times this year they're going to catch balls on us, and you can't let one, obviously, ball being caught on you turn into 3 or 4. You got to turn the page and be ready to play. And like I said, Denham, he's our man-to-man guy. He's the guy we put on their best receiver, wherever that guy may be. He's our guy that we put in a lot of run force situations where, as a corner, you got to be able to tackle, and not just cover men. And so he's our little kind of Swiss Army knife that can do both, play some man-to-man coverage. And obviously we like to use him in the run game as well. And you see Denham blitzing off the edge quite a bit, at least 2 or 3 times a game. It's one of our favorite calls. So tremendous football player. He's consistent. He's there every single day. Somebody's going to get a great football player next year.
One more.
No, take your time. I know you've got a few.
Okay, so I watched Nick Morris play.
Right.
And by the way, he is from Connecticut. I was thinking about Quebeca, who's from Katy. But so anyway, in 2 years, he became Westlake's all-time sack leader. You were the defensive coordinator, so you saw him. Now, Colton Vosick is right behind him. Any comps between those two?
They're both very, very talented physically. Obviously, they both have, the dimensions, the size. Colton obviously being 6'5", Nick Morris was 6'3". Both of them Colton's probably 235, 240. Nick was probably 225. So their size is very similar. Colton might have him by a couple inches, but, the biggest difference is position. Colton's coming off the edge as a defensive end, and Nick was a middle linebacker. But the way they play the game, the physical nature with which they play the game, I think that's pretty dang spot on and close. And I sure hope that I love me some Nick Morris. What an awesome kid. He's playing at Duke right now. Was a great addition to our football roster, but I'm sorry, Nick, but I sure in the heck hope Colton Vosick breaks your record this weekend.
and we'll get into North Shore in a minute, but if he does break the record this weekend, that's going to be quite an accomplishment given David Amador at quarterback in North Shore. But we'll get to that in a minute. Did you have
No, I mean, I could, but no, please, because I'll just ask all day.
That's okay.
Okay, one more. Judson Crockett, he's been around. What's so crazy, and I think I still say, y'all, Westlake 24, watch out. But Judson Crockett, a block punt, he's another quiet guy, but a monster. You talk a little bit about 4.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Judson's back there as our free safety. In our defense, our free safety is our high safety to the field, passing strength most of the time. He's our quarterback on defense, so a lot of the secondary calls go through Judson Crockett. So he has to be the most familiar with the game plan of anybody in our defense besides our Mike and Will linebacker. And so we spent a lot of time together in the film room. Him and Coach Jones, my defensive coordinator, Coach Mullins, our secondary coach. Those two guys, there's plenty of time during the film room chopping it up, watching film during lunch, watching film during off periods. And obviously that amazing punt block that Judson had last week. I mean, it was most people don't know this, but it was a kind of a quarterback. They hard counted us on a 4th down, tried to get a jump off sides. We didn't jump. Then they shifted back into a punt formation with their offensive personnel. Well, the receiver that was on offense, we knew was also the punter. So when he shifted, we shifted. And we brought our free safety from the front side, play side A-gap. It'd be our right defensive A-gap because he was a left-footed punter. And we practiced all week long of working out exactly like it did. And Crockett, I mean, full complete 180, parallel the ground, laid out, took it off the foot. And we give the ball to the offense right there on the front porch of the end zone. And so that was a big-time football play in the moment. But it was even more impressive because we executed in the moment. It's one of those things that you're trying to play the play. It's 4th down. Don't get a play run on you. Don't get a fake run on you. Be ready to line up and play. Then all of a sudden, oh, no, they shifted the punt. Let's execute this real fast. And they did. And obviously, it made a big-time play.
That's where you feel like, as a coach, you're rewarded.
Right.
Because you see how the guys took the instruction to be able to adjust like that on the fly and come up with a huge game-changing or game-breaking play.
Coaching and film study, and those guys, it leads to plays like that, in big-time games. And obviously, Judson came up with the big one, and I mentioned some of the ones earlier, the interceptions. And obviously, Skinner throwing the ball last week was obviously a sight that was beautiful to see because those receivers were wide open, and he got the ball to him and we ran and scored.
Let's talk about some offense. You said right here in the studio last week, you said it Friday night when Aaron Hardigan asked you, Saturday night, asked you about it with regard to the quarterback thing. You said both of our guys prepared during the week with the understanding that whoever starts, if things aren't going the way you want, the other one goes in, the one who was starting understands it, they come out. There's a synergy there between Paxton Land and Brett Skinner, as well as your offensive coaching staff that, hey, if you make a change, you make a change trying to get something that, and it's worked for you the last couple of ball games with what you've done.
Yeah, I mean, we're blessed to have two great quarterbacks that obviously have started multiple games for us at Westlake this year, and we've learned this obviously through the years of being here that you need more than one quarterback to win a state championship. And I think every single year, but maybe one, did we start the season with the same quarterback that we ended the season with. And so, that's in our game plan to make sure we have all of our quarterbacks ready to be Friday night ready, to be game ready. It could be something as simple as these days of age waking up with the flu that's going around right now. You never know. And you have to be ready as the quarterback position to play all the snaps. And both those guys know that. They both know that it's going to take two phases of this thing, a preparation during the week. Then obviously you got to put that preparation to work and get results on Saturday. And if we don't get the results that we want, there's another guy right there that's been right there hip and had the same amount of reps, and that guy's going to get an opportunity to go in there and make a play and try to get this thing lit and some fire under everybody else's rear ends and get this offense moving. And I think Brett did an awesome job of that last week.
And sometimes when you have to make a decision as a coaching staff, one guy might look a little bit better in practice and say maybe he's better suited to start it, but both quarterbacks and the staff know that depending on how the game unfolds, you could go ahead and make the decision to make the change.
Yeah, and I think it's both those guys give our team, confidence for either one of them to be playing. And I think that's the ultimate compliment for both those guys is no matter who's in the game, the rest you don't see any type of a lip out or questioning as to why is this guy quarterback, why is that guy quarterback. It doesn't matter to the other 10 on the field. All they know is it's our job to go do our job. The quarterback will get us the football. The quarterback will run the offense. Coach Rogers, our offensive coordinator, has done a masterful job of that for 14 games of balancing two quarterbacks and of having two quarterbacks ready. And so hats off to him because he's managed those guys. Those guys believe in him. He believes in both our quarterbacks. And obviously our football team believes in them. And we only got, as I told him today, we have hopefully 8 quarters of football left. And between those two quarterbacks, we're going to get 8 quarters worth of good football.
Which leads us to the state semifinal as we visit with Tony Salazar, head coach of the Westlake Chaparrals here. The Galena Park North Shore is just as your team has been, your program. I think it's very poignant that these have been, both of these programs, on equal footing, the standard bearers for 6A football. Here's North Shore that's won 3 out of 4 state championships. They've won 4 in the last 7 years. Your program now is won 3 in a row and going for 4 in a row. It's amazing to think at the incredible level that both of these programs continue to compete year in, year out, and finally back on that collision course for the first time that you've had a chance to see him in 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, obviously, Coach K is an outstanding coach, one of the most premier high school coaches in the state of Texas. Obviously, to win that many championships and play that many championship games, you're doing something right. And I think the biggest compliment I can probably give to North Shore is that they're probably the most disciplined football team we've ever played. And that's really in all of our years here at Westlake. And speaking for myself, I think in my time of coaching high school football, the most disciplined football team will play. And we're not going to get those luxuries of getting holding penalties. We're not going to get the luxuries of getting a late hit. We're not going to get the luxury of having them jump off sides on a 4th and 1. We're not going to get the opportunity for them to jump off sides, on a field goal. They're not going to do that. They're going to make you earn every single thing that you get. And our kids understand that, and they wouldn't want it any other way. They know that these last 2 football games have to be played to win a championship. They got to be championship level performances. And so that's no different. And obviously they have some serious talent in their football team, but so do we. And that's what the message to our boys has been, hey, they're state champions, but so are we. Hey, they're 14-0, but so are we. Hey, they've scored a lot of points. We've scored more. Hey, they've given up very few points on defense. We've given up less. And so as these things line up, and we obviously have some tape to go back from previous years to show our kids what type of effort it takes in these type of games. And we popped on that 2020 tape, the last 2 days we've been watching with our kids. And, I mean, there is broken bones and broken legs and broken ribs and broken toes and broken fingers and guys that are fighting through those things, all right, to win that football game for each other. And this year is going to be no different. It's going to be let it all hang out, all right, hair on fire. But you got to play, obviously, discipline, and you got to execute in the football game because they're going to make you do that. And so it's matching their intensity and physicality, which we think we can do, but it's also having to execute at that high level as well.
One of the things that I find fascinating about this program at North Shore, having called their 3 state titles over the last 4 years, is that when Coach K has made, just like what you've done in your staff, when they've had to make a hard decision to make a switch, whether it's an offensive player or a defensive player, whatever, not only did they say we've got to do it and do it, but the decision paid off. I mean, you can go back to when Zach Evans was the running back there in 19, and I think it's been well chronicled what happened there. They were a defending state champion, had beaten Duncanville in the Hail Mary the year before. They come in, and the night before, the young man refused to do what the rest of his teammates did, was to hand over his cell phone overnight, so they didn't have it. And here's a guy who had, I think close to 2,000 rushing yards. And Coach K said, I'm sorry, this is the rule of the program. If you can't go by this, you can't be here. Then he refused to give the phone. They sent him home. Mm-hmm. And then they go out and largely dominate the game against Duncanville, and they win a state championship. This year, he had tremendous quarterback in Caleb Bailey, who as a freshman led him to a state title. He gets hurt about the 5th game of the year. The last 3 weeks, he has dressed out, but has been on headset, and it is they don't believe that the knee injury requires surgery, but he's unavailable to go and has been unavailable. So they move a wide receiver, David Amador, into the quarterback spot. He's lit it up at quarterback. When he had a sore shoulder, they moved him back out to receiver, brought their outstanding safety, Evan Jackson, around the quarterback. He's able to make it work well enough. They go back to Amador last week. He runs for 140 and passes for about that many as well. I guess part of that is kids in the program, coaches not hesitating to make the tough call when you have to make it to do that. And I've seen it with both of your programs, which I just find fascinating.
Yeah, and I think it's a buy-in, obviously, by the kids. It's the kids understanding that things, when adversity hits, how do you react? And I think championship teams and championship programs react just like Westlake and North Shore have. The next guy is ready to go in and do a job. We need to change. Let's change. Let's be the best. This makes us better. Let's do it because it makes us better. And I think there's nobody ever questioning those moves. All it is, all right, this is how we're going to win now. Let's go win this way. And I think both teams have shown the ability to do that. I think it's a great testament, like I said, to the players, believing in the coaches, believing in the culture, believing in, all right, each other, that, if it's my turn to be the next guy, I better be ready. And there's going to be no more, all right, worse feeling. I tell our guys that if you are the next guy, and that opportunity does come for you to be in the football game and you are not ready for that moment, how are you going to feel then, all right, to your teammates, okay, at that moment? When going up into that week of preparation, maybe you could have prepared better. You could have prepared with a better mindset. You could have prepared with more film study. You could have been ready for the moment, and when it happened, your teammates were sitting there waiting for you ready, all right, and then you did it. And now you're the hero of the football team. And we got plenty of those stories through our time. I mean, I think in 2 of the last 3 state championship games, there's been a couple of guys that have had their first starts of the season in state championship games. And 2 of those, they end up being like the most productive player on offense and defense. I mean, so talk about being ready. Not only are you there, you're making the most plays. And last week you weren't starting or you didn't play last week. So I think that is the culture at Westlake that we have, and I'm sure it's pretty similar at North Shore that, hey, Coach, this is what you say we need to do to win. All right, let's do it. At our place, when coaches say something, it's not a suggestion. It's a directive, right? And go get it done. Here's what we need to do. Yes, sir, we can get it done. And it's not, well, maybe if we do this or maybe tweak it a little bit there, that'll work. There's no questions asked. They believe in our coaching staff. Coaching staff believes in them. And obviously, we're going to put the best players on the field to try to win.
How about your impressions on the 2 running backs, Johnson and Hardiman, and what you have to do defensively?
I mean, just, thunder and lightning. One of them's really got a little shorter stature, but thicker legs, probably over 200 pounds. I would say 205, 210, somewhere in there. He's very, very talented. They just run so darn hard with the football. When you see the tape, there's not many solo tackles on these guys. There's not many guys that can hit those guys, strike them, and put them on the ground. It's going to be a team effort of tackling and running to the ball. And then you get 28 in the football game. He's the faster of the 2. It's where it's a good change-up of speed for them. So they're both very, very talented. Both have, outstanding stats and runs on tape that we've seen and shown our kids. And they're both obviously going to, present a lot of problems for us. But the name of the game on defense is tackling and turnovers. And that's what I told our kids. Scheme is going to be scheme. We're going to be in the right spot. They're going to know we're lined up most of the time. We're going to know how to get lined up. It's going to be a matter of, can you tackle, all right, when the football play, starts? Can you create turnovers and find ways off the field? Similar to what we did last week on defense with 5 turnovers, 3 picks, 2 turnovers on downs. Find a way to get off the field. They're going to have some yards. They are talented. They've got skilled kids that anybody in the state of Texas would take right now. I can promise you that on their football team. But it's going to be a challenge, but I think one our kids are up for. I anticipate seeing a bunch of white jerseys flying to the football and trying to get there with bad intentions. We got our hands full with the North Shore running game, and we hadn't even talked about number 8, David Amador, running the ball yet.
Oh, no. He had 141 rushing yards from the quarterback spot a week ago. And I know there's more than just one player to defend, but if there is a keynote player to have to be able to contain, it's him, isn't it?
It's him. There's no doubt. I think, obviously, tackling the running back I think it's to be expected, but I think it all runs through David Amador. I think when there's a play that has to be made, I think Coach K is going to put the ball in number 8's hands and let him go try to make a play. And once again, I think everybody that's played them has known that, yet he still continues to make plays. So obviously that means he's a tremendous high school football player. I think he's committed to UTSA. Coach Traylor, I talked to him earlier in the week. I told him, man, you got a heck of a football player there, man. He's a great, great football player. And we saw he played against us as a sophomore receiver. So we know what his athletic skill set is, and then you see the tape, and you see that after about 2 plays, that he's so talented.
The thing, the stat that boggles the mind, Snoop, you'll love a stat like this. Yeah. David Amador is the only player in the state of Texas, at least at the 6A level, the only player who has a 300-yard passing game, a 200-yard receiving game, and a 100-yard rushing game in the same season. Mm-hmm. So that tells you what an all-purpose guy. Final thing here, folks have asked about this, and we've talked about this before, the whole process of deciding on a site to where you play.
Right.
And you stop me if I'm wrong on this. The process basically involves one of 3 avenues. Either you agree on a neutral site, or you flip home and home, or you flip the neutral home thing, and by flip, that's the old way when you used to drive 100 miles and meet up with another coach and actually flip a coin in a truck stop or a diner. But you do what I call the zip code derby, where you get a coaching guide and one coach calls out the name of any random town or high school in the state, and the other coach immediately has to answer odd or even, and you go and look at the last digit in the zip code to see if it's odd or even?
Yeah, that typically happens, most rounds going into, deciding which venue you're going to play at. This round was a little different. Being that the 4 regional finalists, Atascocita, North Shore, in Region 3, and then Brennan and Westlake in Region 4, were kind of spread out. Atascocita and North Shore side by side, but Brennan and Austin obviously are not. And so a common neutral area was very, very hard to come about. There was some suggestions of Prairie View A&M. There was a suggestion of Kyle Field. Houston teams didn't want to play at Kyle Field, so there you go. I mean, it's simple as you can trump it with your 1 vote. It's not a 4-way consensus. So to have 4 teams all agreed to, circumstances that are best for their programs, it gets difficult at this stage. And having to prepare and plan a week out always does as well. These stadiums want guarantees. They want to know they're holding your spot, all right, for you, regardless of who wins and who loses. Out of these 4 teams, these 2, the winners are going to play. Well, once again, that's hard to get a 4-way consensus. The neutral field kind of thing kind of fell through, so we went home neutral. We ended up kind of partnering up, Westlake did, with San Antonio Brennan, and we threw out the Alamo Dome as our home neutral site. And then Atascocita and North Shore kind of partnered up and decided to put up Rice as their home neutral site. And we actually, believe it or not, went old school and did flip a coin. We just did it kind of via FaceTime.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because, we were sitting there on a Zoom. We had a Zoom meeting with athletic directors and head coaches all involved. We had a stare-down match for about 4 days. We're sitting there looking at each other. Nobody wanted to blink, concede, a spot or, a home or visitor or anything else. And so we finally had to sit down, and knock out some details. And it ended up just pretty much saying, hey, heads is Region 3 and tails is Region 4. If it lands on Region 3, we're playing at Rice, and they're the home team, whoever wins that game. And if it lands on Tails, we're playing at the Alamo Dome, and, Region 4 will be the home team. And that's, unfortunately, obviously, didn't win the flip. And so, obviously, we're going down to Houston, and it doesn't matter our kids at Westlake. I think the general public puts a whole lot more emphasis on where we're playing the game, like it affects them, and it's about these boys. It's about these kids that are playing the game. They're the ones that are doing the work. They're the ones that were in our field house at 5:30 this morning watching special teams. They're the ones that had position meetings at 5:50. They're the ones that just practiced from 6:15 to 8 o'clock. They're the ones going to do the same thing tomorrow. They're the ones that are going to spend their lunch break watching film. They're the ones that are going to go home tonight and take care of their bodies because they got a big, big, big game this week, and they got practice in the morning. So those are the ones that obviously, the
truly
drive time,
invested.
truly invested. Those are the ones that matters to. And those kids, all they think about it is, we're going to give them a great breakfast in the morning. They're going to sleep for a good little 2-hour nap on the way down to Houston. We'll get up, we'll eat as a team meal, and we'll be right back into where we normally are on game day.
Luby stop on the way?
Luby stop. There's a Luby's in Houston, everybody. It's about 15 minutes away, so everything is good. As long as there's still a Luby's in the town we're headed to, I think, hopefully the football gods are with the Chaparrals.
We'll look forward to it. It's also being televised on KBVO Saturday afternoon at 3 for those of you who can't make the trip down there. It's always great to see you. We wish you the best of luck, and we'll look forward to visiting next week.
Thanks so much, guys.
All right, that's Tony Salazar, head coach of the Westlake Chaparrals. Coming up, we'll have Inconceivable when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn.
Woo!
Okay, you just heard Chad say, if I can do it, you can do it. Hey, it's the same thing if you're in the market for a new or used car, truck, or sport utility vehicle. And here's what I mean by that. The time was coming to get Linda a new car, and we said, what are we going to do? I said, well, I've been telling folks to go to LeifJohnsonFord.com. It's the least we can do, and that's exactly what we did. LEIF, LeifJohnsonFord.com. We found a brand new 2022 Ford Edge, and remember, all of their vehicles from all of their dealership locations, Airport Boulevard and Canning Lane, Leif Johnson's Riata Ford in Manor, Leif Johnson's Truck City Ford in Buda. All the vehicles are there at one clearinghouse, one website. You pick out the vehicle you want. That's what we did. Then you can do even what we didn't do. We went down to the dealership and made the deal, and that was easy, and we did all that. It could be even easier for you. You can make the deal online with their online digital staff. You can get full value for your trade-in. You can also work out the financing option that works best for you. And then when all is said and done, they'll deliver your new or used car, truck, or SUV to your home or office or place of business. It is that simple. Check them out online at LeifJohnsonFord.com. Leif Johnson Ford is still the leader. You know what is conceivable? It's like Concordia Kevin just said. He said Coach Salazar is a great interview. No wonder Westlake is so good. Remember, Todd Dodge before him was outstanding. Those guys have been a lot of fun to visit with during the course. And the same thing with Drew Sanders at Vandegrift, and we're going to visit with him tomorrow, our weekly conversation with the head coach of the Vandegrift Vipers. Also tomorrow, because we couldn't do it yesterday with me being in New York and Jeff in New York as well, and we had the release of the finalists for the All-Flex team. Greg Tepper, managing editor of Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, will join us tomorrow in the 11 o'clock hour for a preview of the state semifinals. All right, on to Inconceivable. And Snoop, a couple of questions for you here. First of all, there's the baseball one with regard to Aaron Judge. Now, did you hear how the whole rumor mill thing, how it all rolled out yesterday and last night?
Is he leaving?
He's not leaving. He's not leaving. Aaron Judge was reported by Major League Baseball yesterday, and John Heyman said that he was leaving. And I saw an MLB.com post about welcome Aaron Judge to San Francisco.
Rangers. Oh.
No, and they showed him in the Giants uniform. and no, they should be glad they got Andrew Heaney now to go alongside Jacob deGrom. But anyway, then they went back and they asked the Giants CEO, Larry Baer, and said, hey, congrats, you got him? He goes, no, there's nothing to report yet. It was John Heyman of the New York Post who had tweeted out that Judge was headed for San Francisco. And then he followed up after that, walking it back, and he said, Giants say they've not heard on Aaron Judge. My apologies for jumping the gun. He jumped the gun.
He did.
Judge signed, and it was announced this morning, a 9-year, $360 million deal.
Another 300 plus.
That averages out to $40 million a year for him. 9 years, $360 million to stay in New York with the Yankees. So,
well, if you're going to have somebody hit it out at Oracle Park, it needs to be a strong dude. And so I guess I understand why the Giants are going after him. But.
Yeah, but he'll be a Yankee. He's going to stay there in New York.
Yeah. I know this is kind of another baseball aside, but I can't believe the Phillies got Trey Turner.
Tell me about that.
That's stinky.
Yeah, there it is. And he signed a long-term deal with
another
the
guy
Phillies.
who made $300 million.
Yeah. They're throwing it out like it's candy, those deals there. Okay, a couple of atmospheric things to update you on, Snoop. Remember we were telling you about the volcano on the big island of Hawaii?
It's active.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit scary there. And again, I have a sister who lives in Kona. That's on the western side of the island. It's the eastern side they're really concerned about, where Hilo is, that city there, because of Mauna Loa, that now there is lava flow has now creeped within 2 miles of the one big critical highway, the Daniel Inouye Highway. That's the main highway that connects the eastern and western halves of the Big Island. So they've called in the National Guard. Lava is less than 2 miles away from the road. And so the lava, get this, the lava's moving at 22 miles an hour.
That's too fast.
That's on a roll.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's some concern about that.
It would be pushing for a ticket in a school zone.
Yeah, there you go. My sister hasn't been really that concerned about that. Again, she lives on the other side of the island, but she sees
if I could see it, no way, fam.
She could see it. It's been something else to see. All right, something else you might have been able to see. I'm not going to say nobody knew about this. The people who were observing this saw this. Did you know that last Sunday that we had an asteroid danger? The space rock was headed for Earth, and it happened on Sunday, and what they call extremely close distance. I think it got within 6 million miles of it or something like that. So it was, and it was 170 feet wide. Meanwhile, they say there's another one they call VP1 that's on its way toward the planet today. And asteroid's been spotted by the NASA Defense Coordination Office. They're not concerned about it yet, but keep your eye on the asteroids because that's possible as well. All right, Snoop is a big TikTok guy. We know that. You are. What is your favorite thing to look for on TikTok? I mean, I know you see a variety of things.
No. I just you just scroll and you get what you get. That's. You don't go looking for anything in particular.
But here was the impression I was under about TikTok for a long time, that it was largely, I didn't say exclusively, I didn't say only, largely dance-based.
A lot of that. Trends.
Trends, okay.
Yes, and a lot of trends are dancing.
Okay, all right. Do you yourself participate in TikTok?
No.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
In any way, shape, or form?
No, I leave that to the kids.
Okay. But you don't post anything.
I'll facilitate it. I'm like,
You're a watcher.
Correct. Oh yeah. Well, that sounds creepy. I'm a facilitator. I take it. I facilitate
it. How would you say you facilitate?
By posting, reposting, sharing.
So you're a watcher, and then you repost.
Well,
watch what's going on, and then if there's something worth reposting,
if you say it that way, it's going to sound weird.
I'm just asking. I'm just trying to get your
very fine line in covering children. As deep as I do, because I do. I know it is. But yes, I do watch.
Okay. Well, here's the reason why I bring it up. The state of Maryland has banned the use of TikTok and certain China and Russia-based platforms in the state's executive branch of government, according to the governor. Said this yesterday. This is the latest state to address cybersecurity risk presented by that platform. He announced an emergency cybersecurity directive to prohibit TikTok's use, saying they could be involved in cyber espionage, government surveillance, and inappropriate collection of sensitive personal information. This directive comes a week after South Dakota banned state employees and contractors from accessing TikTok on state-owned devices. That's what this comes down to. State employees who are doing it with state-issued devices.
Yeah.
So that's why they're doing that, so you know that. Okay, then finally, you don't have any tattoos on your body, do you?
I don't.
Okay.
You can't put a bumper sticker on a Bentley.
Look at you.
That's what's so
you're driving a Bentley, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I got you. All right.
Yeah.
But we both know lots of people who have tattoos.
Oh, no, tattoos are awesome.
Including my daughters
By the way.
and my son-in-law. Of course, he's military. My brother has them as well. I've never heard of a tattoo like this, and it's probably just as well. A mom of 5 brushed off her daughter's advice not to get, wait for this, her eyeballs tattooed due to potential blindness. And Anaya Peterson, a law student, was in awe of Australian model Amber Luke, who tattooed her eyeballs a vivid blue and then went blind for 3 weeks after. So despite Luke getting her vision back, Peterson said, okay, I'm ready to go and do it. She goes, I was just going to get one eye at first because I thought if I go blind, at least I've got the other eye. I should have stuck with that. My daughter told me that I didn't want to do the tattoo asking, what if you go blind? So she did one eye blue and one purple. And now she's losing her eyesight.
The actual freaking eye.
Yeah,
I was
the
picturing,
eyeball.
Oh, Lord.
The eyeball. And she is losing her vision, she says. She said, my daughter was not on board with this at all. And she also has a split tongue and numerous tattoos, but inking her eyes might have been a step too far. She wishes she'd listened to her 7-year-old daughter who told her not to do it. She said, I don't have 20/20 vision anymore from distance. I can't see features on faces. If I didn't have my eyeballs tattooed, I wouldn't be having this problem. Even today, I woke up with more floaters in my eyes, and that is dangerous. So, word of caution. I understand tattoos. A lot of people like that. Not for me, but, I'm far older than most people who get tattoos. But there's a word of medical health caution to you about probably a good idea if you don't get your eyeballs tattooed. Might look really cool, purple and blue and all that. Might ought to reconsider that part. All right, we've got hour number 2 of the program coming up, including our sharp review of the Big 12, of the Big 12 Championship, and previewing the bowl games coming up. We have a Flex 30. We have a Longhorn Notebook. We'll hear from Chris Beard. All that and more coming up in hour number 2 of Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. Live, local, and digital on the Horn app and hornfm.com. Second hour of Light the Tower here on the Horn. Craig Way with you. Jeff Howe making his way back from New York City. And I did promise I would tell you a little bit about the difficulty of getting home last night. It wasn't that big a deal. I mean, it meant for a late night, but it wasn't really like inconceivable stuff. We do have our sharp review of the Big 12 coming up here in just a few moments. We will have a Longhorn Notebook. We'll hear from Texas head coach Chris Beard following the Longhorns' loss last night. We'll hear from him on that. And we have a Flex 30 update as well. So we have all that still to come this hour. The trip last night, and this was after the Longhorns lost that tough, gut-wrenching, heartbreaking, whatever you want to call it, 85-78 overtime game to 17th ranked Illinois. And if you say, well, how was it difficult? How was it, gut wrenching? Whatever, that kind of thing. It's basically in seeing one that got away from them in terms of the grand scheme and what it means in terms of the NCAA computer and all that other kind of stuff. It's actually not a real damaging loss. In fact, the fact that you play a nationally ranked team away from home, be it a true neutral site, is a plus in the computer. But it would have been a really big plus had they been able to win the game. Well, Longhorns had an opportunity. In the first half, they really struggled with shooting and did throughout the course of the game, but really in the first half. And they were down 37-34, and then, as we know, they got the lead in the second half and let it get away. We'll have more on that coming up in our Longhorn Notebook. So the game ends, and it's a charter flight back, and the team and the coaching staff and I think training staff were on one bus. There were a couple of buses. The second one had support personnel. It had Eddie Orrin and myself. It also had some other folks who had made the trip that were a part of a travel party that were going. So we get on the bus, and it's pouring rain when we go outside. You go outside of the loading dock area at Madison Square Garden, because if you've never been to Madison Square Garden, the games themselves take place on the 5th floor. That's right, 5 stories up is where the games take place. You go in at ground level, and you take this big freight elevator, and it is a huge freight elevator. How huge? It's the one they used to bring in the elephants for the circus. When the circus would come from Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, for a month, the circus would set up at the Garden, and they'd bring the elephants in through that freight elevator. So it's a big elevator, and they take whole teams up there and stuff like that.
Isn't that the left on the floor of it, is it? Left.
It's happened before, but not around. I hadn't seen it personally happen, but yeah. And the garden itself has had a couple of major renovations anyway. So, but when you leave, you have to go back down to the ground level. And it's easier to go down this long, curving ramp than it is to wait on those LA. And that's what Eddie and I did. And we go down, and we get down to street level, and we're told the bus that we're on, bus 2, is across the street because the Garden is at the corner of 33rd, I guess between 8th and 9th. And we walk out, and it is pouring, and I mean heavy rain coming down. So, all right, here we go. And we just set off in a sprint across, and it was just running about, I'd say, not even 100 yards, but you had to go down, it'd probably say a solid 50 yards to get to it. And by the time we get on the bus, and we're like drowned rats, just soaked. But anyway, we get on the bus leaves. The charter flew into Newark Airport. I was not on that charter because I did the Texas women's game on Sunday afternoon. I flew up commercial Sunday night in the JFK and got a rental car and drove it into the city. Well, and our producer, engineer, our good friend David Garrett, was returning that rental car this morning as he was flying home commercial. Well, we get on the bus and we find out Newark Airport is unable to handle the charter because of weather things and aircraft and backups and stuff. You're going to have to go to this other airport. So I'm thinking, okay, is it LaGuardia? Is it JFK? Is it even White Plains, Westchester County on the north side up there like you're heading to Connecticut? I've flown in and out of there before. No. It's going out of a private airport I never even knew existed. Farmingdale, which is out in the middle of Long Island, or as they say out there, Long Island. And it took over an hour to get there. So by the time we got there, it was well after midnight, and everybody has to go through, and it was the most extensive TSA. When people think charter, you just go and get on the plane. No. They have to follow TSA rules, but they were more stringent than if you were going through regular TSA checkpoints at ABIA. I mean, they're going through every single person's bag, wanding you down, everything. It was pretty. So that took a while. So we took off about, I think, 1 a.m. Eastern and got in about 4 a.m. or something like that. It took off about 12:30 or something like that Eastern and landed about 3:45 this morning, something like that. So yeah, that's just part of the inconvenience. It happens sometimes. You just have to.
I didn't even know that you would be back. I was like, I don't know, Craig's gonna be back from New York because I was just listening to you call the game.
Yeah, well, it's good when you can have the charter thing to get home, but you also run into things like this. It does happen, and it's not the first time it's happened, but it happens with charter flights, so they do that. So anyway, that was the story behind that. Our man CB on the Specs text line at 337-3776 is, Craig, on this day, you were on the call for 2 Big 12 championship games, 1996 and 2013. Those are 2 completely different games. Roll left in 96. That was James Brown, fake handoff, 4th and short, going to tight end, and now head coach of the Lhasa Raptors, Derek Lewis, for 66 yards down the field, setting up for Priest Holmes' game-clinching touchdown to beat Nebraska, 37-27 in the Big 12, the inaugural, I think it was Dr. Pepper, Big 12 championship game at the then Edward Jones Dome. Actually, it might have been TWA Trans World Dome. It was at the time. It did not change to Edward Jones Dome in St. Louis. That's where the first one was back in 96. And then he mentioned 2013. That wasn't a scheduled, keyword there, it wasn't a scheduled Big 12 championship game, but it became the de facto Big 12 championship game between Texas and Baylor on that freezing day in 2013, the final game ever at Floyd Casey Stadium in Waco, the old Baylor Stadium there. And I have called some games where it was unbelievably cold in there. I go back to 1990. I'm doing the 4A state championship when they only had one state championship game per classification. 4A, Snoop, 1990. How about this matchup? Wilmer Hutchins from the Dallas-Fort Worth area against Westlake.
Oh, my gosh. Wilmer Hutchins hadn't been good in very long.
Well,
correct?
remember the school got closed down for a while. They had some malfeasance and some bad doings there and stuff like that. And it was 10 degrees, sheet of ice on the field that day, and Wilmer Hutchins beat Westlake 19-7 that day in a bitterly cold day. Did that game. That is the only time I know of for sure where they presented the state championship trophy, not on the field, but in our broadcast booth. It was a non-televised game. They brought the superintendent and principal in from Wilmer Hutchins. Dr. Bill Farney then was the executive director of the UI. At the time, he was still the athletic director. Bailey Marshall was still the executive director. And Dr. Farney was the athletic director, and he presented the state championship trophy in our broadcast booth. So we carried it live at the time. That was really cold. But 2013 was just about as cold. Plus, they'd had some snow, and there was ice, and it was, yeah, that wasn't an awful lot of fun. Somebody said I was at that game at Floyd Casey, and they were giving away free hot chocolate, and by the time it hit the cup, it was already cold. Absolutely. Yeah, it's true. That one of the best stories I ever heard about a thing like that, my first real broadcast mentor, I've had 2 major ones in my life, Brad Sham being one of them, but the first one was Bill Mercer, who, of course, was Cowboys broadcaster in the 60s and did the Ice Bowl game with Green Bay. And he said he'd get a cup of coffee, and it would already turn sludgy by the time. You could get, Bob Lilly tells the story in the hotel, you'd get a cup of water and throw it up against the window, and as it ran down, it froze. It was that cold, that miserable, that kind of thing. So anyway, so there's the So that's the situation.
I remember when we
with it.
got trapped up here for a week when it was miserable.
The winter storm in over started on Valentine's weekend of 2021. So yeah, it was tough, the winter storm thing there. Okay, all right. So there's that. How about we give everybody a sharp review of the Big 12? Can we do that?
Yeah. Oh, it's coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Obviously, in the Sharp Review of the Big 12 brought to you by Sharp Vision Modern LASIK, official LASIK provider to Austin FC and partner Austin FC. Okay, Big 12 championship game. What a great game. Kansas State gets the win. Obviously, a lot of folks feel for TCU, but TCU was done no real damage other than not winning a conference championship. Not only did they keep their spot in the top 4 in the college football playoff, they stayed at number 3. So TCU at number 3 in the college football playoff. More on that in a moment. Now it's on to discussing the bowl games for these teams. All right. The first Big 12 team to see action in the bowl season will be Baylor, and it comes up 2 weeks from tomorrow is the Bears bowl game. On December 22nd, they're playing in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. So that'll be in Fort Worth as Baylor will take on Air Force in the Armed Forces Bowl. The next Big 12 team to see action will be Oklahoma State in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. That's the one at Chase Field in Phoenix, where the Arizona Diamondbacks play. But they play that inside, and Oklahoma State will play Wisconsin. That is a late-night kick, a 9:15 Central Time kick, and that is on Tuesday, December 27th. The next day, Wednesday the 28th, the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, Kansas in their first bowl game since 2008. Kansas and Arkansas, if you will. Kansas and Arkansas. They play in Memphis at the Liberty Bowl Stadium, which is officially called Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Now, also, after that game kicks off at 4:30 Central Time. The game that follows that, there's a couple. One is the Holiday Bowl between Oregon and North Carolina, but the other one that will be at 8 o'clock that night will be Texas Tech and Ole Miss in the Tax Act Texas Bowl. That'll be at NRG Stadium in Houston. Those games are on the 28th. Then on the 29th, Cheez-It Bowl, Oklahoma and Florida State from Camping World Stadium in Orlando, followed by the Valero Alamo Bowl, Texas and Washington. That's an 8 o'clock kick in the Alamo Dome. Of course, you'll hear it right here on the Horn, and our coverage will begin at 4 o'clock that afternoon. Texas and Washington playing in the Alamo Bowl. And then after that, the next Big 12 team in action, Kansas State, the Big 12 Conference champion, number 9 in the final college football playoff rankings, playing 5th-ranked Alabama in the All-State Sugar Bowl. The first ever meeting between K-State and Alabama, so they'll do that. And then finally, in the college football playoff, on New Year's Eve, it'll be TCU and Michigan playing in the Fiesta Bowl in Glendale. That'll kick off at 3 in the afternoon. That one's followed by the other semifinal, Georgia and Ohio State in Atlanta. If TCU defeats Michigan, they would then advance to the College Football National Championship game on Monday, January 9th at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. All right, so there it is, your sharp review of the Big 12. All right.
I think I remember asking when we did the countdown for the season.
Yeah.
And I think I remember asking you and Jeff what was the scenario that Kansas State could win the Big 12. I'm pretty sure I asked that. And so it came to fruition. I would love to know what date that was and listen to what y'all said.
Yeah, it would be. Well, I remember Jeff saying, and I agreed with him on this, Kansas State is one of those teams that is not a sexy pick at the start of the year, and yet they always seem to find their way, at least in the conversation. And they wind up winning the Big 12 championship. Now, TCU was the best team in the Big 12 throughout the course of the whole year. And they're, 12-1 record shows that, and they were 12-0 and were tops in the regular season. But now the champion is declared in the conference championship game, and TCU is in the college football playoff, and they have a chance to win a national championship. But Kansas State is the Big 12 champion because they did beat them in the second matchup. Remember, TCU won the first matchup. K-State had the 28-10 lead in Fort Worth in October. I remember driving from Stillwater, Oklahoma, after the Texas lost to Oklahoma State, back to Oklahoma City, and we're listening to the game on radio. And K-State had a 28-10 second quarter lead and then lost both Adrian Martinez and Will Howard, their top two quarterbacks. And TCU rallies back, and they win the ball game, I think, 38-28. And they go on to a 12-0 regular season, and then Kansas State in overtime wins the game last week. So there you are with that. All right, we need a break. When we come back, we will have our Longhorn Notebook and a Flex 30 update when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. Live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. You know, we get ready for this time of year where things can get really, really difficult with the weather and also with your roof. And you've heard me tell you about our good friend John Hardy and his great staff at Divided Sky Roofing and Solar. They're local. They're the ones we trust for roofing. Right now, they're installing backup batteries and Generac generators with the rain and winter storms possibly damaging your roof, and they can knock out your power. Divided Sky can help you be prepared for any short or long-term power outages by installing a backup battery or Generac generator. Snoop was just talking about that, the ice storm of 2021 and all the massive power outages. Well, Divided Sky can help keep your family safe and warm by installing a backup battery or a Generac generator, and they come with a 30% federal tax credit as well. So you can call and see which product is right for you this winter. And if it's to the point where you know you need to make that move to have a new roof installed, well, one thing that's Divided Sky will work with you. You'll never pay more than your deductible. They offer easy financing. There's no money up front. There's no payment of any kind that is due until the day they start your job. Why not let them come out for a free inspection? They'll let you know what kind of damage you have and if you can file a claim. And they also carry a full line of solar products, including those Timberline solar shingles. Don't trust your home to a fly-by-night roofing company. Divided Sky is local, and they provide lifetime warranty on your roof. Call them at 512-995-ROOF or check them out on the web at dividedskyaustin.com. How about Snoop rolling back with some B-52s for you there? Now, Snoop, it won't be this week, but it will start next week, and I will get them to you. We're going to start having return cuts holiday style.
Yeah.
Some good stuff. There'll be some classic stuff, but there'll be some good stuff, too, that you'll like. So
My favorite B-52 song is Rome.
I like Rome. I like that. Yeah.
I like B-52s. Underrated. If I do my music survey again, maybe I'll put B-52s.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It is time now for a Longhorn Notebook.
Longhorn Notebook.
A Longhorn Notebook brought to you by Erin Bowersock, the home loan expert. Be sure to check her out on the web at bowersockteam.com. See if she can do for you what she did for Linda and me, and that's to help us get that home loan approval turned around just like that. She is the person who can make that 10-day or less home loan approval guarantee. Check her out on the web at bowersockteam.com, BOWERSOCK, just like it sounds, bowersockteam.com. So the Longhorns did have those opportunities. Stoner pointed out on the Specs text line, we were talking about that when they were up, as he pointed out, 60-51 with 5:57 left. There were two separate, as he points them, lack of separation. He said there was the lack of separation in the Creighton game. Turnover, foul, missed shot, made shot, missed shot, missed shot. 62-59 with 2:30 left. No to anybody's game. But defense and free throw shooting made a difference in how they were able to beat Creighton. Last night, defense was there. They missed the front end of the 1-and-1, but the outside shooting was not there. They had 6 consecutive possessions before, well, it was on the 6th when they finally upped an 8-point lead to 10, but they were in a position where they could have blown the game open at that point when they had 5 straight empty possessions. Now, their defense turned around and got the ball back all 5 of those times, and on the 6th one, they finally did it. They were able to get it to a 10-point lead, but I thought there was some damage done them because they really could have had complete command, had their foot on the throat of them, and it just did not happen. So it was all part of the conversation we had in the locker room with head coach Chris Beard after the game.
I know this probably hurt your guys and the coaches as well. What, from your perspective, did you see was the difference in how things changed down the stretch and into overtime?
Yeah, it's a hurt locker room right now, but it's a long season. We got some veteran players. November was great to us. We hadn't lost since the Purdue game. So, last team that went undefeated in college basketball was coached by Coach Knight. I think it was 1976. So I was 3. How old were you, Craig?
No, I was almost embarrassed to tell you I was 15.
Yeah. You're not going to win them all, but the disappointing thing from our point of view is this is a game that we had under control, and you got to go win the game. So great learning lessons. We've actually gotten better through victories the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season. Now we'll have to try to get better through a night where we ran out of time. But so many ways to kind of cut up a basketball game. But I think, shooting. We make a couple free throws, we feel totally different right now. Or if we make a couple more 3-point shots. So, Matthew Mayer goes 5 for 5, and Marcus Carr goes 0 for 5. They're both great shooters. So this is basketball. Sometimes a shot or here, will be the difference between winning and losing.
Does that also go to something like, and it may have been a small thing that to the untrained eye they might not have noticed, but I know coaches notice things like this. You were up 8 at 58-50 and had 5 consecutive empty possessions. They didn't score either, but there was an opportunity certainly to, like you say, had it in the grasp. Those are the kinds of things I guess coaches notice about an opportunity that could have put the thing on the shelf even before it got tight.
Yeah, really disappointing in those times. We call that winning time. There's a way to go win the game. Sometimes it's on offense, sometimes it's on defense. But I think tonight down the stretch, our offense didn't help our defense, and then our defense didn't help our offense. So some untimely kind of one pass, jump shot possessions. Pretty much I think the difference in the game, Illinois gets to the line 31 times. We get to the line 19 times. So, victory is going to favor the more aggressive team. I thought for lots of the game we were more aggressive, but when it mattered most, they were.
Chris, a class act on your part after the game to take time to say hello to Shannon's parents. I know he was a big part of your success in Lubbock, but you took the time to say hello to both.
Yeah, we got a championship culture, and the scoreboard's not going to dictate how we act. And so TJ's a guy that I really enjoy coaching, that I pull for. I don't like coaching against former players, but it's the way the game is set up now. But we're going to beat Texas regardless of what the scoreboard says.
Final thing here, Chris. How about the timetable for what your guys do here on finishing this academic week, and then you got a ball game on Saturday against Pine Bluff?
Yeah, we got a couple guys that are still finishing up some academic stuff, some finals this week and some papers due. We'll get back and take a much-needed day off tomorrow, especially physically. I think our team might need a day off mentally as well. Look, it was a grind of a summer putting this team together. November was great to us to get all the way up to one of the highest-ranked teams in the country. Now the next challenge is to keep chipping away. Nothing changes. Keep being us, learn from this, and try to get better. You know, we didn't come to Texas to win the second game in December. We came to Texas to win the sixth game in the NCAA tournament. So tonight's a great learning experience for our team.
Yeah, tough lessons to be learned, no doubt. But there it is. That's the comments of Chris Beard after the game. That's our Longhorn Notebook. Before we get to the Flex 30, I had a quick question. Somebody asking, would TCU be in the 12-team playoff without the automatic qualifier? Yes, is the answer. The way the math would have worked on that, they would have been in regardless of that. And somebody asked, will y'all have Longhorn portal update today? Who's leaving, who's possibly coming, that sort of thing. Listen throughout the course of the rest of the afternoon, Chad and Zay, and then obviously with Ball Don't Lie, with Rod B and with Harge, and they'll have updates on that as it comes down the path on that. Beaver Lance Jason wants you to know, Snoopy says, Snoop, you're a TikTok observer. However, I'm a watcher, a wheel watcher. Monday through Friday at 6:30 watches Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, that's a great show.
It's been a classic one for a long, long time. Lord,
Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune?
Nick in San Angelo says Long Island is exactly how they say it. You used to give a buddy hell about that all the time. Funny to hear you say it. That's what I used to hear people say, Long Island. Not Long Island, Long Island. You drag the G over that. Long Island is the way that works. All right, time now for a Flex 30 update.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
All right, here's the schedule. And for Snoop's edification, here's what the computer says. We of course announced the finalist for the All Flex team yesterday, and we will announce the first ever All Flex team next Tuesday. So stay tuned for details on that. We announced all the finalists yesterday, and you can check out, if you missed it, you can check out those finalists there at flexatx.com. By the way, one other thing. Somebody asked me if the basketball broadcasts were archived, and they are. If you go to texasports.com and you want to listen back to those, you can listen to those there. Okay, here we go, Snoop. 6A Division I. I always like to play the guessing game with you because you hit several on these. You've hit on several of these. 6A Division I semifinals. Prosper and Duncanville playing at Gerald Ford Stadium on the SMU campus. It's Gerald J. Ford, not Gerald R. Ford, the former president. That's it.
What's the difference? Well, one is the president, and what is the other one?
One was not, yeah.
Okay.
All right. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Saturday afternoon, Duncanville Prosper. What does the computer think?
Duncanville by 13.
See, you're pretty good at this. 12. Computer says 12.
Wow, okay.
You've been pretty good at this.
So it's kind of a home game for Duncanville.
Yeah, well, it's about equidistant from Prosper coming across there to Dallas. Think about Duncanville coming over into
How do you
University
get to
Park.
Prosper?
It's straight up Preston Road, man.
Okay.
It's 289.
Okay.
It's at about what I would say. It's Preston, Highway 289. It's Preston Road. I would say that's about the 2 million block of North Preston Road. Because somebody asked me about Gunter, who's in the state semifinals, and I used to say that's like the 6 million block. It's straight up 40 miles north, straight up north of Dallas, straight on Preston Road. In fact, it's called Preston Road in Gunter. And I would say it's like the 6,000,003 block, the address or something. All right. Westlake North Shore. What does the computer think of Westlake North Shore, Snoop?
This I don't know because I know the computer and the AP have, well.
The AP?
Not the AP. Remember they were flipping North Shore and Westlake at 1 and 2 at one point in the season in the rankings?
Yeah, they did. They did. At the end of the season, Westlake was ranked number 1 in the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine Top 10.
Westlake by 6.
Westlake by 4. See, you're not far off on these. All right, Division II bracket. Your alma mater, the DeSoto Eagles, against Denton Guyer. They're playing at the Star, the Ford Center in Frisco, at 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. DeSoto and Guyer.
Yeah, DeSoto by 3. Guyer?
Guyer by 6.
Okay.
Guyer's something else. Jackson Arnold, the Oklahoma committed quarterback, he's been tremendous. Who had to play as a freshman against Westlake, remember, in that state championship game, getting thrown into that deal.
Yeah, he was not ready, but apparently he was.
Yeah, savvy.
Now he's ready.
Yeah, he's had a great year. So Guyer, a 6-point pick of the computer. All right.
So possession.
Vandegrift and Katy, Alamodome, 1 o'clock, and you'll hear it on 101.9 and AM 1260. Coverage beginning at 12:45 from the booth.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, me personally, I'm picking Vandegrift.
We know how you feel. We know that. I'm asking you to tell me what the computer thinks.
Katy by 8.
12. Okay. Again, you've been within striking distance of all of these picks so far. The DeSoto one, you had your alma mater pick there. But are you rooting for your alma mater this time? They're playing Denton Guyer.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
For sure, yes.
All right. 5A Division I. How about this pedigree matchup? Longview Aledo.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Aledo's first year in 5A D1. Longview, the number 1 team in the state, wire to wire so far.
Longview by 13.
9. And again, you're kind of in the neighborhood. College Station against Corpus Christi Vets Memorial. If you didn't hear about it, College Station had that unreal ending, kind of like the Vandegrift Dripping Springs game, but there was not a fumble at the goal line, but there was a goal line tackle at the field in Pflugerville there at the end of the game to win that contest over Smithson Valley. Stopped them at the goal line, stoned them at the 1-yard line. So now College Station, which lost their outstanding running back, Collins, to a knee injury early in the year.
Yeah.
And they've kind of rediscovered themselves, reinvented themselves, playing Corpus Christi Vets Memorial, a high-scoring offense that put on the shelf the final hope for the Rio Grande Valley when they beat Far San Juan Alamo North last Saturday.
Oh, College Station by 10.
7.
Okay.
7 off of that. All right. 5A Division II, this is the game I'm doing on television. Really looking forward to this. Argyle against South Oak Cliff. Argyle, first season in 5A Division II. They've been the number 1 team in the state all the way through. South Oak Cliff, actually, South Oak Cliff started the season number 1, and remember, they started the year 0-3.
Correct.
Played Duncanville, played DeSoto, barely beat Parish Episcopal. Came back to beat them, the team that beat LBJ and Aledo. Parish Episcopal, by the way, did win the state championship in private school in the highest division. All right, so Argyle and South Oak Cliff, and they're playing Friday night at the new stadium there in Crowley, just south of Fort Worth, the brand new stadium there.
Sock by 6.
Sock by 5. See, you're pretty good at this. All right. Liberty Hill PNG. Port Neches Groves, which took out LBJ, then beat Brenham, and then the real stunner, knocking out Fort Bend Marshall, the number 2 team in the state last week. Liberty Hill, of course, having 2 running backs knocked out, but now Liberty Hill against Port Neches Groves, and that contest is in Katy Friday night, 7 o'clock. Are you going over there for that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Liberty Hill PNG.
I am. I might sleep in my car.
Yeah, there you go. Computer says?
Gosh. Liberty Hill by 3.
2. I'm telling you, you're nailing this, Snoop. Wow. All right, we'll go quickly through these. 4A Division I, China Spring, which won the D2 title a year ago. They have Cash McCollum at quarterback. They're playing Decatur, who is coached by the former College Station coach, Steve Huff, who they won a state title under a couple of years ago and lost in overtime to Pato last year. So, Decatur, China Spring, they're playing in Mansfield Friday night.
China Spring by 13.
11. Okay.
Whoa.
Bernie and Chapel Hill High of Tyler, the Tyler area, they're playing in the Alamo Dome Friday night. Bernie and Chapel Hill.
I feel Chapel Hill is on a mission after getting beat by LBJ last week, so Chapel Hill by 4.
Bernie by 12.
Whoa.
If you hadn't seen Bernie, they beat Cal Allen by 30 last week. They're real good. All right, it could be a great state championship matchup between China Spring and Bernie next week. 4A Division II, Carthage, number 1 in the state, taking on Glen Rose. And they're playing that one in Ford Stadium in Frisco on Friday night.
Carthage by 8.
12. All right. And then you've got Wimberley and Cuero, Alamo Dome Friday afternoon at 3. I thought you were going to go to that one.
I am.
You're going to go to that one, then you're going to drive all the way to Katy?
Yes.
If you stay for the whole of the the Wimberley game, you won't make it.
Yeah, I'll probably, because it's an hour and 15 minutes. I've mapped it. And so as long as I make the
hour 15?
Yeah, I think so.
No. It's 200 miles from San Antonio to Houston.
Oh.
Well, you're going to Katy. It's on the west side, so it's a little west.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Please, Wimberley. But I'm going to say Cuero by 2.
4. Cuero by 4. All right. I'll just tell the rest of these because I know we're running up on the break. 3A Division 1, Malakoff by 2 over Brock. And Franklin, who won the state title in Division 2 last year, an 8-point pick over Edna. 3A D2, Gunner, number 1 team in the state by 9 over Canadian. This is the 5th time in the last 6 years they have played in the semifinals. And then Poth and Harmony, big Cinderella matchup, Poth by 13. 2A Division 1, Hawley, a 4-point choice over Crawford. Refugio, a 3-point pick over Timpson. 2A D2, Albany by 11 over New Home. And, hey, Mart and Burton are playing at Kelly Reeves tomorrow night. And
it's Thursday.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Mart, a 13-point pick over Burton. All right, that's it. We'll be back to wrap up today's show here on Light the Tower on the Horn. Here we are in the holiday season. We passed Thanksgiving, headed full steam ahead toward Christmas, so that means the end of the year is fast approaching, and we want to remind you to use your 2022 health benefits before you lose them, like a free annual physical, and our friends at Total Men's Primary Care can help facilitate that for you. You know, there's a lot of men reluctant to have a yearly physical for whatever reason, but they are important for all men regardless of age, and Total Men's Primary Care makes excellent health care easy with their simple 4-step process. Only takes about 30 minutes, and at Total Men's Primary Care, you can check in from the convenience of your home or tablet without touching stacks of paperwork, and best of all, you're seen at the time you scheduled. When you show up on time, Total Men's Primary Care does their part to see you on time. With over 20-plus area locations to serve you, don't forget to utilize your 2022 health benefits before you lose them. Book your appointment today at TotalMens.com by clicking on that big yellow button. That's TotalMens.com. Total Men's Primary Care, the doctor's office just for men. As we wrap it up, Joe number 2 said it's 117 miles from Cuero to Katy, Snoop, about 2-hour drive. Joe, the game's not in Cuero. It's in the Alamo Dome. It's in San Antonio. So that's different. We're talking 200 miles there. So Snoop will figure it out. He'll manage the clock on that. Jeff will be back tomorrow. I'll be here as well. We'll visit with Vandegrift Vipers head coach Drew Sanders. We'll do that, get you set for the weekend, which, again, there will be a high school football playoff game tomorrow night in this area up there at Kelly Reeves there, the Palace on Palmer. Man behind the glass, Snoop Daniel, and our thanks to Westlake Chaparral's head coach Tony Salazar for joining us in studio. I'm Craig Way, inviting you to stay tuned. Chad and Zay are up next. We'll visit with you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock here on Light the Tower.